Information table of contents URL. https www.fanmtl.com novel trxs 6711.html Lin Mo travels to Pirate World, activates the traveler check-in system, and completes the check-in task at the designated place to get rewards. Sign in at the beginning of the game. Get 3-color domineering, sign in Windmill Village. Get Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art, sign in Frostmoon Village. Get Demon Knife Star Broken sign in Sea Restaurant. Get Shuanpa Yekai sign in Luga Town. Cigarettes Drum Island check-in, Alabasta check-in, Sky Island check-in, Judiciary Island check-in, Chambord Islands check-in, Advanced City check-in. Redhead, I was rejected twice in a row. It really didn't give me any face. Carp, even if you can't be a comrade in arms, you can still be a friend. Lin Mo, come, let's eat sweets together. Page 301. No, it's impossible. Lin Mo threw the book in his hand aside unacceptably. At this time, there was a strong knock on the small wooden door. A female voice that is no longer familiar to Lin Mo came in from outside. Hey, come out and iron the skirt I am going to wear today. Hurry up, don't grind it, or you will be fined. Eat. The one who spoke was Gu Qianqian, the daughter of Lin Mo's aunt who lived in his previous life, who was 2 years younger than him. Chapter 262 Reality and Dreamland. Lin Mo's past. When Lin Mo was 3 years old, his parents died in a car accident. Then, under the mandatory requirements of the government, even if the relationship with his sister was bad, Lin Mo's mother's sister still had to adopt him until he became an adult. Therefore, as long as Lin Mo can remember, he has been living in his aunt Gu Yu's house. It is because of the bad relationship between Gu Yu and Lin Mo's mother that Lin Mo has been treated as a slave by this family since he was a child. Except that Gu Yu almost blew up the kitchen while cooking. Gu Yu never let him cook. Almost all the chores at home fell on Lin Mo. When he was young, he was ignorant, and he did whatever he was asked to do. But when it came to the rebellious period in junior high school, he tried to resist, but failed. The people around him who didn't know anything were mocking him and condemning him from the moral high ground. No matter what he said, no one would believe what a kid who was only 12 or 13 years old said. Once, he thought about destroying everything to take revenge on the society that abused him all the time, but he still failed. He was too weak, and the evil fire in his heart was extinguished as soon as it was ignited. Over time, he became more and more numb, and his personality became more and more autistic. He couldn't sleep every night, just because his uncle owned a winery, and almost every day after school, he had to go to the winery to work voluntarily, so when he went back, he would order a few bottles of wine. In order to use alcohol at night, the role of let yourself fall asleep. Gradually, his drinking capacity became better and better. At first, he could fall asleep with only half a bottle, but later he was fine after drinking 3 or 5 bottles. His alcohol addiction became more and more serious. He was beaten up by his own uncle until he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he had traveled to the world of pirates. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help laughing lightly at himself. It's really a very real dream. Opening the 1-meter-high wooden door, Lin Mo got out from the stairwell. As soon as she stood up, a middle-aged woman in a delicate cheongsam also came down from upstairs. When she saw Lin Mo, she said contemptuously, "I'm going out to play cards in a while. I'll go to you after cleaning up the house. Go to work in my uncle's factory. I don't support idlers. Do you understand?" Lin Mo looked at her indifferently. This dialogue was also extremely familiar and jarring to him. In his memory, it seemed that today when he came back from the winery, he was found stealing wine and was knocked out. Oh, is this going to be done all over again? Interesting. Hey, are you dumb? Gu Yu frowned slightly, very dissatisfied with Lin Mo's ignorance of her. I see that your wings have grown hard. Don't forget whose house you live in now. Humph. Waiting for you. Hurry up and get out of here. As he said that, Gu Yu slapped Lin Mo directly. In his memory, Lin Mo received this slap for real. But now, he didn't intend to continue to swallow his anger. So at the moment Gu Yu slapped him, Lin Mo took a step back. Gu Yu took a break, and when she was angry, Gu Qianqian's voice came from the living room. "Mom, I have an appointment with my friend to go shopping. Please give me some money." "Okay, how much do you want? Is 2,000 enough?" Gu Yu glared at Lin Mo, then immediately walked towards the living room. Lin Mo watched Gu Yu walk away indifferently. Suddenly, an inexplicable sharp pain appeared on his arm, as if someone had pinched him severely. Lin Mo lost his footing, leaned back, and bumped into the wooden wall next to the stairs. Guyu heard the movement, looked back at him, and said in a displeased tone, "What are you pretending to be? If I want to adopt you, I have to provide you with education. You have long been a homeless beggar. Really, why didn't your short-lived parents take you to die when they died, and left me with such a burden? It's really frustrating." Guyu's words made Lin Mo's usually calm heart go berserk in an instant. "Try to say it again," Lin Mo said in a displeased tone. Guyu sneered and said, "What? You still have a temper? I said what's wrong. You should be with your short-lived. Ah, what are you doing?" Before Guyu finished speaking, Lin Mo directly picked up a metal broom next to the stairs, completely ignoring the inexplicable tingling sensation on his face, and walked towards Guyu with a murderous aura all over his body. "It's against you." Guyu's face changed drastically, and he hit back reflexively. "You heartless mourner, I raised you so big for nothing." "Raise me? Oh, how much does it cost to hire a nanny? How much does it cost to work in that dilapidated winery? I have been a free nanny for you in your house for more than 10 years, and I have worked for you for more than 10 years. You bully me, my school fees are government subsidized, I eat your leftovers every day, and my clothes are all picked up from outside. You have the face to say that you have raised me so much? What are you? Thing, who gave you a sense of superiority?" Lin Mo became more and more angry as he thought about it. He held the sweeping end of the broom in his hand without hesitation, and raised the metal end directly. Amidst Guyu's screams, he did not hesitate. A merciless direct headshot knocked him to the ground. When Gu Qianqian heard the voice, she immediately trotted over. When she saw that Guyu had fallen into a pool of blood, she was stunned. Gu Qianqian looked at Lin Mo, who had a lot of blood on her body, with an ugly expression, stepped back in fear, and screamed belatedly. Lin Mo looked at Gu Qianqian indifferently, tightened the blood-stained broom in his hand, and walked towards her indifferently. Gu Qianqian cried and begged for mercy. "Brother Lin Mo, don't come here. I'm afraid." "Afraid?" Lin Mo laughed. "Why aren't you afraid when you use me like a slave? Why aren't you afraid when you punch and kick me when you're in a bad mood? Why aren't you afraid when you mock and slander me? I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet." Gu Qianqian cried loudly. "Please, Brother Lin Mo, please don't come here." However, no matter what Gu Qianqian said, Lin Mo still didn't stop, with no expression on his face. Gu Qianqian kept backing away in fear, accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. When she looked up again, Lin Mo had already appeared in front of her and waved the metal end of the broom again. "Goodbye, cousin." There was a terrifying and bloodthirsty smile on the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. When the metal pole of the broom was swung down, an irresistible force instantly drained all the energy in his body. Before realizing what happened, his body went limp, and he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. When Lin Mo woke up again, what appeared in front of him was a blue sky, and the slightly anxious faces of Enelo and Kaku. Chapter 263. Two people who are anxious every day. Lin Mo doesn't like being disturbed when he sleeps, so when he was taking a nap, Anilu and Kaku consciously didn't disturb him. It wasn't until the spaceship flew over the sea for more than 2 hours that they finally saw a small island and landed on a coast of the small island. The two of them carefully looked at Lin Mo, who was still sleeping. "Long nose, go wake Lin Mo up," Anilu said softly. Kaku shook his head straight. "No. The old man still has injuries on his body. If he is beaten by the captain again, the wounds will add to the injuries, and he will not be able to move at that time. You have to carry the old man to the island to find a doctor." "You bastard," Anilu said. "Then I'll be fine if I get beaten? Can't you ask Lin Mo to use his palm fairy technique to heal you?" Kaku smiled and said, "This is not okay. This is the punishment I deserve. Even if the captain is willing to treat the old man will not agree. Anyway, you are used to it. It doesn't matter if you take a few more punches. After all, the captain never took it seriously when he beat you. I've never seen such a stubborn bastard like you." Anilu didn't want to be beaten and still insisted. "Anyway, I won't go. I have to go by yourself. At worst, you are really beaten and can't move. I will bring you go to the island." Kaku said helplessly. You really? Forget it. This is what you said. But don't go back on your word. Seeing that the time is almost up, the captain should have had enough sleep by now. As he said that, Kaku came to the deck chair where Lin Mo was lying. Seeing that Lin Mo's expression was not right, he immediately shouted to AI Nilu, who was 5 or 6 meters away. Come here quickly. Something is wrong with the captain. What's wrong? AI Nilu rushed over, seeing Lin Mo frowning tightly, and there were many fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He couldn't help being stunned. What's wrong with him? What? Nightmares? A person like him who is not afraid of anything will still have nightmares. I don't know. I always feel something is wrong. Kaku immediately came to Lin Mo's side and tried to push him a few times. Captain, wake up. Page 302, however. No matter how Kaku pushed Lin Mo showed no sign of waking up. No way. AI Nilu came to the other side of Lin Mo and said strangely, the guy who usually wakes up as soon as others approach him. Why didn't he react at all today? The old man has a bad premonition. Kaku looked at Anilu, frowned slightly, and said, if the captain is still awake, it will be very dangerous. We must find a way to wake the captain up. What should I do? Anilu also realized the seriousness of the problem. Could it be possible to beat him up? Kaku shook his head, suddenly thought of something, and continued, pinch him. The corner of Enel's mouth twitched slightly. Why did I pinch? Why didn't you pinch? Kaku said helplessly. The old man is a wounded man. Now that I use a little electricity, my whole body hurts. This time, you can only do it. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. The longer the time drags on, the worse it will be for the captain. I know, bastard. Why are you urging? Anilu raised his hand impatiently, and when he was about to pinch Lin Mo's face, he paused, hesitated, and shifted his gaze to Lin Mo's arm. Go up, start directly, and pinch fiercely. Kaku paid attention to Lin Mo's state, and seeing that Lin Mo still didn't respond, he immediately said, not yet. You should focus on what you do. How heavy is it? You see, I pinched his arm red, and it was so heavy that I pinched a piece of his flesh. AI Nilu was also very helpless. Just when he finished saying this sentence, Lin Mo's hands suddenly, he clenched his fist, and the more he clenched, the nails even dug into his palm, and bright red blood flowed down his hand. Seeing this, AI Nilu was stunned. What's going on? Didn't you just pinch you? Are you still impatient? Kaku glanced at Lin Mo's hand. Although he didn't know what happened, Lin Mo's condition is very bad now. There's no time. Enel, think of a way. I wanted to, but I don't know what to do. Anilu shifted his gaze to Lin Mo's face. Without saying anything more, stretched out his two hands together, and pinched Lin Mo's too. He pinched his cheek again, but it was still the same as before, making Lin Mo's face red, and there was still no response. Damn it, it's useless to strike with lightning. This guy is immune to my lightning. Anilu was also a little anxious. Why don't you try splashing him with water? Okay, let's try. Kaku nodded, just as he was about to go to the cabin to find a bucket. Lin Mo woke up suddenly. Anilu quickly retracted his hand. Captain, you are finally awake. Kaku couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Anilu also said, I couldn't wake you up just now. It scared us to death. Lin Mo stared blankly at the blue sky in front of him, and soon, his erratic consciousness was forcibly pulled back by the pain in his hands and face. Sitting up abruptly from the recliner, Lin Mo looked at his blood-covered hands. There was already a red mark on his arm, and he couldn't help but frown. Everything that happened before is vivid in his memory, and he can't even tell whether he just inexplicably traveled back to his original world is a dream or reality. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored them, Anilu and Kaku looked at each other. Kaku couldn't help but asked worriedly, Captain, are you okay? When he came back to his senses, Lin Mo shook his head and healed the wound on his palm with the palm immortal technique. Anilu was ready to be beaten and said, I pinched your arms and face. You can hit you if you want to, but I have a request. Can you not start? Lin Mo turned his head to look at Anilu. Anilu smiled uneasily. Lin Mo shook his head and said, It's okay. Huh? Anilu was startled. It's okay? Aren't you going to beat me up? Yeah. Lin Mo touched his face, although it still hurt a little. But no matter what, it was much better than returning to the world that disappointed and disgusted him. Thank you. Huh? This, this, are you saying thank you to us? Enel was shocked. Kaku's face was also full of shock. Captain, are you sure you're really okay? The old man suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. It's okay. Lin Mo got up from the recliner, glanced at the small island where the spaceship was docked, and continued. You go to the island to purchase supplies, and I will stay here to watch the ship. Before Anilo and Kaku had time to say anything, Lin Mo took out a few money bags and threw them at them. Although the two were still puzzled, they looked at each other as if Lin Mo didn't want to say anything, and then gave up asking. Then we're going ashore. Captain, is there anything we need to bring? Kaku jumped to the shore and looked back at Lin Mo standing on the deck. Lin Mo shook his head and said, Look and buy. Okay, then let's go first. Kaku nodded, and then walked to the direction of the town on the island with Ainalu. Lin Mo stood in front of the deck railing and watched the backs of Ainalu and Kaku walking away, and suddenly remembered what Bingshan had said to him in the capital of Seven Waters. He was still confused before. Now, he seems to have found what he wants to protect. Chapter 264 Daily Incidents on the Island Division, Law Island. Due to the huge news that the Gate of Justice was destroyed, it attracted the attention of the world government and the Navy headquarters. The world government immediately called warring states and asked him to send someone to check. But because the three generals and Carp have all gone out to perform missions, and the viciousness of the destruction of the Gate of Justice is equivalent to declaring war with the world government, so the warring states can only go out in person. When he came to the ruins of the Tower of Justice, which had been blown up long ago, and looked at the location of the huge Gate of Justice that should have been standing in the distance, warring states felt a headache. Report to the marshal. At this time, a sailor came quickly from a distance and said with a serious expression, The casualties on Jufa Island have been counted, except for Chief Spandam and the official members of CP9 who are stationed, Owl and Lion. In addition to those killed in battle, 68 people were killed in battle, 130 people were seriously injured, 250 people were slightly injured, and the rest were not injured but are still in a coma due to unknown reasons. Unknown reason? Zhonghua thought for a while, and roughly guessed what was going on in his mind. It should be the Overlord color. Report to the marshal. At this time, another sailor hurried over and immediately reported. The gatekeeper Cassie has woken up. According to him, it was Lin Mo and his gang who caused such heavy damage to CFA Island. Kaku, the original CP9 member who rebelled. Oh, what? Lin Mo did this too? Zhonghua asked with an ugly face. The sea soldier who came to report nodded, and continued. That's right, we showed Cassie the reward orders of Lin Mo and Enelo, and he said they were the two. Damn it, the expression on Zhonghua's face was very rich. Just as the front foot left the eagle eye, he came to the Jufa Island to wreak havoc. Did he deliberately come to give the government a bad blow? Sure enough, an eagle Lin Mo overheard Yan's phone call. Marshal, what are you talking about? Hai Bing asked puzzled. Zhonghua shook his head and said, Go and get the phone bug that communicated with Huang Yuan, and also, immediately find out what Lin Mo and his group are doing now. Yes, Marshal. The two sailors who came to report immediately responded and hurried away. Zhonghua sighed helplessly, turned his gaze to the sea without the door of justice, and said with a headache, It seems that Lin Mo is getting more and more dangerous. Page 303 in Unknown Island. Anilo and Kaku soon came to the only small town on the island. On the only way to enter the town, a large wooden door frame was erected, and a pirate flag was hung on the door frame. Looking at the logo on the pirate flag, Enel touched his chin and asked in confusion, Why does the pattern on this flag look so familiar to me? Kaku smiled and said, This is the pattern of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates? Could this be their den? Probably not. Kaku shook his head and said, This should be the island covered by Whitebeard. As long as there is this flag, it means that this is the territory of the four emperors Whitebeard. Generally, pirates will not make trouble here. For the aborigines on this island, this flag is equivalent to a powerful protective umbrella. As far as I know, not only the Great Route, but also many islands in the New World are also protected by Whitebeard. AI Nilu was stunned for a moment and asked very puzzled, Whitebeard is so free? He is alone, and he can protect so many people? What benefits did these people give him? Why did he protect them? Whitebeard, is it a pirate? A pirate would do such a thing. What about this? Kaku didn't know how to explain it for a while, and continued after thinking about it. There are also many kinds of pirates, and we can't generalize them. Whitebeard has his style of doing things, so naturally, he has his own way of doing things. His reason is, in a word, what you said just now is just for us to talk about. Don't talk nonsense outside. Whitebeard's prestige is still great, and it will be troublesome to cause public anger. Cut. Annalou said, dissatisfied. Do you think I seem to be afraid of trouble? If it weren't for Lin Mo's presence, my temper would be much more violent than now. Kaku made up the knife and said, if it weren't for Lin Mo's presence, you would have died 180 times already. Enel. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's hurry up and buy supplies. These are the things needed on the ship. The old man has written them all. Go and buy them. As he spoke, Kaku handed over a note filled with the names of the supplies. Gave it to Enel. Annalou took the note, glanced at the content on it, and asked speechlessly, what about you? The old man still has to go to the doctor. If everything goes well, the old man will go to you after seeing the doctor. It is good. Oh, that's right. Kaku suddenly thought of something, and added, the old man didn't follow, so don't cause trouble. This island should be full of ordinary people. You are Thor. Be tolerant. Don't worry too much about ordinary people who don't have eyesight. Enelu said impatiently. Okay, I see. It's long-winded. Are you annoying? Ha ha ha. Kaku laughed loudly. It's not important for you to deal with people. The old man just explained a few more words because he was worried. So be it. Just remember what the old man told you. Afterwards, the two dispersed after entering the town. Kaku quickly found the only clinic in the small town and was shocked when the doctor gave him a full-body examination. Young man, your injury is too serious. The doctor said in disbelief. According to my preliminary diagnosis, you have broken 3 ribs and you have other injuries. If ordinary people would have been hospitalized for treatment, can you tell me, how did you get this injury? Kaku said indifferently. It's nothing, it's just a fight between friends. Doctor, how long will it take for this injury to heal? You've been injured for 100 days, and you still have broken bones. The doctor roughly estimated. At least you have to recover from the injury for half a year. After all, the situation is special. I suggest an operation. After the operation, it is better to stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time. This is impossible. Kaku frowned slightly and said, the old man can only stay here for half a day. There is no other way to heal in the shortest time. No more. The doctor said helplessly. The medical conditions here are also limited. At present, the only option is surgery. Seeing that you are not a local, where are you going in such a hurry? The old man's friends are still waiting for the old man to go back. It's easy to handle. Tell your friends. After all, it's about your health. I believe your friends will understand you. Kaku, considerate? Will Anilo and Lin Mo be considerate of him? Those 2 guys will stay on this island for the first half of the year for him. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. No need. Kaku said helplessly. If there is really no other way, then you can just prescribe some medicine for the old man. Absurd. Can your injury be cured by prescribing medicine? The doctor said angrily. Stop joking. Seeing how young you are, why are you so careless about your body? Kaku simply put the money on the doctor's desk and said, just dispense some medicine, and I will handle other things by myself. On the other side, Annalou took the note from Kaku and came to a vegetable vendor first. Seeing that Ai Nilu is a foreigner, the eldest sister who sells vegetables immediately asked enthusiastically, young man, what do you want to buy? Ai Nilu said directly, take 2 pumpkins and peppers. Okay. The vegetable seller immediately picked the 2 largest pumpkins for Annalou, then filled a large bag of peppers, weighed them, and continued, the total is 500 Baileys. Annalou asked suspiciously, 500? The vegetable seller smiled and said, that's right, 500. Without thinking too much, Annalou took out the money bag that Lin Mo had given him, took out a few banknotes from it, and handed it to the vegetable seller. Seeing that Annalou is so rich, the vegetable seller immediately asked again after receiving the money, young man, do you want to buy some garlic and other vegetables? No need. Annalou replied indifferently when he was about to leave. The vegetable seller said regretfully, It's really rare to see such a handsome young man come to the town. If you buy some other vegetables, I can give you a cheaper price." Enelu paused, looked back at the vegetable seller, and asked, "What did you just say?" The vegetable seller put a smile on her face again and continued, "It's the first time I've seen a tall and handsome young man like you. You are really a good-looking guy. You must be a very good person." "Ah, of course," Enel proudly said. "I am Thor." The vegetable seller was stunned for a moment, and then said cooperatively, "Thunder God, you sound like a super powerful person. That's great. It's my honor to meet you." AI Nilu was a little flustered by this praise. "You have a good eye. Ah. You have all these dishes. This Thor wants it all." Chapter 265. Baltigo is ready to land because of Anelu's extravagant behavior. The eldest sister who bought vegetables made several times more money than usual. Seeing this, the other vendors laughed along with Anelu when he walked past them and praised him wildly. Then, less than 10 minutes after the purchase started, all the money that Anelu brought out had been spent, and more than half of the supplies that Kaku gave him had not yet been purchased on the ship. Looking at the messy things that Anelu brought back, Lin Mo asked speechlessly, "What did you buy?" Anelu muttered, "Materials." Lin Mo. "That, Captain," Enel said with a dry smile. "There is not enough money, and there are still many things I haven't bought." Page 304. Lin Mo. At this time, Kaku also came back. When he saw what Anelu bought, he was stunned. After reacting, Kaku asked a little dumbfounded, "Did you go shopping according to the list that the old man gave you?" "Yes," Enel said confidently. "I bought everything according to what you wrote." "Nonsense," Kaku said with a headache. "A lot of things here are not on the list." "Wait, all the money given to you has been spent." Enel nodded silently. Kaku almost laughed angrily at him. "These things can be bought with half of the money given to you. You must have been tricked by the people on the island." "What?" Enelo asked angrily. "I was cheated?" Kaku said helplessly. "Sure enough, I can't let you go shopping alone. Forget it, let me go." Kaku looked at Lin Mo and said, "Captain, we have to go to the town again." Lin Mo said indifferently, "Yes." Enelo was furious. "No, I'm going too, bastard. How dare you lie to me? See if I don't electrocute them all." "Okay, you," Kaku said speechlessly. This time, it's a long memory, but the old man can't move so many things by himself. "Silly, you go to town with me this time. Don't make trouble, just move things." Enel. He stayed on the boat. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly said, "I'll go." Anelo and Kaku looked at him in shock. Lin Mo said indifferently, "It's just a walk." I really don't have to go?" Enelo asked with a slight twitch. "No need," Lin Mo replied casually, and then jumped to the shore. Kaku said to Enelo, "Look at the boat carefully," and followed. Not long after the two left, Lin Mo rarely spoke first to break the silence between the two. "How is the injury?" Kaku said with a smile. Ha. It's not a big deal. I took some medicine and slowly recuperated on the boat. It's just that the bone is broken. It may take half a year or a year." Lin Mo. "Broken bones. Can you take care of yourself?" After a moment of silence, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Kaku asked strangely, "Captain, what's wrong?" Lin Mo sketched his fingers towards him, signaling him to come over. Kaku walked towards him in wonder, and as soon as he approached, Lin Mo raised his hand, without saying anything, and directly healed him with the palm immortal technique. Captain, what are you?" Kaku asked in surprise. "Didn't you tell me to heal myself?" Lin Mo said casually. "You have also received the punishment you deserve, that's fine." Kaku was stunned and wanted to avoid it. After all, this was the punishment he deserved, but seeing Lin Mo's serious look, he fell silent. In just a few minutes, Lin Mo healed Kaku's injury. Withdrawing his hand, Lin Mo walked straight away and continued to walk in the direction of the town, saying as he walked, "Your injury is healed, and you can carry the things you bought later." "Okay, no problem." Kaku immediately followed and smiled. "Captain, thank you." Lin Mo. After Lin Mo and Kaku bought all the supplies, Enelo used his own ability to restart the spaceship and continue to move in the direction pointed by Lin Mo. Nearly a month later, a deserted island with almost no green plants and full of sand and gravel appeared in front of Lin Mo and the three of them. "What's going on with that island?" Seeing Lin Mo looking at the deserted island, Enelo asked strangely. Lin Mo said calmly, "Birdie is here." "Huh," Enelu said in surprise. "Isn't it? This is Baldigo? Is it so deserted? Wait, let me see the situation on that island." As he said that, Enelu released his knowledge, and soon he came to a conclusion. There is only one house on that island, and dozens of people, and nothing else. "Let's go to this broken island. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be looking for someone?" Lin Mo responded casually. "That's right. Although he doesn't really want to go to Baltigo, there is no way. The mission is here." Who are you looking for?" Enelo asked in surprise. "Do you still have friends on this broken island?" "No, do you have friends?" Lin Mo punched Enelu directly on the deck with a backhand punch. Kaku said without surprise, "Since we're here, we can take a good rest for a while. We've been floating on the sea for more than 10 days. From CFA Island to Baldigo, in addition to the first island where supplies were purchased, the spacecraft passed 2 unknown islands midway." Enelu jumped up from the deck with an aggrieved face. "Every time I start, can't I fight in another place?" Lin Mo glanced at him and said calmly, "Okay, next time I slap you in the face." Enel. Soon, the spaceship flew over the coast of Baltigo and flew towards the only large man-made stone house on the island. When the spaceship appeared in front of a man in charge of watching the wind, the man immediately picked up the phone bug at hand and said anxiously, "I found a spaceship approaching. It seems to be the ship of Lin Mo and his group that was offered a reward by the world government. Go quickly. Notify the officers." In the stone house, another tall man who received the signal from the watchman immediately put down his work and hurried to the stone house, a room specially used to collect information, and told his superior what the watchman found. The cadre, a bearded man named Terry Kildeo, wearing a bear-shaped helmet and smoking a cigarette. "What? Lin Mo and his group are here," Kildeo said with a slight headache. "They came at the right time, just when the leader was out." The man who came to report the situation asked wonderingly, "Then what should we do? The leader and most of the cadres have gone out. Lin Mo's group must not have come here on a whim. Maybe they came to find the leader." Kildeo was silent for a moment, then continued, "Go and call Haku over. I'll meet Lin Mo first." "Okay, got it." When the man who reported the situation left the information room, Kildeo got up from his seat immediately, picked up the phone bug that could communicate with the dragon, and walked quickly outside the stone house. Chapter 266 Baltigo came early rather than coincidentally. Page 305 When Kildeo came outside the stone house, the spaceship carrying the 3 of Lin Mo had already landed safely on a relatively flat sandy ground nearby. Lin Mo was the first to jump off the spaceship. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location Baldigo. The check-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. The reward is a golden cudgel, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Didi, the golden cudgel is made of divine iron and has invincible power. The burst of its power is determined by the user's own strength. It has the function of recognizing the master with blood. Before recognizing the master, it is just an ordinary iron rod. Once the master is recognized, the power will be activated. It can change its form according to its owner's will. It can be large or small, light or heavy, and the heaviest can reach 1,000,000 kilograms. Hearing this, Lin Mo fell silent. The rewards given by the system are really everything. Even the golden cudgels came out. Of course, the golden cudgel is indeed a very powerful artifact. After Lin Mo got off the ship, Enelo and Kaku also jumped off the spaceship one after another. "TCH, there aren't any particularly powerful people here," Enelu said disgustedly. "I thought everyone Lin Mo knew was very strong." Kaku looked around curiously, especially when he saw a few people coming out of the stone house. He felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them. After confirming that it was Lin Mo himself who got off the spaceship, Kildeo led a few soldiers of the Revolutionary Army to greet him. Because both Long and Sabo have mentioned Lin Mo, and they both have a good impression of Lin Mo. The most important thing is that Lin Mo also killed the Tian Longren. For the Revolutionary Army, it was completely a friendly act, so Kildeo was still very polite to Lin Mo and the others. "Are you guys coming from afar? are you here to find the leader? Lin Imo nodded slightly. Kildeo held up the phone bug in his hand and continued. It's not a coincidence that you came here. The leader and Sabo went out yesterday. Based on the time it takes for the cadres to go out to perform tasks in the past, it will take at least 3 to 6 months. If there is something urgent, this phone bug can directly contact the leader. Lin Imo glanced at the phone bug in Kildeo's hand, didn't think much, and said directly, No, we'll wait here for him to come back. Huh. Everyone present, including Enelo and Kaku, had shocked faces. No, wait 3 to 6 months in this place where the birds don't shit? Enelo asked suspiciously. Lin Imo, are you sure your brain is not broken? As soon as AI Nilu finished speaking, Lin Imo jumped up and punched AI Nilu on the right cheek, knocking him flying instantly. Kaku has been used to it for a long time, and there is no reaction at all. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Kildeo and the others. Are your crew all right? Kildeo asked awkwardly. Lin Imo said calmly, Don't worry about him. At this time, a tall and strong Murloc named Haku, with silvery, white long wavy hair and a karate outfit, rushed over from the training square behind the stone house. When he saw Enelu swearing and getting up from a pile of rubble in the distance, he couldn't help but frowned, looked at Kildeo and asked, Did you do anything to them? Kildeo said dumbfoundedly, We didn't do this. It's what Lin Imo knows. Really? Haku looked at Lin Imo and the others, scratched his hair, and continued, Boss and Sabo are not here. If you want to find them, come over in half a year or go after them directly. I just left yesterday, so I shouldn't have gone far. They said they would stay in Bartigo and wait for the leaders to come back. Kildeo said helplessly. Haku was shocked. Really? Do you want to stay here? Lin Imo asked lightly. You are not welcome? No. Kildeo laughed dryly. The leader really hopes that you can come here. If you really want to stay here and wait for the leader to return, then I will arrange a few rooms for you first. As he said that, Kildeo winked at the few members of the Revolutionary Army who followed him. They immediately made way for Lin Imo and others. Lin Imo took Kaku and followed them into the stone house unceremoniously. Have your companions ignored it? Kildeo asked in surprise, seeing that Lin Imo didn't care about Enelu. Lin Imo ignored him. Kaku smiled and said, It's okay. The big fool will follow him later. Hee. It seems that your relationship is quite good. Kildeo smiled dryly, watching Lin Imo and Kaku enter the stone house first, and in the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning flew past his eyes. Enelo suddenly appeared beside Kaku, and directly punched Kaku on the head, who couldn't dodge in time. You bastard has a long nose. Don't think I didn't hear what you were talking about. Kaku was staggered by him and almost fell down. You guy, do you dare to hit the captain? Do you really think I'm stupid? Enelu snorted coldly. It's enough to beat you. I don't want to fight that monster Lin Imo. While Enelu was speaking, Kaku also punched out, and Enelu immediately raised his hand to defend. Kaku's fist covered in armed color rested on the palm of Anelu's hand, forcing him to take 2 steps back, then immediately closed his hand, bounced, and kicked towards Enelu. Enel defended again, blocking Kaku's attack with his arm again. The corner of Kaku's mouth hooked slightly, and with the other foot, using the lawn foot, one of the 6 styles, he slashed an extremely sharp and powerful vacuum slash towards Enelu. Asshole, your skin is itchy. Enelu cursed and became elemental instantly. Kaku's Lanjiao slashed through Enel's elemental body and cut a boulder more than 50 meters behind Enel in half with a bang. It's a pity, Kaku said with the corners of his mouth hooked. If the old man's speed is faster and he hits you before you become elemental, it may cause serious injuries to you. On Nilaohua Avenue. The bastard has a long nose. You want to fight? Then, Enelo began to frantically throw lightning strikes at Kaku. Kaku dodged everywhere and took out his improved 3rd version of the lightning-absorbing device. When he couldn't dodge, he immediately absorbed the lightning strike that was about to hit him, and then reversed the absorbed lightning strike towards Enelo called back again. Enel himself is the ability user of the fruit of Xianglei, and the thunder and lightning are of no use to him. So all the thunder and lightning that Kaku returned were absorbed by him. Your stupid invention actually succeeded? Enelo asked amusedly, while continuing to attack Kaku. Kaku continued to evade and said, "But you have to continue to upgrade. You can only absorb and release one lightning strike at a time." "Oomph, I really don't understand why you waste your time studying these messy and useless things every day," Annalou said boringly. "You have this time. Why don't you study how to cook? The food you cook these days is terrible gone. You still have the nerve to say old man." Kaku said dissatisfied. "You are getting more and more picky, okay? Even if the old man's cooking skills have not improved, he has not regressed. Think about it before the old man boarded the boat. What kind of junk food are you eating? Asshole, you're still reasonable." Enelu was thrown by a few more lightning strikes. Kaku dodged again. AI Nilu's lightning strike hit the gate of the stone house in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, and there was only a bang, and the door exploded. Chapter 267 Baltigo says your purpose when Annalou and Kaku were on the boat. There were fights like this 3 times a day. Lin Imo didn't care at all, and he didn't want to care about them at all. He just pretended he didn't see anything and kept going. Page 306 The few people who led the way stopped when they heard the movement, and when they looked back, they saw that the gate of their house had been blown up, and their faces were full of expressions. Kildeo and Haku looked at the 2 people who were still fighting in shock, feeling sorry for their own door. "You too. Fight back. Can you stop causing damage here?" Kildeo asked dumbfounded. Annalou threw a lightning strike at him impatiently. Fortunately, Kildeo managed to dodge with quick eyesight and quick hands. Annalou chuckled and said, "Oh, the reaction is really fast. Silly man, this is someone else's home anyway. We are guests, don't mess around." Kaku jumped in front of Enelu and apologized to Kildeo. "I'm sorry. This guy Enelu talked and started it doesn't matter. Just treat him as an old kid who hasn't grown up." "Old child? The bastard has a long nose. Who do you say is old? Who is a child?" Enelu was furious and punched Kaku again. Kaku avoided it easily and made a face at him. "I can't hit it, ha 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 ha." Inside the stone house, Lin Imo saw that the people who led him were watching the excitement. So he looked back at Enelu and Kaku. Seeing that they were still fighting, he said indifferently, "You too. Enough is enough." Hearing Lin Mo's voice, Analuko Kaku stopped. "Bastard has a long nose. You're lucky." Analu gritted his teeth. "If it wasn't for Lin Imo, I would have burnt you today." "Ha ha ha. The old man's luck is really good." Kaku laughed and ran towards Lin Imo. Enelu snorted disdainfully and followed immediately. Seeing the 2 of them approaching, Lin Imo turned his head, looked at the few people who were supposed to lead him the way, and said indifferently, "Let's go." Those people were sweating profusely on their foreheads. They looked at Kildeo and Haku, who were not looking well, outside the stone house. Seeing Kildeo nod, they immediately turned around and continued walking inside. Haku didn't ask until the 3 of Lin Imo couldn't be seen. "Do you really want them to stay here until the leader comes back?" Kildeo shook his head helplessly, looked at the phone bug in his hand, and immediately dialed the phone without much hesitation. At the same time, on a large ship heading to the North Sea, Long was discussing the next battle arrangement with several cadres participating in the operation, when suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Wait a minute. Long temporarily suspended the combat meeting, took out the phone bug in his pocket, and answered it directly. Kildeo's voice came from the phone bug immediately. "Is it the leader?" Long responded lightly. "It's me. What's the matter?" Kildeo continued. "Well, boss, some guests came to the island just now." "Guest?" Long asked strangely. "Who?" "Lin Mo's group." "What?" Long asked in surprise. "Lin Mo came to Brother Baldy?" When Long said this, the faces of everyone sitting at the small conference table also showed a touch of surprise. Among them, Sabo was the most excited. "Really? Lin Mo and the others went to Baldigo? Did they say what the purpose of coming to Baldigo is? Have you seen Lin Mo's sister?" Sabo." Kildeo recognized Sabo's voice and continued. "They came to the island to find the leader. As for Lin Mo's sister you mentioned, I didn't see it." "Huh? Didn't see it?" Sabo was surprised. "It's impossible. Lin Mo is so defensive. How could he not bring Lin Mumu with him?" "I don't know about that," Kildeo said helplessly. "You don't know how fierce the 2 crew members of Lin Mo fought among themselves. The gate of our base camp was blown up by them. Dragon." Uffed. Sabo couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha. Although I haven't seen Lin Mo's crew, from what you say, they should be two very interesting people. Kurla, who was sitting next to Sabo, raised her fist without hesitation and punched Sabo. They hit the gate of our base camp. You can still laugh. What's the matter? Sabo said without caring at all. It's just a broken door. It will be fine if it can't be repaired. Long continued. Lin Mo said that you can do anything with me? Kildeo shook his head and said, no. I told him that if something happened, he could use this phone bug to contact you, the leader, but he said no, and said he would stay in Bartigo and wait for the leader to come back. Kurla asked strangely. We set off yesterday, and this time we are going to a very far place. The round trip alone will take more than 3 months if it goes well, and the combat time is also added. It is not 5 or 6 months. It is impossible for us to go back. Lin Mo and his group will be willing to wait for us in Baltigo for nearly half a year. Looking at their appearance, it seems that they are really willing. Kildeo asked helplessly, Boss, you have only been out for a while. Do you want to come back first? Long said directly, you give the phone bug to Lin Mo. After Kildeo responded, he took the phone bug and quickly entered the base camp, found Lin Mo who had just been arranged in the host's room, and knocked on the door. Because the door was not closed, Lin Mo looked at him indifferently. Kildeo walked in with a phone bug. Lin Mo, our leader has something to tell you. As he spoke, he placed the phone bug on a stone table in the middle of the room. Long's voice came out again. Lin Mo, long time no see. N. Lin Mo responded lightly. Long asked directly, are you planning to join the Revolutionary Army? Lin Mo also answered directly, no, dragon. Long continued, then why are you looking for me? Lin Mo thought for a while and said casually, I'm looking for you for dinner. Dazed for a moment, Long smiled lightly and said, okay, if there is no other important matter, I will not go back for now. Lin Mo didn't care. Okay, just take advantage of this time to rest here for a while. After all, they just had a fuss on Jufa Island, and now the Navy must be looking for them all over the sea. Although the island of Baldigo is deserted and there is nothing, it is an excellent location that is not easy to be found, so the Navy has been busy for a while. Long also said indifferently, okay, then you all live in Baltigo first, and if you need anything, just talk to Kildeo and Haku. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. Page 307. As soon as Long finished speaking, Sabo came over and hurriedly asked, Lin Mo, I have something to ask you. Why are you? Huh? Hang up. Sabo stared blankly at the phone bug that had been hung up, and then said dumbfoundedly, this guy really still hates me. Chapter 268 Baltigo, the 3 people who eat and drink together. Huh, you deserve it. Kurla couldn't help laughing. It's usually you who hangs up on us. How about it? Doesn't it feel good to be hung up on? Sabo said helplessly, I can't help it. It's true that I was sorry for him first. It's normal to be hated. Long said indifferently, if you want to go back, you can let the crow take you. Forget it. Sabo shook his head and said, anyway, didn't Lin Mo say that he would wait for you in Baldage? I'd better go back later. Baldigo. Lin Mo's behavior of hanging up the phone without hesitation surprised Kildeo. It was the first time he saw someone hang up the phone with Long and Sabo directly, and, judging from the attitude of Lin Mo and Long when they spoke, it seemed that they were not afraid of Long at all. Seeing that Kildeo hadn't left yet, Lin Mo asked in a calm tone, would you like me to see you off? Kildeo immediately came back to his senses and put away the phone bug on the stone table. Since the leader has said it, you can tell me if you have any needs. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Kildeo left Lin Mo's room immediately. Not long after he left, Inalo and Kaku quietly appeared at the door. Kaku asked with a smile, Captain, can we come in? Lin Mo said casually, yes. Kaku and Analu looked at each other and rushed in immediately. Captain, what is this place? Who is the leader they are talking about? Kaku asked curiously. This is the base of the Revolutionary Army. Lin Mo continued. Their leader is Dogra. Revolutionary Army. Dogra. Kaku was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, Captain, you actually know the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Lin Mo said without surprise, is it strange? Of course it's strange. Kaku said in disbelief. The 4 emperors, the naval hero Carp, now even know the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Captain, Your network is too wide. Although Enelo has heard about the Revolutionary Army to some extent, he doesn't know much, mainly because he is not interested in learning about it, and he doesn't like to read newspapers, so he is very disdainful of Kaku's surprise. No, is it the Revolutionary Army? Are you so surprised? Stupid, Kaku said speechlessly. Do you know what the Revolutionary Army does? Enelo shrugged his shoulders and said confidently, I don't know. Kaku said with a smile. The Revolutionary Army is regarded by the world government as the greatest threat to world stability. The existence of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government. Oh, so what? Enel said indifferently. Anyway, we are also being hunted down by the world government now. Even if the enemy's enemy is not a friend, he is still a member of the United Front, right? If you say that, it seems that there is no problem. It's not a question of the Revolutionary Army or not. Enelo looked at Lin Mo and asked dissatisfiedly, should we really want to stay here for half a year? Lin Mo responded lightly, yes. Thinking that there is nothing on this island, Enelo's head gets dizzy. There is nothing here. It would be too boring to stay here for half a year. Why not spend half a year on an island full of baboons? Anyway, there are still baboons to kill, Lin Mo said indifferently. Isn't it good to live here for free? Enelo was stunned. Lin Mo continued. It's easy to fight. I'll fight with you. No. Enelo refused. Ben Thor refuses to be beaten unilaterally. Uffed. Kaku couldn't help laughing. Ha! You are really cowardly facing the captain. Enelo glared at Kaku angrily. The bastard has a long nose. Someday you don't scold me. I feel uncomfortable all over, right? Kaku waved his hand and said, You're still ashamed to say, old man. 9 out of 10 times you are the one who beat me first. You're right. I'll go, long nose. You want to fight. What else would you say besides this sentence? Enel. Kaku laughed and said, Ha. I have nothing to say. The corners of Enelu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a huff, Go. Come out with me, and see how I teach you a lesson. Okay. Lin Mo was tired of hearing this, and punched Enelo and Kaku directly. Enelo feels wronged. Hit me again. Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. Why is this old man getting beaten? Lin Mo said speechlessly. Just one more word of nonsense, and I'll blow you away. Okay, Kaku said helplessly. But it's not bad to stay here for a while. Just treat it as a rest for a while. And avoid the limelight, by the way. What do we need to avoid the limelight? We need to avoid the limelight. Enelo said disdainfully. If the world government dares to chase after it, it will kill one if it comes. What are you afraid of? You bastard, you owe too much. You bastard has a long nose. Try again. Kaku. Lin Mo clenched his fists again. Seeing this, Kaku immediately rushed out of the room, and Anila chased out elementally. When the two fought from upstairs to downstairs, a lot of furniture was damaged, and a section of the stairs was smashed. Not long after Kildeo returned to his intelligence room, a member of the Revolutionary Army hurried over. It's not good, Mr. Kildeo. The two crew members of Lin Mo are fighting again. Kildeo rested his hand on his forehead with a headache and said angrily, What a bunch of troublesome guys. Didn't anyone stop you? The person who came to report said with an ugly face, We can't stop it. Hurry up and call Haku to stop him. If he asks me, just say I'm busy. Page 308. Good Mr. Kildeo. After that, the three of Lin Mo lived in Baltigo for free, eating and drinking for nothing. Due to Long's previous explanation, the people stationed in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army almost responded to the three of Lin Mo's requests. Enelo and Kaku fight every day, destroying almost everything that can be destroyed. This is not a big deal. Kaku also likes to upgrade and study his mind-absorbing device, and often fails in the research, resulting in the house specially prepared for him being often blown to pieces. AI Nilu is not the master who saves troubles. He often sees who is unhappy, and he will hit people with lightning strikes as long as he feels dissatisfied. Although Lin Mo was lazy and did almost nothing, he emptied almost all the small warehouses where the Revolutionary Army stored alcohol. The most important thing is that these three people have a lot of food. They only stayed in Bartigo for 2 months, and they ate almost all the food stored here, which made the Revolutionary Army even worse. Kildeo called Ryu several times to complain. Finally, When he complained for the nth time, Long and his party were coming back. Kildeo cleared his tears in 2 lines. Boss, if you don't come back, our base camp will be demolished. Chapter 269 Baldigo Thor is angry. The 3 of Lin Mo stayed comfortably in Bardigo for more than 5 months. As for the revolutionary army stationed in Baldigo, compared with the fairy-like life of Lin Mo and the other 3, it is purgatory. Hearing the news that Long and his party were coming back, the revolutionary army stationed in Baldigo burst into tears. Until the ship carrying Long and his party docked in Baldigo, almost all the resident personnel came to the coast to greet them, and all of them had expressions of relief on their faces, lamenting that this boundless and dark life was finally coming to an end. Everyone is here. Everyone is very enthusiastic today, Sabo said with a smile. Kildeo said excitedly, "It's good that you are back. Hurry up and go back to the base camp. We really can't stand Lin Mo and his group." Ha ha ha. Sabo laughed loudly. Are they really that difficult to deal with? Are you and Haku unable to deal with it? Don't mention it. Kildeo felt overwhelmed when he mentioned this. Everyone who could fight on the island was beaten countless times by Lin Mo's crew. Even Haku and I were no match for them. Just as Kildeo finished speaking, from the direction of the base camp, one of his subordinates ran towards the coast with an ugly face, shouting as he ran, "Mr. Kildeo, boss, it's not good. Now, Enelo and Kaku are fighting again. Here we go again." Kildeo's mouth twitched slightly. Sabo turned the water pipe in his hand. He found another one after the shampoo, and said excitedly, "It's just right. Let me go and see how powerful Lin Mo's crew is." After finishing speaking, Sabo didn't even ask the dragon's opinion. Directly in front of everyone, whoosh, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the base camp. "Hey Sabo, wait a minute." Kurla was about to stop him, but Sabo had already run far away, and couldn't help but said with a headache, "Really? This guy is always like this." "Haha, it's okay, let him go." Long didn't care, since he just won the battle. He was in a good mood. Go back and see what those 3 boys have dismantled our base into." After a few minutes, Sabo saw 2 people who were fighting daily in front of the battered base being repaired. Without too much hesitation, Sabo held the water pipe and hit Enelo and Kaku with a fierce blow. Enelu and Kaku took a step back at the same time, and Sabo's water pipe bang hit the position where the 2 of them were just now, cracking several fine cracks on the gravel surface. Brad, you are so courageous that you dare to attack Ben Thor." Enelo had already noticed the situation on the coast of Baldigo, and seeing Sabo's appearance, it was obvious that he was coming for them. Basically, all the people on the board can fight, and it is not bad to change a group of people. After Sabo hit the ground with 1 blow, with an excited smile on the corner of his mouth, he immediately threw a water pipe at Enelu. When Enelu was about to strike with lightning, Kaku became the melon-eating crowd and said in a brisk tone, "This kid's reflexes are good, and his physical skills seem to be very strong. Don't rely too much on fruit abilities, silly. Your physical skills in the past 6 months, the weapon color has improved a lot, so it's time to try it out and see the results." Long nose, shut up. It's not up to you to tell me how to fight this thunder god. Although AI Nilu was very irritable, he actually took back the lightning that was flashing on his body. He casually waved the golden stick in his hand and said with a slight hook at the corner of his mouth, "Then let me see what you, a bold fool, are capable of." Sabo didn't get angry at what Enelu said and asked while beating, "Where's Lin Mo? Is he in the base?" Facing Sabo's attack, Enelu blocked it with a golden stick. With a sound of pound, although Enelu was taller, Sabo directly lifted it into the air and smashed the water pipe heavily on the golden stick that Enelu used for defense. In an instant, because of this heavy blow, Enelu's feet sank into the ground. Enelu's originally relaxed face suddenly became more serious. This kid looks smaller than Kaku, but his strength is stronger than Kaku. "Oh, it seems that Ben Thor underestimated you." Enelu sneered. Sabo continued, "You haven't answered my question just now. Wanna know? I won't look for it myself." Enelu frowned slightly and pushed the golden stick that was suppressed by Sabo's water pipe forcefully. Sabo performed a beautiful backflip in the air and landed on the gravel 10 meters in front of Annie Road. "Don't be polite to me," Sabo said in a relaxed tone. If you are a devil fruit-capable user, you can use the ability. Damn it, Enelo said with a gloomy face and an unhappy tone. Dare to underestimate me? Boy, let me let you know what the difference in strength is. As he said that, Enelo's body was once again filled with countless dense electric currents. He originally wanted to use what Kaku said to deal with Sabo with the results of his training in the past 6 months. But now, Sabo's harmless words have angered him. Therefore, Enelo couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing Enelu's explosive temper come up again, Kaku couldn't help but have a headache and said, "You guys really can't hold your breath at all." Enelu directly hit Sabo with a lightning strike. Sabo, holding the water pipe, rushed towards Enelu again, and under the astonished sight of Enelu, he escaped all his lightning strikes, and in a daze, Sabo appeared in Enelu again. In front of the road, a water pipe also fell down. Enel immediately became elemental, and Sabo's water pipe passed directly through Enel's elemental body. Almost at the same time, when Enelu's elementalized body was about to dissipate, he had appeared behind Sabo and patted his hand full of lightning towards Sabo's body. As if predicting Enel's movements, the moment Enel's hand was about to touch Sabo's body, Sabo immediately made a big rotation, allowing Enel to take a shot, and then moved his left hand that was not holding the water pipe quickly covered with armed color, punched with a backhand, and directly sent Enelu flying. Kaku looked at Sabo's easygoing look in amazement and was wondering who this kid was. Sabo turned his gaze to Kaku, smiled, and asked politely, "This little guy with a long nose, do you want to fight?" When he came back to his senses, Kaku twitched his mouth, moved his hands and feet, and said in the same light tone, "Okay, then let the old man meet you." Page 309. Just as Kaku finished speaking, Enelu's angry voice suddenly came from a distance. "Bastard, I will punish you with the sanction of God." As soon as Enelu's voice fell, a huge lightning column shining with dazzling white light instantly flew horizontally towards Kaku and Sabo from the direction of Enelu. Chapter 270. Baldigo, Enelu vs. Sabo. Seeing that Enelu was coming for real, Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. "You bastard, do you want to kill even the old man together?" Although Sabo didn't know what Enelu was going to do, being hit by this lightning column was no joke. "Are you angry? I didn't even hit hard." Sabo and Kaku avoided Enelu's divine sanction almost at the same time. The moment Sabo just stopped, Enelu flashed in front of him and smashed the golden rod full of lightning towards Sabo's head and face. Sabo immediately jumped away, and Enelu's golden stick mixed with lightning hit the ground, smashing the ground instantly, forming a gravel pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters and a depth of 1 meter. "You are really angry," Sabo said helplessly. "I just want to discuss with you." "Boy, go to hell." Enelu hit the thunder drum behind him twice with the golden stick, and the thunder dragon, which had been useless for a long time, roared out of the thunder drum. Seeing this, Sabo immediately dodged away again dumbfounded. But this time it was different from before. Thunder Dragon kept chasing Sabo under the control of Anal. "You Brontosaurus are really troublesome," Sabo said while running. When he passed a relatively intact boulder, he immediately stepped on it. And the moment the Brontosaurus attacked, he immediately stepped on the boulder, with a sharp figure turned over from above the Brontosaurus. And Thunder Dragon directly hit the boulder, instantly blasting the boulder into countless gravels. Similarly, the moment Sabo landed, Enelo appeared in front of Sabo again with a sneer, and threw the golden stick with lightning flashing at Sabo again. Sabo frowned slightly, took the water pipe with his left hand, and put his right hand in a dragon claw posture covered with armor. The moment Enelo's golden stick hit him, Sabo directly grabbed Enelo's golden stick with one paw, give it a hard pinch. Then, the golden stick was crushed by Sabo amidst the unbelievable expressions of Enelo and Kaku. But because of the electric current attached to the golden rod, even with the protection of the armor, Sabo was still completely shocked by the electric current, and he couldn't stand still and almost fell down. Enelu looked at his half of the golden stick that fell on the ground. His face darkened, and he melted the gold on the ground with the heat of high-voltage electricity without hesitation, and then fused with the half of the golden stick in his hand. Together, the original appearance of the golden stick was restored. "You're too stupid." Seeing that Enelu's golden rod had returned to its original state, Sabo said with some dumbfounding. Enelu exuded a strong, murderous aura all over his body and said with an ugly face, "You can actually crush my weapon, and it didn't fall down after being shocked. It seems that you have two tricks. Don't think that this Thor can let you go. Anyone who dares to disobey me will die." As he spoke, Enelu opened his hand, and a large amount of electric current gushed out from the palm of his hand. Kaku immediately jumped up and appeared in front of Sabo in an instant, facing Enelu, and said speechlessly, "Okay, this kid has no malice towards us from the beginning. We have been eating and drinking here for half a year anyway. Just look at how the Revolutionary Army has taken care of us in the past 6 months, so don't kill us. You bastard with a long nose, go away." Enelu said angrily, "If you accidentally hurt you, you deserve it. Hey, why are you so stubborn? If you talk nonsense, I will fight with you." Kaku said speechlessly, "It's as if you haven't hit me someday. Bastard, you are looking for a fight." Enelu directly hit Kaku with a lightning strike. Kaku immediately took out the lightning-absorbing device that had been improved N times and absorbed Enelu's lightning strike. Enelu was silent for a moment. Another lightning strike passed, and he was sucked by Kaku's lightning-absorbing device again. Ha ha! Compared to a few months ago, the capacity and strength of this device to withstand and store lightning has increased a lot. It is estimated that it can absorb 10 lightning strikes from you," Kaku said with a big smile. The corner of Enelu's mouth twitched slightly, directly increasing the power of the lightning strikes, increasing the usual 100 million volts of lightning strikes to 1,000 million. As soon as Kaku's device absorbed the lightning strike, it exploded in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Kaku not only didn't complain or get angry when he was hacked, but laughed again. Ha! It seems that we have to continue to improve. Enelu was still very angry at first, but he was almost laughed at by Kaku's behavior. "You guy, you mean it?" "Ha ha, okay. Kaku stepped forward and patted Enelu's back, which had long been drained of electricity, and continued, "The captain should have woken up now. Let's go. Let's get some afternoon tea and drink." "I don't want tea. The old man squeezed a glass of juice for you." "Okay, I want an apple pie." "No problem." Then, Enelu and Kaku walked towards the base of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo looked at the backs of the two of them, leaving with a dazed expression. He was stunned for a while, and couldn't help laughing. Linmo's crew is really interesting, huh? Suddenly thought of something, Sabo immediately followed Enelu and Kaku again, as if nothing happened just now, and asked curiously while walking, "Do you know where Linmo's sister is?" Kildeo said she's not with you. Linmo's younger sister? AI Nilu was stunned. Why didn't I know that Lin Mo had a younger sister? Kaku was also puzzled. When did the captain have a younger sister? I haven't seen her since I was on the ship. Huh? Haven't you seen it before? Sabo asked in amazement. Lin Mumu, don't you all know? Lin Mumu. Kaku thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. However, I really don't know the captain's life experience. Maybe he really has a younger sister. Silly, you know the captain, is there any family at home? When Kaku asked, Anila couldn't help but twitched his mouth slightly. I don't know. You get on the boat earlier than the old man, and the old man thinks you know everything. It's really disappointing. Long nose. Ben Thor will give you another chance to organize your words. Ha ha ha. Kaku laughed loudly, ignored Enelu, looked at Sabo, and continued. If you want to know about the captain's sister, you'd better ask yourself. Sabo scratched his head, then grinned and said, Okay, then I'll go find him myself. After finishing speaking, he spread his legs, whoosh, and ran away again. Soon Sabo came to the guest room where Lin Mo lived. At this time, Lin Mo had already woken up and was drinking. When Sabo appeared at the door of the room, he opened his mouth and said, Lin Mo, where is your sister? With a sullen face, Lin Mo said indifferently, Did I tell you that you are not allowed to meet him again? Dazed for a moment, Sabo grinned. Ha ha, don't be so serious. I'm just a little worried about Mumu's situation. After all, she was injured by the yellow ape because of me. He's fine. Sabo still asked persistently. Oh, so where is she now? Why didn't you come to Baltigo with you? Page 310. Hearing this, Lin Mo took out the golden cudgel placed at the bottom of the pressure box in the system space without hesitation. Sabo looked at the golden hoop that Lin Mo took out and asked strangely, "Where did you get such a long stick?" Lin Mo stared at Sabo and said in an unhappy tone, "I happened to practice a set of stick techniques." Huh. Sabo was stunned, but asked cooperatively, "What kind of staff?" Lin Mo sneered and continued, "The dog-beating stick method." Eh. Before Sabo had time to react, Lin Mo appeared in front of Sabo in an instant, and when Sabo couldn't dodge in time, he beat him up. Even though Sabo defended himself with a water hose, Lin Mo still beat him easily flew out. Chapter 271 Baltigo is dead. He is already dead. Sabo was sent flying upside down by Lin Mo with a stick, somersaulted twice in the air, and landed safely. Why do you strike at the slightest disagreement? Sabo had just stood firm, and just after saying this, Lin Mo appeared in front of him again on Shuinpa and was messed up again. Sabo immediately used his own water hose to resist, although Lin Mo blocked every blow, but he was forced to retreat again and again until there was no way to retreat. Lin Mo, I just asked about your sister's situation. Why are you so angry? Sabo asked dumbfounded. If you mention him one more word, I'll kill you. Lin Mo said in an unhappy tone. Sabo froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. His face changed slightly. Moo, maybe something happened? Lin Mo said indifferently, he's dead. Sabo was startled and asked in disbelief, what? Didn't you say she's fine? Lin Mo. Sabo was silent for a moment, then asked again, is what you said true? Lin Mo nodded silently. This time, Sabo was completely stunned, and his defensive movement stopped. Lin Mo hit him in the body with a stick and knocked him out through the half-open window at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Just at this time, Long and his party came back. As soon as he got to the base, Sabo fell from upstairs, and in front of everyone, with a bang, he hit the ground heavily. Sabo, are you okay? Kurla immediately ran over and helped Sabo up from the ground. Ahem. Sabo coughed dryly, with a bad expression on his face. Seeing Sabo like this for the first time, Kurla couldn't help asking worriedly, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? What happened? Sabo was silent for a moment. Looking at the window on the second floor where Lin Mo's shadow had long since disappeared, he clenched his fists tightly, did not answer Kurla's words, and ran directly into the stone house again. Kurla was furious. Sabo, do you bastard know that I'm worried about you? Just as Sabo ran into the stone house in the base area, Lin Mo had already walked down the stairs. Without saying a word, Sabo immediately walked up to Lin Mo, completely ignoring the matter of Lin Mo beating him just now, and asked solemnly, did you die because of me? Lin Mo said speechlessly, no. Who? Sabo continued to ask, who killed her? It has nothing to do with you. Lin Mo replied indifferently, and was about to walk past Sabo. Sabo said with a gloomy face, I owe her the original. You tell me who did it, and I will avenge her. Lin Mo. This guy is so annoying. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo continued to lie. I've already killed that guy. Dazed for a moment, Sabo looked at the back of Lin Mo who was walking out with some discomfort, hesitated, and asked again, where did you bury her? I want to visit her when I have time. Lin Mo! Exclamation point. This guy is really endless. Seeing that Lin Mo hadn't spoken, Sabo continued. Can I pay homage to her just as a friend? If you don't say anything, I'll keep asking until you do. I know, you don't like long-winded people. But this time, I'm serious. Even if you want to hit me, it doesn't matter, I won't fight back. Lin Mo. I'll go. Lin Mo, do you really have a younger sister? Analu and Kaku suddenly poked their heads out from the door of the kitchen on the first floor, and they both looked like melon eaters. Even some members of the Revolutionary Army who were busy on this floor stopped their work and stared at Lin Mo and Sabo curiously. Lin Mo didn't say anything. AI Nilu said again. With Lin Mo's character, if his sister is really killed, he will definitely torture the enemy to death, and then torture and kill her. Kaku touched his chin and asked curiously. Although it is not appropriate to ask this question at this time, the old man is really curious. What kind of person is the captain's sister? A kid who plays with pipes. And how do you know our captain? What about my sister? You said you owed her. What did you owe? A debt of favor or a debt of affection? I owe her my life. Sabo said without hesitation. If it wasn't for Mumu, I would have died in Xi'an. Okay. Lin Mo immediately cut off Sabo's words. I cremated him and sprinkled his ashes on the sea. From now on, no one is allowed to mention the matter of Lin Mumu. Otherwise, I will beat anyone who mentions it. When Lin Mo said this, Analu and Kaku looked at each other and shut their mouths obediently. But there is still a tough guy who doesn't give up and asks, "Which area of the sea did you spill it?" It's incense. Donghai. Lin Mo cut off Sabo's question again and suddenly thought of something. After thinking about it, he continued, "The sea area near the windmill village in Donghai." Donghai. Sabo was taken aback. Anilo and Kaku have never been to the East China Sea, so they don't know the situation. When Long and his party walked into the base camp, they happened to hear Lin Mo talking about Donghai Windmill Village. It's normal for other people not to know, but for Long, that's the hometown of Long, and his son Luffy is still in Windmill Village, so it's impossible for him not to know. But Long's performance was very calm, as if he really didn't know this village. If he hadn't known the details of the dragon, Lin Mo would have believed it. Donghai. Perla asked strangely, "Sabo, are you going to Donghai?" Sabo shook his head. "I want to go, but now is not the time to go. The Revolutionary Army is employing people. Although Sabo is only 15 years old, he is already an indispensable combatant in the Revolutionary Army. The world is still very big. There are many countries and people who need their help. He cannot do it because of himself. Private affairs, which dragged everyone down. Boss." Sabo looked at Long and said, "Whenever there is a task to go to the East China Sea, let me go." Page 311. Okay. Long replied indifferently. In fact, Lin Mo said that the purpose of Windmill Village is to deal with Sabo and to give Sabo a chance to retrieve his memory. Although, he could tell Sabo directly. But he doesn't. Let Sabo fiddle with himself. Anyway, now that Lin Mumu has been dead, this guy should not bother him anymore. What's more, none of Baltigo's tasks have been completed yet. Lin Mo doesn't know if Sabo is involved, but it must be related to the dragon, and Sabo is equivalent to the successor trained by the dragon himself. In any case, at least now he can't be too heavy on this guy. "So, are you from the East China Sea?" Perla asked suddenly, staring at Lin Mo curiously. Lin Mo nodded casually. Kaku sighed softly. "The East China Sea seems to be the weakest sea in all sea areas, but there are several big figures in the East China Sea. As far as I know, the hometown of the former pirate King Roger and the naval hero Garp. I really didn't expect that the captain is also from Donghai." Chapter 272. Baltigo kills you again. When Kaku said this, Kildeo couldn't help turning his gaze to the dragon and said with some emotion, "Boss, I remember that you are also from the East China Sea, right?" Long said lightly, "That's right." Kaku was surprised. "You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most dangerous man considered by the world government, dragon?" Long hadn't said anything yet, but Analu said disdainfully, "Cut. Thanks to the fact that you used to be a member of the world government. I thought you knew everything." When Analu said this, most of the members of the Revolutionary Army had expressions of surprise on their faces, and some even started to be on guard. Seeing this, Kaku couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't be nervous. The old man has long since left the world government, and now the old man is just a small shipwright of Captain Lin Mo." All the people stationed in the Revolutionary Army had a cold face. Believe me, a little boatman can beat them to such a degree that they doubt their lives. "Okay, you go and do your work." Long glanced at everyone casually. Everyone looked at each other and dispersed in all directions without saying anything more. Long looked at Lin Mo again and continued, "Come with me." As he spoke, he took the lead in walking towards the stairs leading to the second floor of the base. Lin Mo followed for a few steps and suddenly thought of something, stopped, turned around, and gave Sabo a fierce look. "From now on, don't mention my sister's matter again, and don't mention it to anyone. Otherwise I will kill you." Sabo froze for a moment, then smiled wryly. "Got it." Lin Mo then turned around again and continued walking forward. After he and Long went upstairs, Analu and Kaku came over, gossiping. Although the dead cannot be brought back to life, the old man is still very curious. What kind of person is our captain's sister? "Boy, tell me quickly, how is Lin Mo's sister? Is it on time?" Facing the questions from Kaku and Analu, Sabo thought for a while, changed the subject directly, and asked back, Linimo and I haven't seen each other for a long time. He doesn't seem to grow up at all. Are you guys on the boat? Abuse him and don't give him food. Enel. God is so cruel. Who is abusing who? Kaku. The old man gave him the best and most nutritious food every day. How dare he question the old man? Compared to half a year ago, the captain has grown by 5 centimeters. Kaku said speechlessly. Although he is only 15 meters at the age of 1.6, he is still a bit short. The old man has worked hard to make him make up for the nutrients he lacked before. Speaking of food, Sabo suddenly laughed. I didn't eat enough for lunch today, and I'm a little hungry now. I remember you guys said you wanted afternoon tea when you were outside, so bring me some. Sabo, are you kidding me? The head chef of the Revolutionary Army changed his face when he heard Sabo's words. Sabo scratched his head in embarrassment and responded with a smile. No, I'm really hungry. I'm still growing. Give me more. You should already know our current situation. The head chef wanted to cry. We are running out of food. We usually purchase food every 6 months, but in the past 6 months, we have gone out to purchase food 3 times the food is gone. The reserve funds in the accounting room are almost spent. Okay, we haven't been back for so long. What's the matter with letting Sabo eat once? Kurla muttered. I'm a little hungry too. Let's go get some food. This time we seized a lot of capitalists. Although most of the treasures were distributed to the refugees, we still kept a small part and brought them back, so we should be able to make up for the reserve fund. Hearing what Kurla said, the head chef breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, In that case, I'll go and cook the rest of the food, and when I'm done eating, if you have nothing to do, Sabo, you can follow along to purchase supplies. Let us go to the nearby islands together and buy some more supplies. Okay, Sabo agreed. Kaku followed suit and said, Since I'm going out this afternoon, can I take the old man with me? The old man also needs to purchase some experimental supplies. If the long nose goes, I'll go too. Enelu lazily said, This small island is so boring, and I don't know when Lin Mo will leave. Ben Lation wants to go out and relax. You should stay here. Kaku said helplessly. With your bad temper, you will cause trouble if you go to a crowded place. Asshole, if you don't hate me for a day, you will feel uncomfortable all over, right? What, want to fight? Kaku showed no sign of weakness. Seeing his disagreement, the head chef choked again and immediately shouted to Kildeo, who hadn't gone far. Master Kildeo, come and stop them. They're going to fight again. When Kildeo heard the chef's words, cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't care about other things and immediately pulled Karas, who was closest to him, that is, the man nicknamed the Crow, and hurried back. You two don't fight in the base. Kildeo said, dumbfounded. Please, can you go out and fight? Our base can't stand your tossing like this. Enelu looked at Kildeo with a displeased face. Why? Even you want to take care of Thor? Kildeo, why are you so afraid of them? The Crow asked strangely in its characteristic small voice. Although Kildeo has often heard Kildeo calling Long to complain about the base in the past 5 months, but what he has seen with his own eyes is still somewhat uncertain. You don't know how destructive the two of them are. Kildeo said with a headache. We changed 5 sets of furniture alone and repaired doors and walls no less than 20 times. Fortunately, Baldigo sandstone too much. We don't need much money to fix it ourselves. Uffed. Enel suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. This guy's voice is really funny. Then, the audience fell silent. Except for the unaware Kaku, all members of the Revolutionary Army changed their expressions. Especially the Crow, who was ridiculed by Enel. His aura suddenly became violent, and he turned into a big humanoid crow almost instantly, and the feathers on his body also turned into pieces of extremely sharp feather blades. Crow, calm down. Kildeo wanted to stop him, but with his strength, he was no match for the Crow. Oops. Kurla frowned slightly. She wanted Sabo to stop her, but when she saw that Sabo was still injured and seemed a little absent-minded, she blocked it by herself after thinking about it. In front of Lu, he continued, Crow, you can't do anything here. It must have been a slip of the tongue just now. Don't be angry. Speaking, Kurla looked back at Enelu and whispered, Apologize quickly. Page 312. Enelu sneered disdainfully. Oh, sorry? Who do you think I am? What qualifications do you have to let Ben Thor listen to you? After finishing speaking, Enelu threw a lightning strike at the Crow. Chapter 273 Baldigo Kaku's new invention. Kurla didn't expect Anilu to say such a thing, and before she could even react, Anila's lightning strike had already flown away from her. The crow's sensory acuity is a little stronger than that of ordinary people, and with the help of knowledge, he dodged the moment Anila's lightning strike flew over. Then, the lightning strike hit the stone wall directly behind the crow. Kildeo looked at the hole punched in the stone wall, lost in thought. The crow didn't care about this. Sparks burst out of his eyes, staring at Anilu. Huh? Provoke me? Very good. Then don't blame me for being rude. But with his special voice, to Anilu's ears, it was still very funny. Ha! Anilu laughed wantonly. I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I heard such a funny voice. Bastard. The crow was furious. Without saying a word, he immediately hit the bladed black feather towards Anilu. Kurla's complexion changed drastically, and she quickly avoided the feathered blades of the crow flying over, and said a little anxiously, Crow, this is a base. You guys fight here. It's a small matter to destroy the house. What if the two of you were injured in the fight? And Anilu, who didn't even bother to hide, just smiled triumphantly, staring at the few feathered blades flying over, passing through his elemental body. Ah, Enel said arrogantly. You can't even touch Ben Thor, and you still want to fight Ben Thor? It's rubbish. That's enough, stop talking, Kurla said without tears. Anilu didn't bother to talk to her, and then hooked his fingers at Crow, who was already trembling with anger, and said disdainfully, Come here if you are not afraid of death. It just so happens that Thor is free now. Is he also a capable person? Kaku didn't mean to stop Anilu at all. Instead, he took out a water gun and said with a smile, This old man has newly researched a special weapon that can be used to deal with capable people. Weapon? It just comes in handy to experiment and see. Hearing Kaku's words, Anilu said coldly, You have nothing to do all day to study some messy things. Ha ha ha. Kaku laughed loudly. I originally wanted to use this thing on you, but it's a pity. It's a pity? What a pity, bastard with a long nose. What do you think of this, Thor? Your experimental mouse. Anilu asked angrily. Kaku looked indifferent and smiled. Anyway, you are thick-skinned, and it's okay to be beaten by the captain every day. With such a strong vitality, it's not so easy to die. Anilu cursed. While the two were talking, the crow rushed towards Anilu with a murderous look all over his body. Kurla and Kildeo wanted to stop it, although even if the two of them teamed up, they might not be the crow's opponent. But once the crow really started fighting with Anilu, the regret would be serious. Crow, calm down. Kildeo just chased after him. Kurla stood in front of the crow, and the crow quickly flashed past him. At such a speed, Kurla didn't even see his movements clearly, and the crow disappeared. Oops. Kara frowned slightly. When the crow was less than 2 meters away from Anilu, who was still arguing with Kaku, Sabo turned the water pipe to directly block the crow's aggressive wings. Crow, it's fine, Sabo said. Seeing Sabo make a move, Kurla and Kildeo were slightly relieved. The crow frowned and said in an unhappy tone, Sabo, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. They are the guests who came to find the leader. Sabo insisted. Even if they want to fight, they can't fight here. Give me face. The crow stared at Sabo, was silent for a moment, then withdrew his hand, turned his gaze to Anilu, and said indifferently, Go out and fight with me if you have the ability. Cut. Anilu plucked his ears and said lazily, You can fight if you say so? Ben Thor doesn't want to fight now. Crow. This is not possible. Kaku said emphatically. The old man's new research has not yet been tested. Silly, go out and fight with him. You? Anilu glared at Kaku. Kaku smiled and said, Of course, if you are willing to be the subject of the old man's verification of the new research results, you don't have to fight. Asshole. Anilu said angrily. Come on, get out. After finishing speaking, he turned into an element, and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning from everyone's eyes, and went out with a swoosh. The crow turned into a crow, and flew out with a swoosh. Although it still didn't stop the crow from making a move, at least it allowed them to move the battle location out. When Kurla and the others stepped out with their heels, Anilu and the crow have already started fighting. Stupid. Then, I won't participate in your 1v1. You can try this gun to see if it works. Kaku threw the water gun in his hand towards Enelu. A flash of lightning flashed, and Enelu caught the water gun thrown by Kaku and said impatiently, "Every day, you are the only one who has too much to do." Sabo followed, just in time to see Kaku throwing the gun to Enelu, and asked strangely, "What is that?" Kaku touched his long nose and said with a smile, "Secret. You're really stingy." Sabo shook his head with a smile. "However, it's still a liquid that can restrain a person with abilities. Couldn't it be filled with seawater?" "Ha ha ha." Kaku laughed and asked, "What do you think?" The battle between Enel and the crow is still going on. In terms of fruit ability alone, Enelo's natural thunderbolt fruit can completely crush the crow's animal ability. But the crow is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army anyway, the commander of the Northern Army. He is not weak in arms and knowledge. Although he is no longer Sabo's opponent in physical skills, he has fought with Enel. It is still possible. As long as he is not hit by Enel's thunder, he is confident that he can defeat Enel. "Hey, don't you underestimate Ben Thor?" Enelu suddenly sneered, and also used the thunder dragon that he used to deal with Sabo, releasing a thunder dragon to chase the crow and fly. "Your knowledge is not bad." Enelu saw that the crow easily avoided the thunder dragon's attack, and suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up, and he said with a smirk, "However, in terms of knowledge, you are the only one in the eyes of this thunder god." "Rubbish. It's really arrogant." The crow just said something. Enelu suddenly appeared at the position where he would arrive next, picked up the water gun given by Kaku, and shot the crow. A seemingly transparent and nothing special liquid gushed out of the water gun, and the crow dodged sideways. Just after evading the blow, Enelu pressed the trigger of the water gun for the second time in advance, making the crow's face. "Bastard, what is this?" "Sea water." The crow didn't have time to get angry, but felt his body suddenly lost strength and fell from midair, just in time for the thunder dragon to chase after it. Penetrated his body. Chapter 274. Baldy got into trouble again. Lin Mo followed Long to Long's special office. Page 313. Long sat down in his place, casually pointed to the chair next to him, and said, "Sit down, you're welcome." Lin Mo didn't intend to be polite to him. As soon as he sat down, Long said directly, "You killed the Tianlong people, and the world government directly issued an order to the Navy headquarters to send a general to hunt you down." Lin Mo. Long continued, "The information I got is that the Navy sent the Yellow Ape to hunt you down. The Yellow Ape is a very troublesome opponent. How do you plan to avoid the pursuit of the world government?" Lin Mo said casually, "Walk one step at a time. That's why I haven't figured it out yet." Long continued, "Baldigo is a very hidden place. You have stayed here for 5 months and haven't been discovered by the Navy. It shows this. How about it? Do you want to think about it again? Why don't you join the Revolutionary Army? I told you before that the Revolutionary Army exists to overthrow the world government. To some extent, we are already in the same camp. I don't plan to join any camp. I told you this sentence a long time ago." Lin Mo said lightly. Longze chuckled and said, "I couldn't refute you when you said that. At that time, you were traveling alone, and you didn't have any ties to affect you. But now, you already have a partner. You have to think about it. It's not just about you alone. Don't underestimate the world government. If you really make them anxious, how long can you hide with just the 3 of you? At that time, even if you have the ability to sneak, let's go, can you keep your companions safe? There are only 3 of you. Don't be brave. Join the Revolutionary Army, and I will protect you." Lin Mo is the person Long has always wanted to instigate and win over, so he will not let go of this opportunity. However, no matter what Long said, Lin Mo's attitude was still firm. "I refuse." Long couldn't help but frown slightly. "Are you sure you don't think about it anymore? Joining the Revolutionary Army is the best choice for you and your partners at the moment. I appreciate your kindness." Lin Mo shook his head and said, "I still say the same thing. Even if I have a crew now, I don't plan to join any camp. If I am hunted down, I will be hunted down. If he can kill me, let him come." Dazed for a moment, Long asked puzzledly, "If you really never thought about joining the Revolutionary Army, why did you come to Brother Baldy to look for me? Since you are not afraid of being hunted down by the world government, then there is no need for you to be here at all. Baldigo stayed for so long. I've said the reason." Lin Mo said casually, "I came to find you for dinner." Long looked speechless. Do you think I will believe this reason? Believe it or not. Long did not give up and asked again. Are you really unwilling to join us? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Yes. Long said helplessly. Okay. Then how long do you plan to stay here? As soon as Long finished asking, in Lin Mo's mind, the system's notification sound, which had been silent for more than 5 months, rang as he expected. Didi, reject the invitation of the leader of the Revolutionary Army Long. Sign in progress 30. The current total progress is 40. Reward a fixed wind bead, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Immediately afterwards, information about Ding Fengzhu automatically appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Hearing this, Lin Mo didn't know what expression to use to describe his mood at this moment. This system really delivers everything. Wind-fixing bead is a kind of bead that has the ability to stop the wind and stabilize the wind, but without any attack lethality. Although, the dragon does have the ability to summon and control storms, and this bead can be used to neutralize the dragon's ability to attack him. But other than that, the bead is useless at all. Could it be that this bead was specially given to him by the system to deal with the dragon? Maybe there is a mission to fight dragons. Thinking of this, Lin Mo was stunned. Just as he was thinking about how to make Long use his fruit ability to fight him, suddenly, the noise outside caught the attention of both of them. Long's face suddenly changed, and he immediately got up and rushed out. Lin Mo also sensed the situation outside with his knowledge, especially when he found that AI Nilu had beaten the crow to death. His eyes lit up, and he thought, here is the opportunity. Without hesitation, he followed Long to outside the base. The crow passed out after being pierced by the thunder dragon. Kurla and others surrounded him anxiously, and all the doctors in charge of medical treatment in the Revolutionary Army came, and all of them gave the crow emergency treatment with solemn faces. Anilo and Kaku stood outside the crowd, a little embarrassed. You caused trouble. Kaku sighed helplessly. We have been eating and drinking for nothing here for so long. Our captain and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, still know each other, and the relationship seems to be good. If you kill the revolutionary, I am afraid that the relationship between the captain and the dragon will become very tense. Huh. Enilu was stunned for a moment, and then muttered, why is this guy so weak? He was just hit by Thunder Dragon, and he's about to die. His voice is getting weaker and weaker. Shouldn't it be will die? It's just a brontosaurus? Don't you know how many volts your brontosaurus has? Kaku said dumbfoundedly. It shows that he is already very powerful. While the two were talking, Long and Lin Mo had already arrived. Kaku was okay. When AI Nilu saw Lin Mo coming, he even glanced at him, turned his face away a little guilty, and didn't dare to look at him. Frowning, Long came to the surrounded crowd on the third inner and outer third floors, and asked indifferently, what's going on? Boss, you are here, he did it. One of the revolutionary soldiers pointed at Anilu and said angrily, he first provoked Mr. Karas to make Mr. Karas angry, and then tricked Karas to make Mr. Karas angry. Mr. C's ability failed, and he used a thunder dragon to penetrate Mr. Collis, and it became like this. Boss, you have to decide for Mr. Collis. Damn it, we've been eating and drinking here for so long. We've treated them well enough. What kind of grudges do we have? But we really hit Mr. Karas so hard. If Mr. Karas dies, the leader must that guy pays for his life. Boss, don't let them go lightly. A group of people in the Revolutionary Army shouted angrily. Collis is the name of the crow. Long glanced at Enilu indifferently, then looked at the doctors who were giving emergency treatment to the crow, and asked, how is the crow doing now? One of the more qualified doctors said with an ugly face, I'm not very optimistic. With the medical equipment on the island alone, there is no way to cure him. If we go to the nearest hospital on the island, it will be too late. Long asked in a displeased tone, what do you mean by that? The doctor shook his head and said, Mr. Collis, there is a high probability of death. Chapter 275 Baltigo, this Lin Mo is not right this time. Enilo was the one who completely angered the Revolutionary Army. Even Sabo couldn't help Enilo to justify anything. Now, the most important thing is to find a way to save the crow. Anilu is a natural lightning type ability user. Sabo suddenly thought of a possible solution and said, the speed of thunder and lightning is very fast. Let Analu take the crow to go to the nearby area at the fastest speed. The hospital on the small island might be able to save the crow. Sabo, you trust them too much. A member of the Revolutionary Army questioned. That man named Analu killed Mr. Karras. You can guarantee that he will not attack Karras in the middle of the way. Did you do anything, sir? Kurla frowned slightly and said, but now we have no other choice. We can only gamble, otherwise the crow will die with a high probability. Do you just want to watch the crow die like this? After Kurla said this, everyone fell silent, although they were very reluctant to hand over the crow's life to Analu. But now, they seemed to have no other choice. Boss, why don't you let them try? The most senior doctor looked at Long and said, there is really no other way now. Page 314. Long didn't hesitate too much, and looked at Analu again. His face darkened, and he was about to speak. Lin Mo suddenly said, I'll come. Then, everyone's eyes turned to him. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Sabo asked strangely. Lin Mo didn't answer his question, and walked towards the crow in front of everyone. When he walked outside the crowd surrounding the crow, he said indifferently, get out of the way. Long winked at the group of people standing in front of Lin Mo, and they reluctantly gave way to Lin Mo. Lin Mo came to the crow who was about to die, opened his hand without hesitation, and began to heal the crow with the palm fairy technique. Sabo. Kurla came to Sabo and asked in a low voice, what is Lin Mo doing? Sabo shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. Kaku smiled and said, don't worry, that guy is fine. Our captain is treating him. When Kaku said this, everyone was stunned. Healing? Is this kid a devil fruit capable user? Whether he is or not, as long as he can save Mr. Collis. Yes, that's right. Kid Lin Mo, you must save Mr. Collis. Everyone stared at Lin Mo expectantly. Only the way Long looked at Lin Mo changed slightly. Of course, the recovery speed of Zhang Xinshu's treatment is very fast, but it is the first time for Lin Mo to treat this dying person, and he is not sure how long it will take and to what extent. Until 10 minutes later, feeling that the crow's breath had stabilized, Lin Mo withdrew his hand. The doctor next to him immediately checked the crow's pulse. A group of people around looked at the doctor nervously, waiting for his response. It's stable. The doctor heaved a sigh of relief. The rest is just for self-cultivation. Send Mr. Collis back to his room and let him have a good rest. Great, it's fine. Unexpectedly, this kid named Lin Mo has 2 skills. But even if Mr. Karras is fine, you can't spare that guy named Enelo lightly. It's all his fault that Mr. Karras was injured so badly. Leader, you can't spare him. Yes, you can't let him go lightly. Facing the dissatisfaction of the crowd, AI Nilu said, don't think that this thunder god is afraid of you if he doesn't speak. Okay, stop talking. Kaku said speechlessly, don't make trouble for the captain. Longze looked at Lin Mo and asked with a half-smile, you are his captain. Tell me, what should I do? Lin Mo smiled lightly and replied, since my crew caused trouble, then we should deal with it in the same way as others. Enelu used the fruit ability to injure the crow with 1 move, and you are also capable. Or, as the captain, I will also receive your ability attack for him. When Lin Mo said this, the surrounding revolutionary army was stunned. Sabo frowned slightly and said, Lin Mo, are you sure you want to make a move? Crazy you. Kurla stared at Lin Mo and said, the leader's strength is very strong. It's very dangerous for you to take his move. How about this? Sabo thought for a while and continued, anyway, I still owe you brothers and sisters a favor, so I will take this trick for you. No need. Lin Mo said speechlessly. I will solve the problem of my crew, and it is not your turn to intervene here. Sabo. At the same time, Analu and Kaku, who were standing on the side, when Lin Mo said that he would make a move for Analu, their faces were incredibly shocked. No way. Kaku whispered. What is the captain thinking? I feel weird today. Analu also replied in a low voice. I don't know. Could it be that he was stimulated by something without us knowing? What can the captain be stimulated by? Kaku asked strangely. Analu thought for a while, then continued to answer. Maybe the brain is squeezed by the door. Kaku. Lin Mo glanced at AI Nilu at this time, and his eyes signaled, you wait for me. Huh, do you really want to take my trick? Long asked with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Mo said calmly, that's right. Long smiled and asked, "Are you sure you can handle it?" The corner of Lin Mo's mouth was slightly hooked. With an indifferent look, he wrote lightly, "How do you know if you haven't tried it?" "Okay." Long responded readily. "This is what you said, and I will not show mercy." Lin Mo shrugged and said, "Yes." "Oh, wait." Sabo couldn't help but said, "Boss, Lin Mo is also my benefactor. So I beg you, don't embarrass him too much." "Yes." Kurla continued, "Boss, we can actually think of other ways to solve this problem. There is no need to really use the same way to fight back. Besides, hasn't Lin Mo already cured the crow? This can be regarded as making up for it." Lin Mo glanced at the two of them speechlessly. "It's really annoying. You guys, can you not get in my way?" Longzhe looked at Lin Mo jokingly and said with the corners of his lips curled up slightly, "It's not so much that he wants to fight me for the crew. In my opinion, it seems that Lin Mo himself wants to fight me." "Sabo, Kurla, you don't have to worry. When I first met him in Frost Moon Village 5 years ago, he was already a very talented little monster. Now, he is a person who doesn't even look down on the world government. Lin Mo is stronger than you imagined. So let me see how far you have grown in the past 5 years. As he said that, Long Yi waved his hand, glanced at the people around him, and continued, "All of you get out of the way." The members of the Revolutionary Army didn't dare to say anything and immediately dispersed, leaving a large space for Long and Lin Mo. Long stared at Lin Mo and said in a relaxed tone, "Just say it when you're ready." Lin Mo said casually, "It's ready." Chapter 276. Baltigo is here to place a bet, huh? What's going on? What are the leader and that kid doing? Page 315. It looks like a confrontation is really strange. I haven't seen the leader do it yet. Some revolutionary troops who didn't know the situation curiously joined the group of people who had retreated a long time ago and were watching. Those who knew the situation all praised Lin Mo's courage. This kid is really ignorant, but he is brave enough to accept the leader's punishment for the crew. TSK, you are really a good captain. I hope the leader will be more gentle in his actions later. Hey, Lin Mo boy, you have to hold on. Although you will definitely get hurt, I still want to say cheers. Some people even cheered Lin Mo up. Cut, what a bunch of ignorant guys. AI Nilu said disdainfully. No one knows Lin Mo's strength better than me. As long as he thinks, no one can hurt him, let alone a dragon. 3 more the dragon is no match for him. Everyone. Kaku had a headache and said, "Can you stop arousing public anger?" Analu waved his hand indifferently. This Thor is just seeking truth from facts. Suddenly thought of something, AI Nilu suddenly smirked and challenged the surrounding revolutionary army. "Since you have so much confidence in your leader, do you dare to bet?" "What's the bet?" someone asked. Analu hooked the corner of his mouth and continued, "Of course it's a gamble. Do you dare to gamble? You guys don't have much money. What are you betting on? If you dare to take out your golden stick, I'll bet on you." I don't know who said it again, and everyone booed one after another. The corners of Inalu's mouth twitched slightly. He was silent for a moment and decided to go all out. Anyway, he had confidence in Lin Mo. "Okay, bet. Are you crazy?" Kaku said speechlessly. "Isn't this the weapon you use to attract thunder? How dare you bet on it? What do you know?" Inalu proudly said, "Lin Mo can't lose. It's just a good time to make a fortune before leaving this small broken island, isn't it?" Of course, Kaku has confidence in Lin Mo's strength, but after all, the opponent is the dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Even if it is just a move, once the dragon is serious, the result is not something he can predict. There are too many uncertainties. Okay, it's okay to bet. Then let's bet on whether Lin Mo will be injured if he takes over our leader's move. One of the revolutionary soldiers said bluntly. Okay. Inalu hooked his lips and smiled. Take out the money. Sabo, you sit in the manor, and I don't believe that everyone took out all the money on their bodies. Unless the leader is merciful, there is no way that kid Lin Mo will not be injured. Huh? I'm a banker. Sabo looked at the companion who made the suggestion and said with some displeasure, I also want to bet. Kurla covered her mouth and smiled. Do you have money to bet? Sabo, forget it. Sabo said helplessly. Then I'll be the manor, and you give me all the money. Then, all the members of the Revolutionary Army put all their money on Long. Only AI Nilu suppressed Lin Mo. But the value of his golden rod alone is almost more than the sum of all the people who bet on the dragon. Long nose, don't you press it. Enelu looked at Kaku with some dissatisfaction. Kaku shrugged and said, "The captain takes all of our captain's money. The old man has no money. Cut, it's really poor." Enelu couldn't help complaining. Kaku shot back, "You are not much better. You have pressed all your weapons out. If you lose, you can cry." "Humph, less crow's mouth." AI Nilu didn't believe it. Lin Imo can't lose. Kurla took out her small purse, thought for a while, looked at Sabo and asked, "Sabo, who do you want to suppress?" "Dragon is very strong." Sabo looked at Long and Lin Imo and said, "Although I haven't seen Lin Imo take action, but just because he dared to kill Tianlong people, he was not afraid of being chased by the world government. The strength is also very strong. It is not very easy to choose." "Kurla, are you going to help me bet?" "Well, I still have some money." "Then press Lin Imo." "Do you really want to suppress Lin Imo, or is it for other reasons?" "Ha ha ha, what are you thinking?" Sabo laughed loudly. "I'm just optimistic about Lin Imo." "Okay then." Kurla smiled, without saying anything more, and handed her money bag to Sabo. Back to Lin Imo and Long. As for the bet between Anilo and the Revolutionary Army, even though they were separated by a long distance, the two of them still heard. "It seems that your crew has great confidence in you," Long said with a faint smile. Lin Imo said indifferently, "Let's start." "You're welcome." "Okay, since that's the case, let me see your strength." After speaking, the dragon opened his hands, and a gust of wind swirled around his body immediately. Lin Imo silently took the wind orb out of the system space, held it in his palm, and stared at the dragon calmly. Long narrowed his eyes slightly. The gust of wind around his body instantly formed a tornado more than 10 meters high, and under his control, it swept directly towards Lin Imo. Everyone around them stared at Long and Lin Mo's situation with bated breath. Some people even speculated that Lin Imo would definitely defend himself for self-protection. However, facing the tornado created by the dragon, Lin Imo just stood there, quietly waiting for the storm to come. Then, as the storm got closer and closer to him, its original attack power and scale gradually weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. A look of surprise flashed in Long's eyes, until his tornado dissipated completely within 2 meters of Lin Imo. The expression on his face suddenly became solemn. He could feel that Lin Imo didn't make any small moves. He just stood there and did nothing. How on earth did this kid manage to counteract his wind? Page 316. After a moment of silence, Long was about to try again, just raised his hand. Lin Imo made a stop motion to him. "I have already taken a blow from you, and now we are clear. Dragon." Although few of the people around had the knowledge to hear the conversation between Lin Imo and Long, they were all surprised to see that Long's attack disappeared before reaching Lin Imo. "What's the situation? Why did the leader's tornado disappear? Did that kid Lin Imo do something? But we are all watching. If he really did something, why didn't I see it? Could it be that the leader himself dismissed his attack? Impossible." Sabo stared at Lin Imo and continued, "The closer the size and power of the tornado to Lin Imo, the smaller it is. It seems that there are some special factors that weaken the power of the tornado. Yes, it shouldn't be like this." Chapter 277. Baltigo won't tell you. After Lin Imo eliminated the dragon's attack with the fixed wind beat, he didn't even need to do it himself. The system's notification sounded in his mind. "Didi, shocked the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. The sign-in progress is 30, and the current total progress is 70. Because I rejected Long's invitation before and got a reward once. If I complete 2 tasks on the same island on the same person, generally speaking, the system will only give you a reward once. So this time no reward is also in Lin Mo's hands." As expected, now that the task has been completed, there is no need for him to continue fighting the dragon. Originally, he wanted to take the blow of the dragon for Anilu, just to see if he could trigger the progress task. Therefore, he stopped the second wave of attacks prepared by the dragon. Long stared at Lin Imo silently and asked, "What method did you use just now to eliminate my attack?" "I won't tell you." As he said that, Lin Imo sent the wind orb in his hand back to the system space. Long's gaze shifted to Lin Mo's right hand holding Ding Fengzhu just now, and continued, "Did you hold something in your hand?" Lin Mo spread his hands and said with a half-smile, "Nothing." Long frowned slightly. Lin Mo ignored him and walked towards Enelo and Kaku. While walking, I asked in my heart, "System, what is the last task list?" DD, with the approval of more than 80.00 of the Revolutionary Army in Baldigo, the host will get 30 of the mission progress. Hearing this, Lin Mo fell silent again. Are you sure you're not playing him with this mission? In the past 5 months, the 3 of them have been comfortable, but the people on this island, even though they didn't say anything, Lin Mo is clear in his heart. Not to mention more than 90.00 of the people have seen the 3 of them for a long time. I've been upset for a long time. It is not so easy to get the approval of 80.00 of the people. Ah, Ben, Thor has won. Enela laughed loudly. I said it a long time ago. Lin Mo is very strong. You must believe it. Look, don't say that Lin Mo will be injured. Your leader's attack, you can't even get close to Lin Mo. The expressions of all the Revolutionary Army members changed. Damn it, there must be something shady. I don't believe it. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I don't accept this bet. Yes, I don't admit it either. AI Nilu looked disgusted. Winning is winning, losing is losing. They are really a bunch of unworthy guys. They have long noses and take money. Okay. The corner of Kaku's mouth hooked slightly. If Miss Kurla also bets on our captain's side, although you don't have much money, how about it? All the money we win, you will share 1/3 of it gone. Kurla was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Yes, hee. Sabo, you have to decide for us. That's right, our leader's attack can't even touch Lin Mo's clothes, right? There must be something wrong. This is all my belongings. If they are all exported, I will eat dirt. Anila glanced at the people who spoke and said angrily, "It's as if my golden stick is not all my belongings." Okay. Lin Mo walked towards AI and I Road. Enilu immediately put on a smiling face and said with a smile, "Look, I'm the only one who is always on your side and believes in your strength. Isn't it very touching? I also made a lot of money for our ship. What about the reserve funds? Haha. Come here." Lin Mo smiled lightly. AI Nilu really walked over, and the moment he got close to Lin Mo directly punched AI Nilu in the face, sending him flying. Except for some people who had been stationed in Chambord before and were used to seeing it, the rest of the Revolutionary Army, who just came back from the outside, were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Mo to beat his crew. "Damn it, why are you beating me?" Anilu's extremely aggrieved and unhappy voice came from afar. Lin Mo said indifferently, "Your brain was squeezed by the door." Enel. Ha. Kaku laughed loudly. This guy Enelo is really good. He can create a reason to be beaten every day. This old man laughs to death. The bastard has a long nose. You're finished. Enelu swished, and the moment he appeared in front of Kaku, he shot Kaku with the water gun that Kaku had put on him before. Kaku couldn't dodge in time. Just like the crow was slapped in the face and lost his strength in an instant. Enelu, you bastard. Kaku staggered and almost fell, but fortunately Sabo was close to him and supported him. Are you also a devil fruit user? Sabo asked strangely. Kaku nodded slightly. Anila glanced at the water gun in his hand and felt that the water gun was more and more convenient. Long nose. What kind of water are you filling here? Sea water. Kaku didn't even want to talk to Enelo. Sabo rubbed his chin, thinking, if it's just ordinary sea water, there's only so much water in a single shot. It's not enough to make a devil fruit user lose their strength quickly, so there should be some other substance added to the water. That's right. Kaku nodded. I did add something to it. Kurla asked curiously, what did you add? Page 317. Kaku took out a dry handkerchief from his pocket, and after wiping off the water on his face, he regained some strength and continued. I won't tell you. What a joke. He would tell them that he had a whim a month ago and wanted to buy high loose stone, and he had been torturing Lin Mo for several days. In the end, Lin Mo gave him a few caddies impatiently. That's right. Kaku filled the water gun with sea water mixed with sea stone powder. Hailu stone has a high value in this world, and it is so rare that it cannot be bought in the general market. Even if he bought it, the texture of Hailu stone is still very hard, and there is no way to grind it into powder by ordinary methods. Therefore, before he wants to go out with Baltigo to purchase supplies, The Revolutionary Army went to look at the nearby black market when selling high-loose stones. Lin Emo took out a few caddies in a very magnanimous way. Although it is only a few kilograms, if it is placed outside, it will be very valuable. Kaku didn't know where Lin Emo got the high-loose stone, but since he already had it, there was no need to go out to try his luck. Then, Kaku spent a month and exhausted all kinds of methods, only to break it up a little bit, and finally begged Lin Emo to get some powder out. It's really stingy. Kara muttered dissatisfied. Sabo glanced at some powder-like things left on the handkerchief after Kaku wiped his face. After thinking about it, he deduced, this water gun should be filled with seawater mixed with powder that can restrain the ability user. Well, the most effective thing that can restrain ability users is high-loose stone. If I'm not wrong, you should have mixed high-loose stone powder with seawater, right? Chapter 278 Baltigo Leanma's thank you gift. Although Sabo guessed the truth, few people believed him, and some even expressed objections. High-loose stones are so rare. Even if you have a chance to get some, isn't it too wasteful to just turn them into powder and put them in seawater? That's right, and the high-loose stone is so hard, let alone crushing it in the usual way, it is even more difficult to grind it into powder. From what I can see, the water gun should not be filled with high-loose stone powder. Of water. But I think what Sabo said is very reasonable, although the possibility is not high. The people around you talked with each other. Sabo smiled and didn't say anything more. Originally, this was just his guess. Kaku didn't expect that Sabo could guess the answer so quickly, but what if he was guessed? Hey, he just won't admit it. This water gun is indeed filled with seawater fused with a special powder. Kaku continued with hooked lips, but it is not sea stones that are fused. Sea stones are so rare that they can be made into sea stone handcuffs or isn't it good to put it on a weapon. Why is it such a waste to grind it into powder and mix it in water? Sabo was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. What you said seems to make sense. Ah, leader, you are here. At this moment, a member of the Revolutionary Army looked respectfully at the dragon who had also come over. Then, the topic of everyone was brought back to the battle that was not a battle just now. Boss, did you drain Lin Emo? Why can't the leader's attack get close to that kid Lin Emo? Did that kid Lin Emo do something? Boss, all our belongings are on you. Did you really not release the water? The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army looked at the dragon with full expectation. Longze waved his hand and said, I really didn't put any water. His words were like a bolt from the blue to the members of the Revolutionary Army. Kaku collected all the money that this group of people bet on, and gave Kurla a third of it. Kurla accepted it bluntly. People around couldn't help complaining. I'm really not reconciled. Kurla made a small fortune. All my belongings are gone. I would like to bet and admit defeat. Kurla smiled. Since you gambled, you have to afford to lose. Seeing you like this, it's too ugly. Isn't this a joke for others? After Kurla said this, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they all fell silent. Kaku returned Enelu's golden stick to him, and then took all the money he won in front of Lin Emo, and said, Captain, you can collect half of the money first, and the other half I want to pay in the evening. Go to a nearby island with the Revolutionary Army to do some shopping. Take it all, Lin Emo said casually. Anyway, Kaku is buying everything on their ship, so it doesn't matter whether he takes the money or not. Hey, I won this bet. Enel said angrily, I don't have a share? What do you want money for? Kaku asked back. Go shopping, you always buy the same kind of things, isn't it different when the old man brings you back? Enel. I'm going to, Enelo insisted. Ben Thor is also going to visit a nearby island. Kaku said with a headache. Don't make trouble. The corner of Anelu's mouth twitched slightly. Why did I make trouble? The big deal is that I promised not to cause trouble. Do whatever you want. Kaku didn't believe him. You don't do anything. Just standing there is a problem. Bastard, you're looking for death. Enelu hit directly, and a lightning strike hit Kaku. Kaku ran straight away. Enelo chased after him, and the two started their daily fight again. The Revolutionary Army stationed in Baldigo and Lin Emo have long been familiar with it. Many of the revolutionary soldiers who came back with Long were still a little dazed. Staring at Lin Emo, Long asked, Since you don't want to join the Revolutionary Army, how long do you plan to stay in Baldigo? Lin Emo thought for a while and replied, Not sure. His uncertainty gave Kildeo a chill. On the spot, Except for Long, Sabo, and Kurla, everyone wanted Lin Mo and the three to leave quickly. At this time, the head chef who had already prepared the food waved to everyone not far from the gate of the base. Everyone, let's have something to eat together. Hearing this, Sabo was the first to rush back. The rest of the people looked at each other, and without saying a word, hurried to the direction of the base. This guy, Kurla shook her head with a smile, looked at Lin Mo and Long, who had no reaction, and asked, "Boss, Lin Mo, don't you two want to eat something?" Both of them shook their heads in silence. Kurla shrugged her shoulders and walked back slowly. Page 318. After Kurla left, Long continued to speak. The situation of the Revolutionary Army. You have been on the island for nearly half a year, and you should know a lot about it. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Long continued. Your situation, Kildio has been reporting to me for the past 6 months. If you are willing to join the Revolutionary Army, you can stay here as long as you want, but you don't want to. I am the leader here. There are many things to consider, and there is no way to take care of you all the time. I think you should understand all these principles. Lin Mo nodded again. Of course he understands the truth, and he also remembers the care of the Revolutionary Army in the past few months. Lin Mo was not someone who liked to owe others. After thinking about it, he said calmly, "Wait here for me. What are you going to do?" Long asked strangely. Lin Mo didn't answer him, and stepped on Shuanpa directly, seemingly returning to the spaceship. But in fact, he just went through a cut scene, selected one of the devil fruits stored in the system space, and then returned to where the dragon was placed, handed over the devil fruit. This is... Long looked at the devil fruit in Lin Mo's hand in surprise. Lin Mo said lightly, "Thank you for taking care of the three of us in the past 5 months. A devil fruit has a minimum value of more than -million Baileys, and it is very rare. No matter how much money you have, it is difficult to get one without the opportunity." Lin Mo chose the giraffe-shaped Nyo fruit that should have been eaten by Kaku. Anyway, he has a lot of devil fruits on his side, so it's not a problem to send one out as a gift in return. Long didn't expect Lin Mo to take out a devil fruit in such a grand manner, but he didn't go to pick it up. After a moment of silence, Long said with a gloomy face, "I never thought of asking you what to bring. You should keep something as precious as a devil fruit for yourself." "I don't need this thing," Lin Mo said calmly. "Analu and Kaku are already capable users, and I don't need to eat this. If you don't want it, I will throw it away, dragon." Then, Lin Mo really threw the devil fruit in his hand in front of the dragon. Before the devil fruit fell to the ground, the dragon hesitated for a while, but still used his ability. A gust of wind picked up and swept the fruit over. The devil fruit in the shape of a giraffe fell steadily into the hands of the dragon. Lin Mo had guessed it a long time ago, so he was not surprised at all. Using a devil fruit as a thank you gift is a bit heavy. Long stared at Lin Mo and said. Lin Mo said indifferently, "To me, it's just a useless thing. Just right, you can use it to deal with your subordinates." Although the Revolutionary Army is strong, it is not strong enough to directly fight the world government. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army still lacks powerful talents, as well as devil fruits that can make people stronger. Lin Mo's act of giving away this devil fruit is undoubtedly the icing on the cake for the dragon and the Revolutionary Army. "Okay, then I'll accept it." Long didn't think any more and continued, "Lin Mo, thank you." Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "It should be me thanking you." Afterwards, when Anilo and Kaku returned to the base of the Revolutionary Army, the food made by the chef had been swept away, and Anilo was so angry that he almost set off thunder on the spot, but was stopped by Kaku. In order to let Anilo calm down, Kaku had to agree to let Anilo follow him to the surrounding islands to purchase. Chapter 279. Baltigo separates operations that evening. An ordinary cargo ship carrying more than a dozen people in taupe long cloak coats stopped at a small island. Except for the 2 people who drove the boat, all the rest of the people got off the boat. "Let's split up from now on." One of the men hidden under the cloak confessed to the other 2 people who came together after landing, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was not appropriate. Just in case, he said to a blond boy who was supposed to act together with him, "We will gather on the boat in an hour. During this time, Sabo, follow him." "Okay," Sabo replied indifferently. "What do you mean?" Enelo asked with a gloomy face. You want to monitor me and long nose? Let Sabo follow Enelo and Kaku's revolutionary army with a headache. It's not surveillance. I'm just worried that the two of you will fight again. This small island is not big, and the people living here are all unfettered. Ordinary people with the power of a chicken. Once you really start fighting here, it will be a disaster for this island. AI Nilu said angrily. Damn it, do you think Ben Thor is such a disrespectful person? When he said this, everyone present was silent, all monologue. You are. Forget it. Kaku smiled helplessly. Then let Sabo follow us. It happens that the old man has a lot of things to buy, so please ask Sabo to help move some. No problem. Sabo nodded readily, and suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand to the grouped Revolutionary Army companions. Baru, give me some money. I want to buy something too. The person named Belu twitched the corners of his mouth and said reluctantly, We are not rich, so you should eat less snacks. Sabo said dissatisfied. It's really harsh. I'm only 16 years old, and I'm still growing. What should I do if I don't grow up? Baru. Kaku was a little surprised. Looking at Sabo's height of almost 1.8 meters, he couldn't help feeling. Our captain is almost 16 years old. I usually feed him delicious food and drink. Why can't I grow taller? Okay, I'll give you the money. Baru rolled his eyes helplessly and reluctantly gave Sabo a little from the money he had prepared to purchase supplies. Sabo grinned, accepted it unceremoniously, and even couldn't wait. Anilu, Kaku, let's go shopping. We're not here for fun. Kaku followed helplessly. AI Nilu looked disdainful and complained as he walked. I have to bring another 16-year-old stinky kid. Am I a nanny? Kaku glanced at him dumbfounded. Do you think you are qualified to say this? The bastard has a long nose. Stop. Kaku made a stop gesture to him. I have to call Baldy when I get back, otherwise I won't take you when I go out. Enel. Ha ha ha. Sabo laughed loudly. The way you two get along is really interesting. Bastard, try laughing again. Enel gave Sabo an angry look. Sabo was not afraid at all, and changed the subject, asking, Why didn't Lin Mo come out with him? It's so fun to visit the night market, and there are many delicious foods. The captain is not a person who likes to be lively. Kaku waved his hand helplessly. I used to go to other islands to buy supplies, and the old man also tried to ask the captain to go with him, but he refused. He would rather sleep on the boat than move more. Sabo couldn't help laughing again. No wonder. Ha ha. I may know the reason why Lin Mo is not tall. When Sabo said this, Kaku quickly understood what he meant. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and then suddenly said, So, it seems that the old man has to find a way to make the captain sleep less and go out more. Ro, if you are not afraid of being beaten, then you go. Enela didn't care who was tall or short. What's wrong with being short? It won't affect his strength. Page 319, that's right. Kaku said dumbfoundingly. Have you ever observed the captain carefully? Although he didn't say anything, you can still see some of his subconscious actions. Height is also very important. You are a guy who is almost 3 meters tall. Is it appropriate to say these words? AI Nilu said speechlessly. Why is it inappropriate? I don't understand. Why are you all so concerned about height? So what if you are tall? Is there any preferential treatment? I am so tall and am being beaten every day. You did it yourself. Kaku looked contemptuous. I have never seen a guy like you who knows his mistakes and never corrects. To some extent, you are more stubborn than this old man. Ha ha. Okay, stop arguing you two. Sabo pointed to a brightly lit town not far away and said a little excitedly, Don't look at this small town. There are a lot of delicious food in it things. Time is limited. Let me take you to eat some of the best ones I personally think. We didn't come here for supper. Seeing Sabo's excited look, Kaku said with a headache, I still have a lot of things to buy, and I don't have time to accompany you to supper. How about you go eat by yourself? When the time is up, go to the boat to gather. There is an old man watching over Enelo. Don't worry. I want to eat too. Anilu said dissatisfied. I finally came out once, and I also want to eat supper. Kaku. Ha ha ha. Sabo laughed loudly. That's good. Enel and I are together. Kaku, you go to buy supplies by yourself first, and we will go to you after we finish eating. Are you sure you can see Enelu? Kaku asked suspiciously. Sabo patted his chest and said to himself, "Don't worry, I can." "Hey, what are you doing?" "I am an adult, and I still need a child to watch over me," Enelu asked in an unhappy tone. Kaku took out some of the money he brought out of his body and gave it to Sabo. "You two can act together. The old man will trust you once. Your little money is not enough to eat much. You take the money." "Hey, why didn't you give it to me?" Enelu yelled, dissatisfied. Kaku ignored him. Sabo took the money from Kaku unceremoniously. "Okay, then let's separate here. I will find you with Enelu later." "Okay." Kaku nodded, immediately speeded up, and ran away. And Anilo and Sabo came to the bustling night market in the town together and began to eat and drink with excitement on their faces. At the same time, Navy headquarters, in the Warring States office, Zhangguo was drinking tea and reading the newspaper leisurely when suddenly the phone on the table rang. Warring States picked up the phone bug casually. An urgent voice came from it. "Marshal of the Warring States period." Someone reported that Lin Mo's group was found on a small island named Ballas. Chapter 280 Baltigo is not a worry. This phone call made Zhangguo almost spill the tea in his hand. After a moment of silence, Zhangguo asked solemnly, "Where is the yellow ape? Have you contacted him yet?" "Report, General Huang Yuan's phone has been disconnected." "This guy," Zhangguo said with a headache. "Okay, I see. You give me the coordinates of that island, and I'll contact the yellow ape." "Yes, Marshal." After hanging up the phone, Zhangguo immediately called Huang Yuan 5 times, but no one answered. When he was about to call the 6th time, Huang Yuan called back. "Huh, Warring States period? It's really strange. You haven't seen me for more than a month." Huang Yuan's voice came from the phone bug slowly. The corner of Zhangguo's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked in an unhappy tone, "What did you do? Why can't you get through the phone?" "Nothing, just went to have a meal." "Warring States, you guy? Forget it. Where are you now?" "Near the capital of 7 Waters. Is there a mission?" "There's news about Lin Mo's group. I'll give you their coordinates later, and you go catch them right away." "Should we catch it now? It's getting dark. Why don't you just work overtime and go early?" Okay, I get it," Huang Yuan said lazily. However, the 3 of them were scary when they were in Amazon Lily, and they might have become even scarier in the past 5 months. It might be difficult for one person to catch them, so I applied to the headquarters for support. "Don't do this with me," Zhangguo said with a headache. "I don't know if Lin Mo's strength has become stronger. I don't believe you can't run if you can't beat it. That's it. You go to that island first, and I will help you at the headquarters. See who is free and arrange someone to support you." Barris Island. That is, the small island where the Revolutionary Army took Anilo and Kaku to purchase supplies. At this time, the people of the Revolutionary Army had already purchased almost all the supplies they wanted to buy. Kaku also moved a lot of things back alone, but Anilo and Sabo have not returned for a long time. Seeing that the gathering time was almost over, Baru frowned and asked anxiously, "Why haven't the 2 of them come back? Could something have happened?" "Don't worry." Kaku looked in the direction of the town and continued, "You guys wait here. I'll go find them." After finishing speaking, he moved his hands and feet on the spot. Before Baru had time to ask any more questions, Kaku ran straight towards the town. The speed made Baru and his group dumbfounded. When Kaku rushed to the town and used his knowledge to find the 2 missing persons, Anilo and Sabo are sitting on a long table, sleeping soundly. It's not just the 2 of them. There are also many people lying down here. There are many bottles and cans on the table, and the air is filled with a strong smell of alcohol. What the hell are these 2 guys doing? Kaku's mouth twitched slightly. A passerby next to him reminded, "Today, a barbecue restaurant in the town is holding a drinking event. Whoever has the best drinking capacity can eat unlimited barbecue in his store for free for a week." Many people have participated in the competition, and now they are here. Those on the table are all eliminated people. If there are any friends of yours in there, hurry up and bring them back. Hearing this, Kaku was silent. He didn't know Sabo's drinking capacity. But this Enelo, he is very clear. This guy is a person who can get dizzy after drinking too much fruit wine, who gave him the confidence to come here to drink with others. I really don't have any self-knowledge at all. This kind of competition makes Lin Mo come almost. What 2 idiots, neither of them is reassuring. With a helpless sigh, Kaku rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Sabo and Enelo. When he barely carried Enelu and Sabo back, Baru saw this and thought that something had happened to Sabo and the others, so he ran over anxiously to help. As soon as he got close, Baru smelled a strong smell of alcohol, and he was stunned. Are they drinking? Kaku nodded silently. He didn't even bother to complain about these two things. Page 320. Although Bilu and Kaku were speechless, after thinking about it, it was as good as nothing happened to the two of them, so he was relieved. Forget it. As long as people are fine, let's go back. After finishing speaking, he helped Kaku carry the two drunk and unconscious guys onto the cargo ship. After that, the three of Lin Mo stayed in Baltigo for more than half a month. The daily life has returned to the state of the previous 5 months, but when Anilo and Kaku fight, one more person is often added. Sabo had nothing to do with Kaku to learn gymnastics. He was obviously a few years younger than Kaku, but every time he could force Kaku to the point where he couldn't backhand, forcing Kaku to almost reveal the evil spirit several times. I didn't expect that your physical skills are so strong. After the nth sparring, Kaku couldn't help but sighed. Sabo said embarrassingly, it's okay, ha ha ha. It's mainly because of my high talent, coupled with several powerful teachers, that made me who I am now. Cut, it's really boring. Enelu, who was watching the battle, said with a look of disdain, I almost fell asleep after watching the battle of your level. As he spoke, he really yawned. Sabo looked at Enelu, and his eyes fell on the golden stick that Enelu was playing with, suddenly thought of something, and asked strangely, Lin Mo also has a long stick that seems to be inlaid with gold at both ends. Ordinary, but I feel that its strength is higher than that of Enelo's golden rod. When Sabo said this, Enelo and Kaku were stunned. Kaku asked strangely, stick? What stick? Sabo also asked strangely, don't you know? Oh, how long have we known him? How long have you known him? Isn't it just a stick? Enelu continued with a look that he had seen through long ago. It must have been picked up somewhere, and then it was not easy to use. Just lost it again. But I think that stick is not an ordinary stick. After thinking for a while, Sabo said with some emotion, if it was really picked up by him, I really want to know where he picked up such a good thing. If you want to know, just ask the captain, Kaku said with a smile. Anyway, the old man already has a weapon, so I'm not interested in the stick you mentioned. You're a fool. Did you overlook something? Enelu picked his ears and said lazily, what are you ignoring? The corner of Kaku's mouth hooked slightly and continued, do you think ordinary things can get into the eyes of our captain? Enelu was slightly taken aback. Sabo had turned and trotted toward the base. Kaku urged, what are you still doing in a daze? Although the old man is not fully sure. If the stick Sabo said is true, it may be some good weapon hidden by the captain. If you go late, you will not seize the opportunity. If the captain gives that stick to Sabo, you will regret it. Chapter 281 Bartigo's red-haired call. Although Enelo and Kaku often fight each other, but at critical moments, Kaku will not cheat Enelo. So, after listening to Kaku's words, Enelo thought for a few seconds in silence, and immediately turned into lightning without saying a word, and rushed to the room where Lin Mo was at a faster speed than Sabo. Lin Mo, Captain, quickly give me your stick. Enelo broke in without even knocking on the door, and immediately said this. Lin Mo closed the book in his hand, and casually placed it on the table in front of him, then got up, and appeared in front of AI Nilu in the blink of an eye, jumped up, and punched him again. Anilu immediately turned into an element and escaped. At this time, Sabo also rushed over, just in time to see the scene where Lin Mo was about to beat Anilu but failed. You're really fast. Sabo stared at Anilu and said with the corner of his mouth hooked. Anilu ignored him, stared at Lin Mo, and continued. Sabo said, I saw you have a very strong stick, is it true? Why didn't I see you use it on the boat? It's from this area. Did you pick it up on the island? But there is nothing on this broken island. Where did you get the stick? Sabo also stared at Lin Mo and asked curiously, Lin Mo, did you really pick up the stick you used to beat me that day? What does my stuff have to do with you? Lin Mo said indifferently, Go out, 3, 2, 1. By the time he counted to 2, Enel had already run away. Only Sabo stayed with a face full of question marks. When Lin Mo counted to 1, he directly pulled Guache out. Sabo sensed Lin Mo's murderous aura and understood the reason why Anilu ran away. So he couldn't help but smile dryly, backed up again and again, and immediately let go of his legs and ran away. Lin Mo put the ghost into its sheath, and now he is no longer in the mood to continue reading. After thinking about it, it seems that he hasn't gone fishing for a long time. Without further ado, he took out his fishing tackle from the system space and walked out leisurely. When leaving the base of the Revolutionary Army, Kaku saw that Lin Mo was going to the coast, so he asked casually, "Captain, do you want to prepare some snacks?" Lin Mo responded casually, "Yes." "Okay, then you go to the beach first. The old man will find you later." "It is good." Half an hour later, Kaku came to the side of Lin Mo on the bank with two large lunchboxes containing tea, wine, and snacks, prepared everything as quickly as possible, and then sat beside him holding a cup of tea, leisurely looking at the calm sea. He smiled and said, "I feel that this kind of life is not bad." Lin Mo ignored him and took a biscuit and took a bite. Kaku didn't feel any dissatisfaction with Lin Mo's cold attitude at all. Instead, he continued to strike up a conversation because he needed to be quiet when fishing, so his voice was deliberately lowered, so as not to be aroused by Lin Mo dissatisfied. Although it's not impossible to stay here, the old man still wants to ask, "Captain, how long are we going to stay here?" Kaku asked softly. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then replied, "Stay a few more days." "Oh." Kaku nodded thoughtfully, thought for a while, then changed the subject and continued, "Captain, when we go out to purchase supplies in the future, you can go with us." Lin Mo said calmly, "It depends on your mood." "This is impossible," Kaku insisted. "It's good to move around more, and since we are partners on the same boat, we should spend more time together. Besides eating, drinking, sleeping, fishing, and occasionally reading books, don't do anything else, and don't communicate much with us. That is not okay. By the way, when it comes to communication, Captain, don't always be stingy with words. Talk more and smile more, so that everyone can be better. Get closer." Lin Mo. Why is this guy so long-winded today? There's also this phone bug. Kaku took out the phone bug that Hongfa gave him. "It's been half a year since we separated from Mr. Redhead. We haven't used this phone bug once. The captain and Mr. Its friends. It's better to contact friends occasionally. Even if it's just to say hello, you can't always be alone." As soon as Kaku finished speaking, suddenly, the phone bug in his hand rang at the right time, making him so excited that he almost threw the phone bug into the sea. "It's really a coincidence." Kaku smiled dryly, looked at Lin Mo, and asked, "Captain, did I answer the phone?" Lin Mo nodded impatiently. After getting Lin Mo's permission, Kaku answered the phone. The red-haired voice came from the phone bug immediately. Finally answering the phone, "It's not easy," Kaku said with a speechless face. "Mr. Redhair, you only made this call in total. Page 321, huh? Really?" The red-haired laughed indifferently. "Ha! The voice sounds like a kid with a long nose, right? Where's Lin Mo? Let him answer the phone." Kaku glanced at Lin Mo and continued, "The captain is fishing, Mr. Redhair. You can tell me if you have anything to do, and I will pass your words on to the captain." What's the point of fishing?" The red-haired dissatisfied. "Hurry up, let him answer the phone." Then, Lin Mo held the fishing rod in his left hand and stretched out his right hand towards Kaku. Kaku put the phone bug in Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo hung up the phone directly. Just a few seconds after he hung up the phone, the red hair called again. Lin Mo didn't answer, so he hung up. Then Hongfa called again. Lin Mo continued to hang up and went back and forth 8 times like this. Lin Mo got annoyed, and after Hongfa made a 9th call persistently, he answered. "What do you want to do?" Lin Mo asked impatiently. The red hair laughed and said, "Ha ha, you really don't give me any sympathy. Anyway, we have known each other for so long, right? Even if you killed the Tianlong people and were hunted down by the world government, I didn't do it because of it. Leaving nothing to do with you. And, as long as you say a word, I can help you in any difficulty. Look, I am so kind to you. Where can you find a friend like me?" Lin Mo said speechlessly. "So, what do you want to say when you call?" "It's nothing," the red hair said briskly. "I'm going to go to the capital of the 7 waters. So guess what I'm going to do in the capital of the 7 waters?" Lin Mo didn't even bother to guess and said directly, "I'm fine. I'll just hang up the phone." Hey, don't. the red hair said a little excitedly. You are really not cute at all. Forget it. Let me tell you directly. I am going to visit my old friend. By the way, check one thing. Lin Mo coped back. Oh, the redhead said dumbfoundedly. Aren't you curious about what I want to investigate? Lin Mo said indifferently. It has nothing to do with me. The red hair didn't know what to say to him for a while, so he had no choice but to say, You bastard, your words are really annoying. I'm afraid of you. I already know about your previous affairs in CFA Island. You guys dared to destroy the door of justice. This incident hit the government in the face, so it was blocked and suppressed and never published in the newspaper. However, as far as I know, the people under the government and organization CP9 is located in Jufa Island, and I went to the capital of Seven Waters this time to investigate this organization. Oh, and then what? Then I want to ask you something. I probably guessed your purpose of going to Jufa Island. It should not be just to destroy the Gate of Justice and make a scene on the island. If I guessed wrong. Since that kid Kaku is still on your boat, it means that he is already a trustworthy person, right? Oh, okay, then it's no problem. I still believe in your eyesight. I have something to ask Kaku. You can give him the phone bug. Lin Mo wished that the red hair would stop talking to him, so he casually threw the phone bug to Kaku. Kaku immediately reached out to catch it. When Lin Mo turned his gaze back to the sea, a naval warship appeared in the distance. Chapter 282 The Bardigo Navy is coming in Lin Mo's impression. At this time, the Navy should not have discovered that Bardigo is the base of the Revolutionary Army. But now, it is obvious that the warship is heading for this island. If the Navy that came was not aimed at the Revolutionary Army, then there is a high probability that it was aimed at him. Lin Mo doesn't believe that the Navy will be free and just come to this broken island where there is nothing. Before Lin Mo could think much, a bicycle suddenly appeared next to the warship. Although he couldn't see the faces of the people on the warship clearly, Lin Mo was almost sure that the person who came was the yellow ape just because of the bright yellow shirt. And who likes to ride a bicycle on the sea relying on his own ability, except Akiji? Good guy, here are two generals. If they find out that this is the territory of the Revolutionary Army, no matter how lazy the yellow monkey and the blue pheasant are, they may have to start a big battle with the Revolutionary Army. At that time, this island will definitely be over. As for how many people will die, Lin Mo doesn't know. Although Lin Mo didn't want to meddle in other people's business, he had basically determined what the purpose of the Navy's coming here was. Anyway, the three of them were taken care of by the Revolutionary Army in Baltigo for half a year, and his last progress task was to get with the approval of the Revolutionary Army currently in Baltigo. If a big war starts between them, then he will never be able to complete this task. Thinking of this, Lin Mo stopped his rod and started to pack his fishing tackle. Kaku was still on the phone with Redhead. Lin Mo said directly, Kaku, call Enelo and drive the spaceship out immediately. Huh? What's wrong? Kaku asked in surprise. Lin Mo pointed to the warship directly ahead. Kaku followed Lin Mo's hand, and when he saw the warship, he was stunned. That is, a warship? What's the situation? Why did the Navy come here? Go quickly. Lin Mo urged again. Kaku got up immediately and nodded in response. Okay, the old man knows. After finishing speaking, he took the phone bug and ran back as fast as he could. Huh? What's wrong with you? The redhead on the other side of the phone bug asked strangely. What Navy? You were found by the Navy? Do you need help? Where are you now? Kaku said while running. Mr. Redhair, the old man has told you everything that should be said about the capital of the Seven Waters. There is nothing else. The old man will go to work first. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone in a hurry, put the phone bug in his pocket, and used the fastest speed to find someone who was basking in the sun. Stupid, get up. Kaku stepped forward and patted Enelo on the head. Although Enelo had noticed Kaku's aura long ago, he didn't expect that Kaku would hit him when he came over. You bastard has a long nose. You are fat. Enelu jumped up from the recliner he was lying on. Kaku was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and continued. The Navy is here, and the captain asked you to set sail immediately. Before Enelo could get angry, he said in surprise, What? The Navy is here? Damn it, if you don't come here early, you can't come to play, but what is the meaning of coming at this time? Okay, go and sail the boat. The captain is waiting for us by the coast. Okay, got it. As he said that, Anilo immediately turned into lightning, appeared on the spaceship in the blink of an eye, and started the spaceship with his own ability. When Kaku was about to board the boat, Sabo came. Kaku, I just learned a new trick. Come and play 2 tricks with me. Page 322. Sorry, we have to go. Kaku jumped onto the spaceship. Sabo was stunned for a moment, and without saying a word, he also jumped onto the deck and asked strangely, Are you leaving, Brother Baldy? Why did you leave without saying hello? Kaku said helplessly, The Navy is here. Navy, Sabo said incredulously. Why did the Navy come here? Too bad. If the Navy finds out that this is the base of the Revolutionary Army and triggers a big war, many people will be injured. No, our intelligence room we didn't get the information that the Navy has discovered us. So it stands to reason that the Navy should not know about Baldigo's situation. This old man doesn't know. Kaku shook his head and said, The captain is still waiting for us on the shore. Sabo, you go back first. It's best to report the situation to your leader. Sabo nodded silently. Before leaving the spaceship, he suddenly stopped, looked back at Kaku, and asked, Is Linimo waiting for you to go by the coast where you found the Navy? Kaku nodded. Okay, I see. After Sabo finished speaking, he jumped off the spaceship and immediately returned to the base, and came to the meeting room where Long was having a small meeting with several Revolutionary Army cadres. Sabo had just rushed into the conference room. Before he could speak, a Revolutionary Army soldier hurried over after him, out of breath, said, It's not good, sir. Our comrades patrolling the surrounding sea area found a warship is sailing towards Baldigo, and the admirals of the Navy, Kizuru and Akiji, are coming. What? A look of surprise flashed in the dragon's eyes. The expressions on the faces of the cadres in the conference room also became serious. Boss, Kildeo said with an ugly face, I didn't get the information that the Navy found our base here, and everyone usually keeps a low profile and is very careful when going out, so they shouldn't be found and reported, let alone whether we have or not. Being discovered by the Navy, it is very troublesome to deal with 2 admirals just now. If it really triggers a battle, I am afraid we will have many casualties. They came too suddenly. Leader, what should we do? The revolutionary soldier who came to report asked anxiously. Long was silent for a moment, then stood up from the seat he was sitting in and said solemnly, First arrange for everyone to evacuate urgently, and I will block them. Boss, Sabo said, Lin Mo and the others have already gone. Huh? Long looked at Sabo in surprise. What do you mean by that? Sabo continued, Lin Mo and the others also discovered the Navy, and now they have started their spaceship and left. Sabo, are you sure they didn't escape? Kildeo asked suspiciously. I'm sure they didn't want to leave us and escape. Sabo insisted, if Lin Mo and the others really want to run, they can go directly from the back of the island. But they chose to go from the front where the Navy and the others came. Although their ships are not big, as long as they appear on the front coast, the Navy will definitely find them. Then why didn't they come and tell us when they discovered the Navy? Kildeo asked strangely. Sabo thought for a while, and continued. Maybe they want to help us solve the crisis quietly. Kildeo was still a little skeptical. Are they really that kind? Sabo said angrily. When are you still doubting them? Lin Mo and the others did this so that we would not be discovered. If they really mean us badly, just lure the Navy to the island. Is it necessary to do the superfluous thing of sailing a ship and confronting the Navy head-on? Chapter 283 Brother Baldy. Oh yo, it's really scary. Okay, stop arguing. Long said with a slight frown. Just in case, Kildeo, you and the Crow go to get everyone together and get ready to evacuate at any time. Sabo and I will go to the beach to see condition. Yes, Chief. Kildeo and the Crow said in unison. Anilu took control of the spaceship and quickly arrived at the coast where Lin Mo was. Lin Mo immediately jumped onto the deck of the spaceship. Anilu looked at the warship not far away, eager to try. Are we going to war with them? Kaku also started to move his hands and feet. The old man is ready and ready to fight at any time. But Lin Mo pointed in a random direction and said lightly, Run in that direction as fast as you can. Huh? Enilo and Kaku said in unison, their faces confused. Lin Mo glanced at Enilu lightly. The corners of Anilu's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked puzzledly, It's not like they can't beat them. So what are you running for? Lin Mo said indifferently. It's troublesome to fight with two generals. Two generals? Kaku was shocked. This is too exaggerated. Isn't the world government only asking for one general to arrest us? Damn it, AI Nilu said angrily. Two are just two. What are you afraid of? Lin Mo, you will do one, and I will join hands with Long Nose to do the other. I don't believe it. The three of us can't beat two. A general. Talking nonsense. I'll throw you into the sea. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk nonsense with Analud. Start the boat. Seeing that Inalu still didn't want to leave, Lin Mo clenched his fist and just raised his hand. Analu immediately took control of the spaceship and flew towards the direction Lin Mo casually pointed at, and flew at the fastest speed. At the same time, on the warship. In fact, Huang Yuan had already noticed a small figure that could not be seen clearly on the deserted island in front of him. When his subordinates brought the binoculars, Inalo had already appeared in front of Huang Yuan and the others in the spaceship. When he picked up the binoculars and confirmed that the person who had boarded the boat was Lin Mo, he touched his chin and said in a strange voice, "Oh, hey, it really appeared." The island that was reported didn't find anyone for a day, as expected still on nearby islands. Putting down the binoculars, Huang Yuan saw that the spaceship carrying Lin Mo and three people suddenly accelerated and flew to the southwest of the sea. So he said to Qingji, who was riding a bicycle next to the warship, "Lin Mo and the others are on that ship. On the boat, you go after it." Qingji said reluctantly, "I'm just here to support you. I will only support you if you are in trouble. Since you haven't met Lin Mo and haven't encountered trouble, then I have nothing to do with you. Warring states is true. How can I send you to support me?" Huang Yuan couldn't help but sighed softly. The sea soldier next to him asked cautiously, "General Huang Yuan, are you going to chase Lin Mo and his group?" Huang Yuan glanced at the sea soldier, suddenly smiled, and asked, "What do you think?" Hai Bing was taken aback. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he said tremblingly, "Dang, of course we want to chase, right?" Huang Yuan smiled. "Why don't you go quickly if you know?" "Yes." Sailor immediately ran to the cab. Then the warship moved in the same direction and chased in the direction of the spaceship carrying Lin Mo and the three of them. Qingji continued to follow behind the warship on a bicycle and glanced at Baltigo, always feeling a little strange. What are Lin Mo and the others doing on this deserted island? When Long and Sabo arrived at the coast, the spaceship carrying Lin Mo had already flown away. Looking at the warship that could only see a little shadow in the distance, Long and Sabo not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but became a little worried for Lin Mo and the others. "Boss, is it okay for the three of them to deal with two generals?" Sabo asked worriedly. Long shook his head. In fact, he was not sure. He had never been able to figure out Lin Mo's strength. At this time, some fighters in the base rushed over with weapons. "Boss, Sabo, where's the Navy? Why didn't you see it?" Page 323. "No. Is the information wrong?" Sabo pointed to the direction where the shadow of the warship could hardly be seen and said, "Lin Mo and the others led the Navy away." Lin Mo and the others lured them away. Aren't they also being hunted down by the world government? Although there are two generals here, there are leaders and cadres, and the chances of everyone fighting together are very high. Why did they lure the Navy away? Do you still need to ask? Sabo glanced at them and said in a displeased tone, "If the Navy discovers that this island is the base camp of our Revolutionary Army, once war starts, this island will definitely go to destruction, and it will be destroyed by then. It's not just an island. Our comrades will also suffer heavy casualties. Lin Mo and the others are protecting us." "Oh, I didn't expect that. They usually look very annoying, but they are so loyal. It seems that I wrongly blamed them. They are really good people." "No way. Is it too far-fetched for the three of them to deal with two generals? Do we need to support them?" "No," Long said. "If we go, then everything Lin Mo and the others have done will be in vain." "That's right." Sabo nodded and said, "People who can become admirals are not stupid. People from the Revolutionary Army went to support Lin Mo and the others." "What does this mean?" "I don't need to say. You should understand." After Sabo said this, everyone fell silent. Long looked in the direction where Lin Mo and his party had long disappeared and said with a gloomy face, Go back first. I'll wait for them here. Leader, I'm with you, Sabo said. Longzhe waved his hand and said, No, you go back too. I'll just wait here by myself. If they don't come back within half an hour, I'll go find them. On the ship, Enel increased the power output, allowing the spacecraft to fly 4 or 5 times faster than usual. Although the speed of the warship is not slow, it is slowly getting farther and farther away from the spaceship. Seeing that the spaceship was about to fade out of sight, Huang Yuan scratched his head in wonder, then raised his hand. A laser light flickered on his fingertips, and instantly a laser bomb flew towards the spaceship at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the laser bomb approached Enelo, who was standing on the deck and controlling the spaceship. Lin Mo immediately appeared behind AI Nilu, pulled out Toya Lake, and slashed at the laser bomb with a knife. The blade deflected, and the laser bomb rubbed the blade to shift the attack trajectory, and was forcibly deflected and flew out of the spaceship. Hey, it's really scary to block it. With the same expression on his face, Huang Yuan also raised his other hand, and at the same time ejected 2 more lasers. Lin Mo slashed twice again, and sent Huang Yuan's laser bomb flying out. Oh, yo, you are getting more and more scary. As he said that, Huang Yuan immediately fired 4 or 5 more laser bombs. After Lin Mo bounced the last laser bomb, a flash of light flashed, and the gradually concretized yellow ape suddenly appeared in front of him. He had already started to kick his legs, and asked in a strange tone, Boy, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Chapter 284. Baltigo ran so fast that I was scared to death as soon as Huang Yuan finished speaking. His glaring right leg had already kicked towards Lin Mo. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted quickly, stepped on Xuanpa immediately, and avoided the kick from the yellow monkey as quickly as possible. A powerful light blade ejected from the yellow ape's feet, smashing the deck railing on one side of the spaceship to pieces. After Lin Mo dodged Huang Yuan's kick, he wrapped his armed color around his hand with his backhand, and with a set of Pegasus Meteor Fist, he hit Huang Yuan without hesitation. Almost at the same time, the yellow ape directly elementalized. Lin Mo didn't even touch his body. The dense fist wind pierced through the afterimage of the yellow ape, and when he sensed the breath of the yellow ape again, he had already appeared behind him. Another kick was kicked towards him quickly and hard. Lin Mo dodged again, and Huang Yuan's kick directly kicked the cabins behind Lin Mo into pieces. Oh, you run so fast. You really scared me to death. Huang Yuan turned around in a strange tone, facing Lin Mo just now. Lin Mo's fist had come over, but just like before, it still missed Huang Yuan. At this time, Akiji on a bicycle finally caught up with the warship. When he saw that the yellow monkey was already fighting with Lin Mo, he wanted to watch it here first, until the battleship on the warship. A group of sailors spotted him, and they all looked at him expectantly. Akiji scratched his head with a puzzled expression. He had no choice but to leave the bicycle on the warship for the time being. Using his abilities, he opened an icy road on the sea surface and quickly drove towards the spaceship. Anilo and Kaku wanted to help intervene in the chasing battle between Lin Mo and Huang Yuan. But the speed of those two people is quite fast. There is no room for them to help. Kaku even took out a water gun mixed with Heilushi powder, and after aiming it a few times, he couldn't determine the exact location of the yellow ape. Stupid guy, can you see their movements? Kaku couldn't help asking Enelo. Enelo nodded, but his expression was not very good. I can see clearly, but their attacks are too dense, and they all leave the current position immediately after launching in an instant. Even if I can predict their next move, it's too late to take a single move, and the time is too short. Your broken water gun is useless at all. Just as Anilu finished speaking, Akiji had already chased under the spaceship and was about to board the ship to help the yellow monkey. Damn it, there's another one. Anilu found Akiji immediately, and without a word, he directly elementalized it into lightning, blocked it in front of Akiji, and hit the thunder drum with a golden stick without a word, released the thunder dragon. Akiji sighed softly, gathered the cold air on his right arm, released an ice bird, and directly met Anilu's brontosaurus. Wherever the ice bird walked, all the tumbling and splashing waves froze. When the thunder dragon and the ice bird collided, a burst of dazzling light lit up, and there was only a loud bang. and the ice bird was beaten into countless shards of ice by the thunder dragon. The impact was dissipated. Oh, there are two tricks. Just after Akiji said something, Kaku suddenly jumped off the boat, holding the evil spirit's direct two-stage evolution into a double knife form in both hands, and made a beautiful leap in midair, with red and blue streaks the light mixed in the two lines of black mist, passing through the air along with the direction of Kaku's travel. In the blink of an eye, Kaku directly stabbed at Akiji with two sharp swords. Akiji immediately solidified an ice sword, integrated the armed color into it, and met Kaku's attack head-on. The tip of the evil spirit directly pierced Akiji's ice sword, and the ice sword split open almost instantly. Pheasant. Then, under Kaku's astonished gaze, Akiji turned into an ice man and split open with a click. It's really troublesome, you guys. Akiji's voice came from behind Kaku. Kaku landed on the icy road condensed when Akiji came, and just turned around. The Akiji growing on the top of a frozen wave had already condensed two ice picks, and as he waved his hand, the ice picks swish fly towards Kaku at a high speed. Kaku immediately jumped up on the spot and avoided the blow. The ice pick pierced the ice road where Kaku was originally standing, smashing the ice road in an instant. Damn it, don't underestimate this god of thunder. Enelo turned into lightning and appeared in front of Akiji instantly, and threw the golden stick that was shining with lightning at Akiji. Kaku held the evil spirit, stepped on the broken ice floating on the sea, and almost at the same time, from the other side of Akiji, attacked him again. Akiji couldn't help sighing again, and once again solidified an ice sword in his right hand to resist Kaku's attack, then covered his left hand with a thick layer of ice, and directly grabbed Enelu's golden stick. The electric current on the golden stick penetrated into Akiji's ice hand, and at the same time, the ice began to spread rapidly from the end of the golden stick held by Akiji. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the golden stick was covered by ice. On the spaceship, Lin Mo and Huang Yuan were still on equal footing, attacking and dodging back and forth tirelessly. Page 324. After the offensive and defensive battle with no winner, seeing the warship getting closer and closer to the spaceship, Lin Mo became a little impatient and immediately acted like a domineering king. Although Huang Yuan knew that Lin Mo would be overlord, but this time, compared with the previous time in Chambord, it was not as simple as raising a level. Huang Yuan also stagnated for an instant and half a second, allowing Lin Mo to seize the opportunity. Before Huang Yuan had time to elementalize, he was directly kicked out by Lin Mo with a note of Yikai. It's really scary to grow so fast. After being kicked away, Huang Yuan quickly used his ability to teleport back to the warship that was already close to the spaceship. Seeing that Akiji was still fighting with Enelu and Kaku, Kyozuru said, "Akiji, you come back first." Okay. Akiji didn't ask any more questions. With a strong pinch with his left hand, all the frozen parts of Enelu's golden stick, which had been frozen for most of the time, were instantly broken into countless pieces and scattered into the nautical mile. Enel was dumbfounded. Kaku frowned tightly and cut off how many ice swords of Akiji. Just as he flexibly used his skills, he stabbed two evil spirit swords into Akiji's back fiercely at the same time. Just like before, Akiji immediately turned into an iceman, cracked from the attacked part, shattered into countless pieces and fell into the sea, and Akiji himself had already returned to the warship. The yellow ape flashed right above the warship, suspended in midair, his hands interlaced in an X shape, and two dazzling lights flashed between his fingers. Lin Mo immediately used telepathy to bring Enelo and Kaku back. Enelo and Kaku didn't hesitate too much, and immediately returned to the spaceship obediently. Huang Yuan said with a half-smile, "Then let me see. You scary boys can't hide from my 8-foot Cheongoyu." Chapter 285. Brother Baldy's Little Care is not a tribute. Huang Yuan's Bachi Cheongoyu is a large-scale attack move. After he finished speaking, countless dazzling light bullets swarmed towards the spaceship. Both Enelo and Kaku couldn't keep their eyes open due to the harsh light. Lin Mo silently released the goblin ball directly, enveloping the entire spaceship. Almost at the same time, countless light bullets accurately hit the ball of the fairy ball, covering the spaceship from all directions, forming countless small dots, trying to break through the defense of the fairy ball. In just a few seconds, when the 8-foot Kangyu's attack power was wiped out by the fairy ball, many dense semi-transparent white spots appeared on the original golden sphere shield, and there were even some cracks around the white spots. If Huang Yuan came to the 8-foot Qiongouyu again, the 3-level fairy ball would undoubtedly be broken. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo directly said to AI Nilu, "Get out of here immediately." Enelo didn't hesitate too much, and immediately used his ability to control the spaceship and flew away at the fastest speed. Before leaving, Lin Mo deliberately took out the fixed wind beads, and the sea area around the warship became a windless zone. On the warship, Qingji watched the spaceship carrying the 3 of Lin Mo go away, and said, "Chase them as fast as you can." Ah yes. The sailor next to him immediately greeted his companions in the cockpit. Huang Yuan also returned to the deck at this time, and said with some regret, "They really dodged him. Lin Mo is really scary. He has so many strange skills." Qingji looked at Huang Yuan and said directly, "It's easy to chase them directly with your ability." No. Huang Yuan waved his hand and said, "Just now on Lin Mo's boat, I used up a lot of energy fighting with him, and I was suppressed by him with his domineering color. After Bachi Qiongouyu, I don't have the strength to chase them, so I will rely on the warship next." Akiji looked like I almost believed you. At this time, the sailor in charge of the helm trotted out from the cockpit anxiously. "It's not good, General Huang Yuan. The warship can't move." "Huh? What's going on?" Huang Yuan looked at the sea soldier and asked in a strange tone. Qingji glanced at the calm sea around him, scratched his head, and said strangely, "It's really strange. I remember that there should be no windless belt in this sea area." On the ship, Anilo and Kaku have been paying attention to the situation of the warships behind. Seeing that the warship did not catch up, the two were relieved. "I really didn't expect it." Kaku couldn't help but sighed. "We were able to slip away from the hands of 2 generals." "Captain, what did you do just now?" "You were able to block the large-scale attack of the yellow ape by yourself." Lin Mo didn't answer his question, but instead asked, "Aren't you injured?" "No." Enel looked gloomy at the golden stick with only one section left. His heart was bleeding. This Thor's weapon is gone. When he was in Sky Island before, he didn't know the value of gold. Ever since he came to Lanhai, when he knew that gold was very valuable here, he cherished his gold stick very much. After all, his group was not rich. "Forget it." Kaku patted Enelo on the back and said helplessly, "It's not easy for us to escape from the hands of 2 generals. The weapons are gone, and we will have the opportunity to replace them with new ones in the future. Then when will it be possible to change it?" Enelu asked aggrievedly. Kaku didn't know either. He glanced around and saw the messy spaceship. He couldn't help sighing softly. The ship is destroyed like this. It will take at least 3 days to repair it. "Captain, where are we going next?" Lin Mo didn't think too much and said directly, "Baldy brother." Still going to that broken island." Enelu's mouth twitched slightly. Kaku wanted to cry without tears. Going back now is a bit too risky. If the Navy turns back, it will be troublesome if they find out. "It's okay," Lin Mo said calmly. "Go around." Seeing that Lin Mo had already made a decision, Anilo and Kaku exchanged glances. Since the captain had already spoken, they had nothing to do. Afterwards, Enelu took control of the nearly riddled spaceship, made a big circle, and deliberately avoided the direction of the sea area where the yellow monkey and the blue pheasant were located. It took more than 20 minutes to return to the Baldigo. Long, who was waiting by the coast, saw that the time was almost up, and when he was about to go to sea to find Lin Mo and the others, he saw a spaceship flying over in the distance, and Long was relieved, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly raised. It's really amazing that he was able to escape from the hands of 2 generals. When the 3 of Lin Mo returned to Baldigo, almost all the members of the Revolutionary Army on the island appeared in the open space in front of the base. "They're back. My God, how did their ship break like this? It seems that they have experienced a big battle. It's amazing. Woo-woo. I thought they were going to die. Thank God, they came back alive." Lin Mo, AI Nilu, Kaku, "We wrongly blamed you before. I'm really sorry. I will treat you well in the future. Yes, you can stay here as long as you want, and I won't complain about you anymore. The three of Lin Mo just got off the spaceship, and most of the Revolutionary Army greeted them with tears in their eyes. Almost at the same time Lin Mo's feet landed, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Didi, get the recognition of more than 80.00 of the Revolutionary Army in Baldigo, and the sign-in progress 30. Page 325 Didi, Baldigo's sign-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion Baileys, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Linimo was not too surprised by the completion of the task, but the reward, 1 billion Baileys, seems to be pretty good. It just so happened that he didn't have much money on hand. Originally, he came back here for a mission, and they had already been here for half a year. Now that the mission was completed, it was time to leave. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said, "We're leaving." Now, Long asked with a slight frown. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Sabo also frowned, looked at the dilapidated spaceship, and continued. "Your ships are all like this. Why don't you leave after the ship is repaired?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "The Navy didn't find you. They came for us. There is Kaku on board, so there is nothing to worry about repairing the ship. Yes, as long as you don't sail in the sea, there is no big problem." Kaku followed Lin Mo's words and continued. "This old man is a shipbuilder, and no one knows the situation of this ship better than this old man. It's more serious. The old man needs some repairing materials. If you have more materials, it would be best if you can give us some." Yes, I'll get it to you right away." A member of the Revolutionary Army shouted loudly, then greeted his companions next to him, and trotted into the base together. Long stared at Lin Mo and asked again, "You really don't want to stay for a few more days?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "No." After being silent for a moment, Long then said in relief, "Since this is the case, I will not force you to stay. If there is a chance in the future, you are welcome to visit again." Lin Mo nodded lightly. After watching the people from the Revolutionary Army deliver the repair materials needed by Kaku onto the ship, Lin Mo thought about it before leaving. The people from the Revolutionary Army were really good to them, but it can only strengthen one person. At this stage, the Revolutionary Army needs not only talents, but also materials. And he just got 1 billion Baileys, so it's not impossible to share a little bit with them. Just treat it as the accommodation and food expenses for staying here during this period. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took out 100 million Baileys from the system space, handed them directly to Long and Sabo, and said in a flat tone, "I have been taken care of by you during this period, so be careful, it is not a respect." Chapter 286 Sailing is just an ordinary golden cudgel. Lin Mo's generosity made everyone in the Revolutionary Army dumbfounded. But neither Long nor Sabo took the money from Lin Mo. "I never thought of asking you to charge for staying here," Long said with a dark face. "Besides, you have already given me a devil fruit, which is enough, and you don't need to take any more money." Devil fruit and money are two different things. Lin Mo threw the 100 million Bailey note on the ground, without saying a word, swoosh, and returned to the spaceship. People from the Revolutionary Army who happened to help deliver the repair materials had already disembarked. Lin Mo said directly to AI Nilu, "Let's go." Enilu started the spaceship absently. Seeing that the spaceship was about to take off, Long waved his hand, and a gust of wind picked up Bailey, who was left on the ground by Lin Mo, and was about to return it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took out the fixed wind bead and forcibly stopped the dragon's wind. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army was dumbfounded when they saw the money flying into the sky and falling down again. Long was silent and did not speak. "Boss." Sabo looked at Long, indicating whether he needs to send the money back to Lin Mo's spaceship. Long was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. If you send it over, he will drop it again." After the spaceship started, Lin Mo checked his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 15 years old. Check-in location, Germa Kingdom, 0. Physique, all attribute chakra, insulator. Domineering. Armed color LV9. Overlord color LV9. Knowledge color LV6. Zhengjiangji. Jiangsu LV9 LV6 LV2 out and LV3 Figon LV2 So LV 2 special skills: swordsmanship and divine avoidance, proficient. Fire escape dragon fire art, proficient. Palm immortal art, proficient. Een healing wounds and extinction, proficient. Wind escape infinite sand breakthrough, proficient. Fire escape fire extinction, introductory. Reiki, proficient. Shadow mimicry, proficient. Water escape water dragon ball art, proficient. Water escape bubble art, proficient. Telepathy, proficient. Live sure. Druchang LV5 at LV17 LV 5 LV 5 LV 5 LV 5 weapons. Demon Blade Starbreaker, Lake Toya, Evil Spirit, Magic Blade, Golden Cudgel. System space, 1000 by 1000 by 1000 cubic meters. When he saw where he was going next, he was speechless. The next stop is actually the site of Germa 66. He originally thought it was an island on the Great Route, or he was going to a new world, but the result? Germa 66 is a powerful military organization in the North Sea. It is a scientific combat force led by the Vinsmoke family and is the representative of the Germa 66 kingdom. Moreover, the Kingdom of Germa is the only maritime country in the world that does not have a fixed territory. Usually, dozens of ships operate separately, and when they are combined together, they become the kingdom. Because of this, the Kingdom of Germa hardly stays in a fixed area of the same sea area for too long, because they often haunt various kingdoms in this world to fight. And judging from the system navigation, the moving destination is far away from Lin Mo and his current location, which is 4 or 5 times farther than when they came to Bartigo from Judo Island. That is to say, even if Germa 66 they stayed where they were, and based on the distance from Jufa Island to Baldigo, it would take at least 3 months to get there. Captain, which direction shall we go next? Kaku's voice brought Lin Mo back to his senses immediately. Glancing at the location pointed by the system navigation, Lin Mo pointed in the direction of Beihai and said indifferently, "Go straight to the north." "Okay." Kaku nodded, and then patted Enelo, who was still immersed in the shadow of the weapon being destroyed. "Okay, the captain has spoken. Let's go. Wait until the next island. The old man will help you choose a highly conductive weapon." "Your vision." Ben Lation doesn't believe it. Enelu patted Kaku's hand away, turned his gaze to Lin Mo, who was standing at the bow of the ship, looking at the sea, not knowing what he was thinking, and continued, "I can't tell. You have hidden so much money. You give money to the Revolutionary Army. I will not say anything. There is something I want to discuss with you." Lin Mo knew what he was going to say, and directly refused. "No." Enela looked confused. "I haven't said anything yet. You just rejected me like that? It's not fair. Long Nose discusses things with you. You will at least listen to what he said first. Why should I discuss with you? You don't listen to me? Your differential treatment is too obvious. Also, you are so kind to Long Nose, and you give him a devil fruit and a weapon, and you don't usually hit him, and I what? None. I still get beaten. It's not fair. I protest." Lin Mo. Kaku reluctantly reminded Enelu. "Okay, you're going to make the captain angry, and you'll have to beat him up again." Page 326. Enelu felt unhappy and asked angrily, "I can't beat it. Am I not even qualified to protest?" "Ahem, this." Kaku looked at Lin Mo and said with some embarrassment, "Captain, this guy Enelu speaks aggressively. You know it. But this time his weapon was indeed destroyed by Akiji. It will also affect his strength to some extent. The old man remembers that you said that there will be no weak people on this boat. Then, when you get to the next island, buy a better weapon for Enel. Do you think this will work?" "How good are the weapons you can buy?" Lin Mo asked amusedly. Kaku froze for a moment. The corners of Enel's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Mo directly took out the golden cudgel stored in the system space and threw it directly to Enelu. Seeing this, Enelu reached out to catch it reflexively and asked a question similar to what Sabo asked before. Where did you get this stick? Why did it appear out of thin air like a magic trick?" Kaku asked in surprise. "Is this the very strong stick that Sabo said?" Enelu tried to turn the golden cudgel in his hand, but found nothing unusual and asked in surprise, "Isn't this just an ordinary stick?" Lin Mo laughed and said, "If you dare to say that the golden cudgel is ordinary, you're afraid you'll be floating." "Golden cudgel?" Enelu was stunned for a while. but felt that the name sounded like something. Then is there anything different about this stick? Lin Mo said impatiently. Blood to recognize the Lord. Confessing the Lord with blood? Enelu was confused again. Kaku was silent for a moment, and then said, The old man has heard of bloodthirsty weapons, but he has never heard of a drop of blood that recognizes the master. What will happen if he recognizes the master? Lin Mo didn't bother to explain to them, so he left a sentence of thinking for himself and went back to the cabin. Anilo and Kaku looked at each other. Although they don't know what will happen after the blood is dripped, they all know that at least Lin Mo won't harm them. Therefore, Inilu didn't think about it anymore, raised his left hand, and directly cut a small cut on his finger with lightning. A drop of bright red blood slipped from his finger, dripping on the golden cudgel. It was instantly absorbed by the golden cudgel. At the same time, the windless zone created by Lin Mo before has returned to normal. The warship carrying the green pheasant and yellow monkey resumed normal operations. Although the Navy also has some specific warships that can pass through the windless belt, it just so happens that the trip that Huang Yuan took this time was a very ordinary warship. Well, it's difficult now. Huang Yuan looked indifferently at the direction where Lin Mo and his party had disappeared and said in a strange tone, How should I explain to Zhanghua? Akiji waved his hand, with an indifferent look on his face. This is your business. I'm just here to support you. And you go and explain it to the warring states side. As soon as Akiji finished speaking, the phone bug in Huang Yuan's pocket suddenly rang. Huang Yuan took out the phone bug, scratched his head, and connected the phone. The voice of the warring states came from it. Is it the yellow ape? How is the situation? Have you found Lin Mo's group? Huang Yuan was silent for a moment, then replied, Well, it's a long story. Zhanghua seemed to realize something, and said directly, Let's make a long story short. Oh, Huang Yuan smiled embarrassedly. They ran away. Warring States. Chapter 287 Daily Life is the first hand of the golden cudgel after Lin Mo returned to the cabin. AI Nilu recognized the owner by dripping blood on the golden cudgel, as Lin Mo said. After his blood was absorbed by the golden cudgel, in the blink of an eye, he suddenly felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the golden cudgel in his hand. When he turned the golden cudgel again, it turned out to be much smoother than before. How? Kaku asked curiously. Do you have any strange feelings? Analyst shook his head. I don't know how to say it. It seems that the relationship with this stick has improved. Kaku asked puzzledly. What do you mean the relationship with this stick has improved? Does this stick still have life? I don't know. Enilu put one end of the golden cudgel on the deck and muttered. Unfortunately, this stick is a bit short. It would be nice if it was longer. As soon as Anilu's voice fell, in an instant, the golden cudgel became larger in place. In just a few seconds, under the astonished sight of Anilu and Kaku, it became a shape with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of more than 10 meters. Can this stick get bigger? Kaku asked in shock. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Anilu's forehead. Can this stick grow longer? When he finished speaking again, the golden cudgel expanded 3 times. Hey, wait, enough is enough. Enel immediately yelled. The golden cudgel stopped and continued to grow bigger. Enelu couldn't help wiping off his cold sweat and muttered again. Fortunately, the weight of the stick has not changed since it got bigger, otherwise, I'll wipe it. There was a roar of click, and the huge golden cudgel suddenly became heavier, directly pressing through the deck, crushing more than half of the working gears in the hull at the same time. Then, the forward spacecraft stopped and began to fall vertically. What's the situation? Kaku immediately stepped on the moon's step, barely staying in midair. Before Enelo could even react, the golden cudgel, which already weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, sank into the sea together with the spaceship. Before the spaceship sank into the sea, Lin Imo also stepped on the moon and did not fall into the water together. Enelu turned into elements and became lightning, suspended in midair, staring blankly at a series of seas still bubbling on the internet under his feet. For a while, his heart was mixed. Seeing Lin Imo looking towards him, AI Nilu immediately explained, I didn't expect this to happen. It wasn't me that sank the boat. It was the golden cudgel you gave that moved first. Suddenly realizing something, Enelu was shocked and said, It's over. My new weapon is gone. Lin Mo stepped forward and slapped Ainalu on the head. It's not enough to succeed. It's more than failure. Enel wanted to cry, but had no tears. Kaku said with an ugly face. Although I can hold on for a while with the monthly walk is too exhausting, and I don't know how far the next island is. Captain, what should I do? Lin Mo released his knowledge, and soon locked on a fishing boat that was only 1 kilometer away from them. Follow me. After finishing speaking, he stepped on the moon's steps and walked quickly towards the direction of the fishing boat. Page 327. Kaku followed closely behind, and Anila looked at the sea surface without bubbles again, sighed uncomfortably, and whoosh, caught up with Lin Mo and Kaku. Anilu's whole body was once again shrouded in a haze. Kaku joked, "It's fine to sink the spaceship, but you also lost the weapon that the captain gave you. You idiot, you're finished. You bastard has a long nose, shut up." Enelo glared at Kaku angrily. "Okay," Lin Mo said in a displeased tone. "If the ship sinks, I'll buy another one." "What's the fuss?" Kaku wondered. "But it is too expensive to buy a ship. If there are enough parts, the old man can build another same spaceship, but it will take a long time. Just those in the hull precise gears cannot be bought in the general market, and can only be customized. If calculated according to the normal construction period, it will take at least 3 months to build another spaceship." Lin Mo. 3 months is too long. What's more, the next destination is also very far away. If Kaku really builds another spaceship according to what Kaku said, it will take half a year to reach Germa's 60 SIXS site in the smoothest case. But if you don't build a spaceship and buy a ship to sail directly in the sea, in the case of the Great Route, even if he points the direction, if you don't keep staring at it, the ship will easily deviate due to currents and various uncertain factors. Navigation is very troublesome, and the speed of sailing in the sea is much slower than flying. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Enelu with a gloomy face, and suddenly regretted giving him the golden cudgel. Seeing Lin Mo looking over again, Ai Nilu said sadly, "Don't look at me. I feel bad now. What kind of golden cudgel is too difficult to control? It becomes bigger and heavier for no reason. I don't know before I had time to react. I smashed the boat, and now it's all right. The boat is gone. The golden cudgel is gone. Everything is gone." "Captain," Kaku asked, "what is the origin of the golden cudgel you gave Enelu?" This is the first time this old man has seen a weapon that can suddenly become so huge and can be indifferent or heavy. The golden cudgel can be changed in size and weight at will according to its owner's will. Lin Mo said indifferently, "Since Ainalu has already let the golden cudgel recognize the master with blood, as long as he has a thought, the golden cudgel will become back on your own." "What? This is okay," Kaku said in surprise. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Ai Nilu's originally depressed mood suddenly revived. "Really? As long as I think about it, the golden cudgel will come back." Just as he finished speaking, the sea surface not far behind suddenly rolled into a large-scale wave. Immediately afterwards, a huge stick gushed out from the very center of the waves, directly locked on Enelu, and flew towards him quickly with a swoosh. Enelu was startled. "I'll go." Kaku looked back and saw the golden cudgel flying towards them. He said dumbfoundedly, "Silly man, quickly make this stick return to its original state. Otherwise it will be funny if we are smashed into the air gone." While speaking, the 3 of them were already very close to the fishing boat that Lin Mo had discovered. On the fishing boat, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Gawa just came out of the small cabin of the boat and was about to sail back. When he came to the deck, he was stunned when he saw the 3 of Lin Mo who were running in the air not far away. "Isn't it, I'm dazzled?" Gawa rubbed his eyes, then looked at Lin Mo and the others, and after making sure that he wasn't dazzled, his face changed suddenly, and he immediately shouted tremblingly in the direction of the cabin, "Ah, come out quickly. There are 3 men being hunted down by a super big stick." Chapter 288 Daily Small Broken Boat 20 Low Price Big Sale. Anya is Gawa's friend and a middle-aged man in his 40s. After hearing Gawa's anxious voice, I made an expression as if you were teasing me, walked out of the cabin, and said speechlessly, "What nonsense. You think I'm so easy to deceive? A super big kill 3 men with a stick? Who are you bluffing? Has the stick become a spirit? No, what I said is true. Look, it's over there." Seeing that I had pinched it out, Guwa quickly pointed in the direction of Lin Mo and the others. At the same time, the golden cudgel had already changed to its original size when it approached Analu according to Analu's idea. Ahahaha, it really is like this. Analu swept away the previously sluggish emotions and laughed. This stick? No, it's a golden cudgel. It's really a good thing. Ha. As expected, only this kind of weapon cannon is suitable for the use of the original Thor. You change your face too quickly. Kaku smiled and shook his head. Lin Mo simply ignored them and landed on the deck of the fishing boat first. When Anya looked in the direction Goa pointed, the three of Lin Mo had already landed on the deck of the fishing boat. As for that super huge stick, where is it? However, apart from their fishing boats, there were no other boats around. For the sudden appearance of the three of Lin Mo, Anya was still very surprised. What's the matter with you three? Why did you appear on my boat inexplicably? Kaku smiled and said, We are poor people who have encountered shipwreck. The tallest person is called Enelo. He is a devil fruit-capable person. We were brought here by him. A devil fruit-capable person? Anya was stunned and said in surprise, This is the first time I have seen a real devil fruit-capable person. I heard that if you eat a devil fruit, you will become a landlubber. Is it true? That's right. Kaku continued with a smile. So, can I trouble you to send us to the nearest island? Yes, we're going back too. R rubbed his chin and looked at the three of Lin Mo, and suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and continued. But we don't carry people for nothing, so please be more considerate. I won't charge you any more money. Just give me 1,000 Baileys. Although 1,000 Baileys is really not much. But in Kaku's view, it was already a huge sum of money for them who lost their boats. When he was about to bargain, Lin Mo directly took out 1,000 berry and threw it to Anya. Kaku looked at Lin Mo in surprise and just wanted to complain about true prodigal, but before he could say it, he swallowed the words again when he thought of Enelo being beaten. Anya immediately reached out to catch the money bag thrown by Lin Mo, counted it briefly, and immediately smiled. Okay, we will sail back to Phuket Island immediately. If the wind is favorable, it will only take 1.5 hours. 3. If you want to rest, you can go to the cabin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo was the first to walk in unceremoniously. Anelo was still excitedly playing with the lost and found golden cudgel on the deck. Kaku smiled helplessly and said nothing more. Gowa, on the other hand, kept his eyes on the golden cudgel in Anelu's hand. Although his friend Anya didn't see it, he saw it clearly. The super huge stick was approaching the tall man in front of him. After touching the person, it shrank to the size of an ordinary stick in the person's hand. Moreover, these three people were not brought here by this tall man. Goa saw it with his own eyes. They ran over by stepping on the air. What I told you just now is true. You must believe me. Goa whispered in A's ear. Anya gave him a blank look and said speechlessly, Okay, you. I almost believed it. At worst, I just earned half of the 1,000 berry. Goa couldn't laugh or cry. I didn't mean to ask for money. Oh, if you don't want it, then I won't give it to you. I didn't say no. Ahem, you should give me half. Neither Enelo nor Kaku spoke to the two of them. Seeing that Kaku was about to enter the cabin, Anelu directly blocked Kaku's way with a stick, curled the corner of his mouth, and said with a half-smile, Long nose, let's fight, and try my new weapon. Kaku smiled disdainfully. This is not our boat. If you mess up, you will lose money if you damage the things on the boat. Do you have money to pay? Cut, isn't it just money? This Thor has it. As he said that, Anelu took out the wreckage of his golden rod with a small section left. Although there is only a piece the size of a palm left, it is still very valuable in this world. Anya's eyes lit up when he saw the gold that Anelu took out, and at the same time, he secretly regretted it. If he had known that this group of people were so rich, he should have asked for more money just now. Suddenly thought of something, Anya smirked and said, It is fate to meet the three of you. I also sympathize with you when you encounter shipwreck. Otherwise, if you need a boat, I can sell this fishing boat to you at a cheaper price. You guys, if you wait until Phuket Island to buy a new boat, the price will be very high. Even if you buy a second-hand one, the price will not be too low. I can assure you that the price I sold this boat to you is absolutely high. The price is lower than those selling second-hand boats on the island. Page 328. Enola glanced at the small fishing boat, then turned his head to look at Anya, and said with disdain, "It's just this broken boat? I don't like Leishun." The smile on Anya's face gradually froze. Kaku looked at the ship and asked, "Then how much do you plan to sell it to us?" Seeing that there is still a chance, Anya immediately replied, 20 Baileys. It's already very cheap. When you get to Phuket Island, you can go out and ask the price. There is absolutely no boat at a lower price than what I sold. 20 Baileys. Kaku touched his chin and jumped to the top of the cabin of the fishing boat. First, he glanced at the whole picture of the fishing boat, and then began to knock and look around the fishing boat. Anya looked confused. What is he doing? Enru wrote lightly. Nonsense, he is checking this boat. Anya was surprised. He still knows about boats? Enola glanced at Anya like an idiot. You are an idiot, right? A long nose is a shipwright. How can a shipwright know nothing about ships? Anya couldn't help wiping off his cold sweat. You didn't tell me. How did I know he was a shipwright? In the time of these two sentences, Kaku came back. After returning, Kaku said, "This boat is not worth 20 yuan. I was stunned for a while, and said with a dry smile, "How could it not be worth 20? Although my ship is an old ship, the quality is absolutely not good. The price of 20. Where can you buy another one that is so big and of such quality? A good boat? Don't pick it, it's only 20. It's nothing to you. If you can't buy it, you'll lose money and you won't be fooled. After passing this village, there will be no such shop." Chapter 289. The hard counterattack of whether to make a card library every day, no matter how impassioned the owner of this small broken fishing boat said. In the eyes of Kaku and Analu, it was all nonsense. Leaving aside Kaku's dissatisfaction with the ship, even if Kaku wanted to buy it, Analu would not agree. "Just this broken boat. You give it to me, and I don't want it." Analu said with extreme disgust. Only a high-end boat can match the temperament of this Thor. Is this guy out of his mind? Anya muttered in a low voice. Gawa, who hadn't dared to speak, quickly pulled him away and said in a low voice, "You want to die? He's a devil fruit user. Maybe it's easy for us to get him." I almost forgot. I sweated profusely on his forehead and looked cautiously at Ainalu. If it was normal and he was looked down upon by others, Ainalu would have fired a lightning strike long ago. But today he is in a good mood, so he didn't care much about it. "You're lucky." Analu snorted softly. "Ben Lei Shun is merciful. Forgive your unreasonable behavior this time. If there is another time, die." Yes, I dare not." Anya responded with a wry smile. Kaku continued, "Your ship is at least 5 years old, and it has been repaired at least 5 times during the period. Although the general appearance does not look much damaged, the interior of the ship can no longer support much. According to the old man C, this boat can only sail 10 short distances at most, and it will be scrapped, and we are going to many places, far away, and your boat is not suitable for us at all." After a short pause, Kaku continued, "Besides, we have high requirements for ships. The configuration of your ship is too low, the space is too small, and the lifespan is short. It is worth 5 to 100,000 berries at most. Take this money to buy some materials. The old man can build a new fishing boat just like that." Anya. "Okay, let's stop talking." Kaku didn't want to say anything more, and he was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Nyeduo. He turned his head and looked at Enalu, who was still spinning the golden cudgel. "Stupid, are you familiar with the new weapon? Be more careful, don't accidentally sink this boat," Analu said angrily. "Asshole with a long nose. Is Ben Thor so careless? The same mistake. Ben Thor will not make a second time." Okay, then you can play by yourself. The old man is tired, so I went to rest." After finishing speaking, Kaku also entered the cabin. After he left the deck, Enalu suddenly realized a problem. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he glared at Anya and Goa angrily. "What did that bastard with a long nose call me just now?" Anya said awkwardly. I didn't notice." Goa shook his head. "I didn't notice either. Useless stuff." Enelo complained in disgust. The two looked at each other, especially when they saw the traces of lightning flashing on Anelu's body. Both of them were frightened and did not dare to speak again. Afterwards, the fishing boat sailed on the sea for nearly 2 hours, and finally arrived at a small island with a population of less than 1,000 people. When the fishing boat stopped near the coast, the three of Lin Mo got off the boat and walked directly to the only piece of Buji town on the island. After they left, Anya and Goa were relieved. "Ah, that long nose said that your ship is dying, is it true?" Goa looked at Anya and asked curiously. "How do I know?" Anya said with a displeased face. "My boat is fine. That kid with the long nose must be lying to me. Really, if you don't buy it, you don't buy it. Why are you saying such nonsense to scare me away?" The young people nowadays really don't pay attention to people more and more. The three of Lin Mo arrived in Buji town soon. At the gate of Phuket town, just like a small town on a small island they had been to before, there was a pirate flag for deterrent use. Glancing at the sign of the pirate flag tied on the top of the gate of the town, Inalo said disdainfully, "Why is it covered by a white beard again? Is he really a pirate? Why is he covering people everywhere? The old man told you a long time ago that Whitebeard is different from other pirates." Kaku didn't bother to explain to him. "He can do whatever he likes, and it has nothing to do with us. Let him go if he wants to cover up. Cover, as long as it doesn't hinder us. Anything is fine, right?" As he spoke, Kaku looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded lightly and stepped directly into Buji town. "Captain, should we buy a new ship directly, or collect materials to rebuild a spaceship?" After entering the town, Kaku asked Lin Mo. Lin Mo thought for a while and replied, "Buy the materials first." "Okay." Kaku didn't care. "It's just that I don't have much money. I don't know how much it costs to customize gears." Lin Mo directly took out a stack of banknotes and gave it to Kaku. Kaku accepted it bluntly. After thinking about it, he couldn't hold back and asked again, "Captain, where did you get the money? Can you hold so many things in your pocket? What do you think?" Lin Mo turned to look at him. Kaku scratched his head, puzzled, and said, "You also took the golden cudgel out of your pocket. Could it be that the captain's pocket is a treasure bag?" Originally, he didn't believe that there would be a treasure bag that could hold everything in this world. But after seeing with his own eyes that Inalo's new weapon can be large or small, light or heavy, he actually believed that Lin Mo might there are really treasure bags. AI Nilu said indifferently, "Lin Mo is not an ordinary person. What happens to him? Ben Lei Shin will not feel strange." Okay. Kaku waved his hand and said, "This old man is thinking too much. So are you going to buy shipbuilding materials with this old man?" Lin Mo and AI Nilu said in unison, "No." "Heh." Kaku sneered and rarely said stiffly, "Okay, if you don't go, the old man won't go either." Lin Mo. Enel. Page 329. Kaku waved his hand and said, "This boat is not owned by the old man alone. If you don't help, the old man will go on strike. Let's see who can consume more. You bastard has a long nose. I think you are getting more and more drifting." Enelu's body was covered with electric current, as if he was about to attack if he didn't agree with each other. Kaku wasn't afraid of him at all, but he even added fuel to the matter and said, "Come on, if you hurt the old man, no one can build spaceships, so you can stay on this small island for a while." The corner of Enelu's mouth twitched slightly, looked at Lin Mo, and asked for help. "Look at him. If you don't care about him, your captain's power will be gone." Lin Mo punched Anelu with a backhand, and then looked at Kaku indifferently. Before he said anything, Kaku took the lead and said, "Even if you are the captain, I am serious this time. The new ship must be built by the three of us together. Only by doing it yourself, you will be more serious in the future. Cherish this boat. If you still insist on not doing anything, then just buy a ready-made one. In short, the decision is in the hands of the captain. Captain, you decide. Whether to buy a ready-made one or the three of us, let's build a new ship together." Chapter 290. Who gives you courage every day? In the past, Kaku would definitely not ask Lin Mo to do anything, mainly because he didn't dare to ask for it. But it is different now. He is no longer what he used to be. He no longer has to live on the knife edge every day to complete all kinds of dangerous undercover and assassination missions, and he is no longer fighting alone. Although Enelo always quarreled and fought with him, and Lin Mo seldom talked to him, but at critical moments, neither of those two would give up on him. For the first time, he had the concept of a companion. That's why he thought of asking Lin Mo and the others to build a ship with him. This is not just as simple as building a boat. Three people doing one thing together can not only enhance the relationship between the three, but also cultivate a tacit understanding. Besides, Lin Mo and AI Nilu basically do nothing on the boat. They are too lazy, so they should move more if they have nothing to do. Similarly, although the current Lin Mo has somewhat changed compared to before, there are still some things that he must insist on. For example, don't stand when you can sit, don't sit when you can lie down. Then, Lin Mo said proudly, buy a ready-made one. Kaku's mouth twitched slightly. AI Nilu laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Long nose, it's not the first day you know Lin Mo. Do you think you can tell him to go to work? I really laughed to death. Kaku doesn't know what expression to use to express his mood now. I'm a little helpless, but it's reasonable to think about it. Whoever calls his captain is a personality who doesn't like to work. After a moment of silence, Kaku continued, but it takes a lot of money to buy a ready-made boat. Ordinary boats can never sail too far on the Great Route. Bigger ones are very expensive. Do we have so much money to buy a boat? Speaking of money, Enelu took out the wreckage of his golden stick. Anyway, I already have a new weapon for Thor, so I can sell this little gold and exchange it for money to buy a ship. Kaku glanced at the wreckage of the gold stick in Enelu's hand, shook his head, and said, you can exchange this little gold for 2 or 3 million Baileys at most. With the tastes of the two of you, ordinary boats can't get into your eyes at all, right? Enelu asked, dissatisfied. Then how much money do you think is still short? Kaku roughly counted the money Lin Magong gave him, and continued, even if your little piece of gold can be sold for 300 million, and the captain gave the old man 50 Baileys, it is still far away. I want to buy a high-performance light rail sailing boat that is still eye-catching. At least you need to prepare 8 or 900 Baileys. You can only buy a boat that is slightly better than ordinary boats. If it is even better, it will cost 1,000 million or more. You get what you pay for, and of course, if we buy the materials to build the ship ourselves, we can save half of the money. If you save half of it, it will be several million Baileys. If it weren't for him to buy the supplies on the ship, and their money basically only goes out, not coming in, what if you don't save some money? The difference is so much. Is a ship so expensive? Enelu looked puzzled. Long nose, are you lying to me? Kaku said dumbfoundedly. Is it necessary for the old man to lie to you? If you have money, it's fine. The problem is that we don't have that much money now, and the days to come are still very long. We can't just grab it when we don't have money. We don't pirates are not bandits. Are you stupid? Enelu said disgustedly. Wouldn't it be a big deal to grab the pirates' money? Then you have to grab a bigger pirate group, and the small pirate group doesn't have so much money. Kaku rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then said helplessly, this island is covered by white beards, and ordinary pirates I want to come here to make trouble. Even if we stay here for 10 days and half a month, we may not be able to meet pirates who come to the island to make trouble, let alone pirates. Pirates may not dare to come here. I don't have any on the island. Won't you go to the sea to look for it? Enelu gave Kaku a stupid look. Isn't it just money? You wait. Ben Lation will go to the sea to find the unlucky. Okay. Lin Mo was too lazy to listen to their nonsense, and said directly, Kaku chooses the ship, and I will pay for it. Kaku was surprised. Captain, do we have that much money to buy a boat? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Anyway, the system just gave him 1 billion or tens of millions Bailey's boat, which he can still afford. When did we get so rich? Enelu asked in surprise. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at him, and said, I have money, not you. Enel. Kaku said with a dry smile, since the captain said so, then buy a ready-made one, which just saves the time of shipbuilding. But if you are sailing at sea, there will be many uncertain factors that will affect the speed of the ship. There must be no spaceship to fly fast. It doesn't matter. Enelu was very happy. If he changed to an ordinary boat, he would not need to use electricity to sail the boat, and he would have a lot more time to be lazy. Kaku knew what Enelu was thinking, so naturally he wouldn't make him too happy. I usually have a lot of things to do, and you all know that I really don't have time to take the helm and sail the boat, so the job of sailing is still ask Enel to do it. Enelo's head was full of black lines. But I don't know how to drive an ordinary boat. Then go and learn. Kaku grinned. You are so smart. You should be able to learn it soon. Enel. That's it. Lin Mo said directly. Enelu learns to sail. I don't want to learn. Enelu asked with a wry smile. Linimo shook his fist at him. Enelu pursed his lips and said reluctantly, "Got it. I can learn it." Kaku laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Then it's such a happy decision. Let's go. Let's go to the shipyard to have a look. I can't choose the ship by myself, can I? If the old man chooses it, you are not satisfied, and the old man will not recite it. Pot. It's so annoying." Enelrode said angrily. "Choose a ship. Go, it's okay." Seeing that Linimo also nodded, Kaku walked ahead in a good mood. "Then let's go. I will definitely choose a boat that you are all satisfied with and has the best cost performance." Soon, under the guidance of several local people, the three of them came to the only small shipyard on Phuket Island near the back of the island. After knowing that the three foreigners who had encountered shipwreck wanted to buy a ship, the owner of the shipyard laughed. "The three of you are here just in time. I have just built a few ships of the latest style, ranging in size. If the three of you want to go on a long voyage, I suggest that you can choose from these three ships." As he said, the owner of the shipyard he took Lin Mo and the others to the still-looking boats docked on the coast, pointed to two of the light rail sailing boats, and continued, "These two boats are especially suitable for you, and the price is very reasonable. It's a good deal. Do you want to consider it?" "Whatever," Enel said indifferently. "Anyway, it's fine to drive." Lin Mo glanced at the ship recommended by the owner of the shipyard. It looked really new. Lin Mo was very satisfied with the appearance that could be ignored just by putting it in a pile of ships. Kaku looked at the two ships and did not immediately check the situation of the ships, but asked first, "What are the prices of these two ships?" The owner of the shipyard smiled and said, "The original price of these two ships is 2,000 million Baileys. If you want, I will give you a discount. How about 800 million? Hearing this, Kaku also smiled. "Boss, if you want the lion to open its mouth, you can also choose the person to be slaughtered. This style of light rail sailboat is brand new, and it only costs 1,000 to 800 million in the capital of Seven Waters, and it's still expensive. If you can bargain, who will give you the courage to ask for -million? Page 330, Chapter 291. Daily forced buying and strong selling. The owner of the shipyard didn't expect that among the three seemingly young people, there were actually experts, and he was a little speechless for a while. After thinking for a while, the owner of the shipyard said confidently, "This is not the capital of the Seven Waters. There are not enough shipbuilders to build ships, and there are not as advanced and convenient shipbuilding equipment as the capital of the Seven Waters. Yes, this style of ship in the capital of Seven Waters, it may really only need 1,000 or 2 million yuan. But have you ever thought that the same boat can be completed in the capital of Seven Waters in only half a month and a month, but on Phuket Island, it will take at least 2 months, and in terms of labor alone, the manpower and material resources required are twice that of the capital of Seven Waters. Why should I raise the price a bit?" Regarding the sophistry of the owner of the shipyard, Kaku didn't fall for it at all, so he began to carefully look at the two ships recommended by the owner of the shipyard, rubbed his chin, and analyzed. "It does look like a new ship on the outside, and what you said is true. It makes sense. Even if the labor costs are calculated for an extra month, the ship is worth 300 million at most, and it is still brand new, without any problems." That's not acceptable. I'll count you at least 400 million, no less." The owner of the shipyard said stubbornly, "This is a small business, and I used a lot of Bailey for the materials alone, and the labor costs that's a low count. How much money will be required? I will wait for the old man to check it first." After finishing speaking, Kaku jumped onto one of the ships under the astonished gaze of the shipyard boss and began to check. The owner of the shipyard rubbed his eyes, looked at Lin Mo and Ai Nilu in disbelief, and asked, "There is still more than 10 meters away from the ship, and the kid jumped over it in one step? Is it weird?" Enelu said contemptuously, "What an ignorant guy." The shipyard boss smiled awkwardly. A few minutes later, Kaku checked both ships. Back on the shore, Kaku said directly, "It is indeed a new ship, but the wood used for these two ships is some goods from the warehouse. Ordinary boats will also use some medium to high wood. Your boat, including material costs and labor, is worth 800 million at most. Don't try to increase the price. This old man knows as much about boats as you do." Hearing what Kaku said, The owner of the shipyard turned green. 800 million? Did you bargain like that? Boy, how old are you? And you dare to compare your experience with me here? When I started learning shipbuilding, did you not born yet? Kaku said without showing any weakness. Age doesn't mean anything. It took me less than a week to learn the boatman's skills that others need more than half a year to master. Don't argue with the old man. Is this boat good? It can be seen at a glance that 800 million is 800 million, and if there is more than 1 point, we will not buy it. The boatman boss hasn't said anything yet. Lin Mo asked casually. How much do you count for the labor of this ship? Kaku replied, 200 million. Oh, then cut it in half. As he said that, Lin Mo directly took out 700 million Baileys from the system space and forced them to the owner of the shipyard. Huh. The owner of the shipyard was startled, his face extremely ugly. 700 million is my blood loss. No, 800 million is 800 million. You can give me more. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him and boarded one of the ships without hesitation. Hey, what are you doing? You guys, I won't sell this ship. I'll return the money to you. The owner of the shipyard said that he was about to return the money to Kaku and Anal. Kaku jumped directly onto the boat where Lin Mo was and asked, Then choose this one? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Okay. Kaku didn't care. These two ships are the same. It doesn't matter which one you choose. Now there is nothing on the ship. Let's go buy some supplies first. Okay, you and Analo go. No, let's go together. Captain, more walking will help you grow taller. Lin Mo turned to look at Kaku and asked in a cool tone, You think I'm short? Kaku laughed and said, No, the captain is fine now, but it will be more perfect if he is taller, sure. When Analu was about to follow the ship, the owner of the shipyard immediately grabbed his arm and refused to let him go. Return the money to you, and you get off the ship for me. I won't sell it. Analu gave the owner of the shipyard a disdainful look. Our captain has said he wants to buy it, and you have to sell it if you don't want to sell it. If you shout any more, you will be killed. Hey, why are you being unreasonable? It's annoying, get out. An electric current flooded Enilo's body, stunning the owner of the shipyard who was still holding his arm. At this time, near the shipyard, some apprentices of the shipyard boss saw that the boss had collapsed, immediately picked up their weapons, and rushed towards Enilo. Enilo didn't even look at them, and directly struck a few lightning strikes, knocking them all to the ground with ease. Oh, it's really useless. Enel said something disdainful, and instantly turned into lightning, and came to the deck where Lin Mo and Enel were, just in time to hear the conversation between Kaku and Lin Mo, and couldn't help but picking out his ears, he said lazily. I really don't understand you. Why do you all care so much about height? What's wrong with being short? Lin Mo doesn't care at all that he is a dwarf. Lin Mo shifted his gaze to AI Nilu, jumped up and punched AI Nilu hard in the face. Hearing a scream of ah, Enilu was directly sent flying. Seeing that he was about to fall into the sea, the golden cudgel he was carrying became bigger and thicker in an instant, as if he had self-awareness. Back to its original size. This golden cudgel is amazing, Kaku said in surprise. Enilu rubbed his face that was still hurting and said dissatisfiedly, Damn it, hit me if you disagree. Am I wrong? You really don't make any sense. Okay, you can save a few beatings if you say a few words less. Kaku said helplessly. Let's go buy supplies as soon as possible. The captain and the old man will go buy them. And Enilu, you can stay on board to watch the ship. I think you're drifting away. Enilu snorted coldly. What do you think? Lin Mo is so lazy. Can he go shopping with you? Stop dreaming. Are you qualified to say the captain? Kaku shot back. Are you almost as well? Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Lin Mo directly raised his hand and punched Anilu and Kaku on the head again, and immediately there was a big bump on each of their heads. Before Anilo and Kaku even had time to complain, Lin Mo had already jumped off the boat and said indifferently, Anilo looks at the boat. Kaku, let's go. Chapter 292 Kaku, a busy man who wants to learn new skills. Every day Lin Mo and Kaku purchased a lot of supplies on Phuket Island. After all, Kaku only had 2 hands and couldn't hold many things, so Lin Mo reluctantly helped to take some. When they returned to the boat, Anilo excitedly showed off the big gold bracelets on his 2 wrists and asked proudly, I melted the gold stick into a gold bracelet. How about it? Not bad, right? Ugly. Lin Mo and Kaku replied in unison, then walked past both sides of Enel Road and entered the cabin directly. The corners of Analu's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the gold bracelet on his hand and asked with some self-doubt, "Is it really ugly?" After that, at Lin Mo's request, Anilo and Kaku simply cleaned up the newly bought boat. Kaku also deliberately found an introductory book on sailing and began to teach Anilo how to raise the sails, raise the anchor, and steer the boat. Fortunately, Anilo's mind is still quite bright, and he is not slow to learn things. When it was getting dark, he had already learned a little bit. "I've already seen it." Anilo asked proudly, "When are we going to leave? Now or wait until dawn?" Kaku looked at Lin Mo and gave Lin Mo the right to choose again. The captain decides. Although Lin Mo doesn't care, he doesn't need him to sail anyway. But considering that the speed of sailing in the sea with ordinary boats is much slower than flying, in order to find Germa 66 sooner, see Enel Road now that he looks so excited, it shouldn't matter much if he rushes at night. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said, "Let's go." "Okay, let me show you Ben Thor's sailing skills." Enelo immediately flashed to the cockpit. Page 331. Kaku smiled dryly and shook his head. "After only a few hours of learning, I drifted away. The old man has already predicted what kind of state you will be in after 3 minutes of heat." "Umph. How dare you underestimate Ben Thor? Long nose. Ben Thor will make you regret it." "Ha! Okay, then let's make a bet. How long can you last?" Kaku laughed and said, "I bet you will never last for 3 hours." Enelu emerged halfway from the cockpit and said in an unhappy tone, "Just bet. If Ben Thor wins, then from now on, if Ben Thor tells you to go east, you are not allowed to go west. Whatever you do whatever you want. No objections are allowed. If you win, then in turn, Ben Thor can listen to you for a week." "Are you stupid as an old man?" Kaku said with a smile. "Why can this old man only command you for a week if he wins? But if you win, the old man will always listen to you?" This bet, the old man refuses to accept. "Since you want to bet, then the bets have to be equal. Whoever wins, the loser has to listen to the winner for a week or so." Annalise sneered and said, "Okay, then it's settled. If you lose at that time, don't play tricks." Kaku said disdainfully, "Win is winning, and losing is losing. The old man can afford it. But you? Can you afford it? Asshole, do you dare to look down on me? Lin Mo, you testify." AI Nilu shouted at Lin Mo directly. "If anyone between me and Long Nose can't play tricks, you will break their bones and not give them treatment for a week." Lin Mo, "These two guys are so boring. Whatever you want." Lin Mo responded casually, and then pointed in the direction of Germa 66, and after getting Enelo ready to sail, he entered the cabin. Although it was getting dark, but considering that it was the first time for Enel to steer the boat, Kaku had been staring at Enel's superb operation in the cockpit. After making sure that there was no problem, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the three of them. However, less than an hour after the ship set sail, Kaku had just prepared dinner and called Anilu and Lin Mo to the kitchen for dinner. The three of them hadn't had a few bites of food when a pirate ship slowly approached in the dark. Although AI Nilu and Lin Mo had discovered them a long time ago, eating is their priority now, and no one cares about the pirates outside who have even sneaked into their ship. "Long Nose, there are a few mice on the boat. You go and deal with it," Enelu said while eating the rice. "Kaku has no intention of going out at all. I've been busy all day. I'm too tired. I don't want to move. You go and solve it." In just 2 sentences, the cabin door was suddenly kicked open roughly. A few vicious pirates rushed in with various guns and weapons in their hands. The leader among them was a man with a cross scar on his face and a beard. "Call out all the valuable things on your boat, and I will spare your lives." The bearded man's eyes were bloodthirsty, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Mo and the other 3 who were still cooking. However, none of the 3 of Lin Mo paid attention to him. The scarred man couldn't help being stunned and asked a little angrily, "Hey, don't pretend you didn't hear. Hurry up, take out all the valuable things on your boat, or I will kill you now." "It's so noisy," Anilu said angrily. "If you don't want to die, go back quickly." "Bastards, do you really know your current situation? The boy with the scar said angrily. We are pirates. If you don't cooperate obediently, I will let you and this boat sink in the sea forever. Scarman's subordinates added fuel and vinegar. Boss, stop talking nonsense with them. Let's go directly, kill them, and then search the ship. That's right. These guys must be scared and stupid, and they dare to say anything. Hey, listen up. Our boss is a pirate worth 1,000 million yuan. Be afraid. Tremble. You have already provoked our boss. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, we will not forgive you. Brothers, come on. Let these three ignorant guys know what happened to our boss. The Scarman's subordinates became more and more excited as they talked, picked up the guy, and rushed towards Lin Mo and the others. Lin Mo was drinking soup, and the group of pirates made him a little irritable. AI Nilu. Lin Mo called AI Nilu lightly. Enelu looked at the group of pirates who were getting closer and closer with a displeased expression and let out a cut in displeasure, and a few lightning strikes knocked down the group of pirates in an instant. The scarred man's expression was startled when he saw that all his subordinates were knocked down. Are you a devil fruit-capable user? Enelu raised his hand. The palm of his hand flickered with lightning, and a smirk formed on the corner of his mouth. You know too much. It's your honor to die under Ben Thor's hands. As he said that, Enelu flicked his hand casually, and a bigger thunderbolt struck towards the scarred man fiercely. The man with the scar couldn't dodge in time, and was split in half in an instant. Blood spilled all over the ground, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Can't you put it away? Kaku glanced at the blood all over the ground, and frowned slightly. It's too troublesome to clean up. Enelu waved his hand indifferently. Do you dare to say that you can kill someone before without bleeding? Isn't it just blood? Can't you just wipe it clean? Kaku, Captain. Kaku jumped directly over Enelu and asked Lin Mo for help. This old man is already busy enough. It will take a lot of time to clean up the blood all over the floor. He was killed by Enelu. It's okay whoever kills it, right? Look at Enelu. He is always bullying me. Captain, you have to make the decision for this old man. Huh? Enelu snorted coldly. Long nose, you can do it. You have learned to complain. Let me tell you, I won't clean up. Ben Thor is going to sail after dinner. He is very busy. No. After Lin Mo finished the last mouthful of food in his bowl, he was about to leave. The quarrel between Enelu and Kaku had to happen 4 or 5 times a day, so he didn't bother to take care of it, and they could quarrel freely, as long as they didn't bother him. However, Lin Mo just stood up to leave. Kaku suddenly said, Captain, this old man is going to learn a new technology, and I want to ask your opinion first. Lin Mo stopped and looked back at Kaku strangely. The corner of Kaku's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued, I want to learn how to mix wine. So, Captain, you don't have to go to the tavern to drink all the time. Before Lin Mo said anything, the corners of Enelu's mouth twitched slightly. Do you have enough time for a long nose? Are you afraid of sudden death after learning so many things? Kaku waved his hand and said, What's the matter? The old man's time has been arranged, and he can handle it. If the captain agrees, the old man will learn. If he disagrees, forget it. The old man is just asking casually. Okay, fine. Lin Mo still didn't have much resistance to wine that if Kaku really learned the bartending technique, it would be a good thing for him. Kaku was waiting for Lin Mo's words, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was even stronger. I bought the bartending book a long time ago, but I just haven't had time to read it. Since the captain agreed, I will start learning it from today. However, I am afraid that the old man will not have so much time to clean up the mess. Captain, why don't you let Enelu clean it up? Hey, long nose, you're cheating. Enelu protested. What kind of bartending is not bartending? I'm going to learn from Thor, you clean it up. Beverage mixing is not as simple as you think. Kaku smiled. This is a delicate job. It's not that the old man looks down on you. You really can't learn it. Okay. Lin Mo cut off Enelu's words and continued. You will die once you clean it up? You clean it up. Oh, by the way, Kaku added, since the group of people who came here are pirates, there must be some treasures on their boat. Silly. You will finish packing in a while. Remember to search on their boat. The corner of Enelu's mouth twitched violently, and the more he thought about it, the more something went wrong. You bastard has a long nose. How dare you fuck me? Enelu's body was flickering with lightning, and even the golden cudgel in his hand was covered with terrifying electric current. Linimo put his hand on Lake Toya, stared at Enelu, and said flatly, "Take it back." Page 332, Chapter 293. The daily, the moon is hazy. In a certain area of the Great Sea Route, beside an ordinary-looking light rail sailing ship, a somewhat dilapidated half-old pirate ship was quietly parked. At this time, a few pirates who were watching the light rail sailing ship were picked up by the deck railing of the pirate ship. "Tell me, boss, have they succeeded? Why is there no movement at all? Idiot, do you still need to ask? It must have succeeded. This sailing boat is really unlucky. It dares to set sail in the middle of the night. It's really desperate. Ha ha ha. Seeing how new this boat looks, the owner of this boat should be very rich. TSK, I can make a lot of money again, huh?" Amidst the cheers and laughter of the pirates, a tall figure came out of the cabin of the light rail sailing ship, cursing. "Damn it, I knew you had sent me." Enelu's voice was particularly abrupt in this quiet night, where there was only the sound of waves. Then who? Where's our boss? Why didn't he come out? I don't know who asked. Enelu looked at the pirate ship parked next to him in extreme displeasure. Without saying a word, several lightning strikes were thrown away. For a while, there was a lot of screams, and it took only a few seconds. Everyone was electrocuted. Enelu dodged, appeared on the pirate ship, and began to search the ship. Not long after, Enelu took back some of the treasures he had found. Kaku roughly estimated, and said with some distaste, "Is that all? It can only sell for a few million Baileys at most, and these pirates are too poor." Enelu looked at the body of the man with the scar and continued, "Isn't that guy worth 1,000 million? Take his head for money." "It's easy to say." Kaku shook his head and said, "Don't forget, we are the wanted criminals of the world government now. We go to exchange the money ourselves. Aren't we throwing ourselves into the trap? Besides, we don't know how long it will take to get to the next island. Leaving the corpse on the boat for a long time will stink, so you can't put it in the refrigerator. It's really troublesome." Enelu was feeling very irritable now and asked impatiently, "Then what should we do now? Throw them all into the sea and feed them to the fish." "Throw it away," Kaku said indifferently. "Anyway, we are not short of money now. The old man throws them out, and you are here to clean up the mess." Suddenly thought of something, Enelu continued, "What about the bet between us? The time wasted now counts." "Of course it doesn't count." Kaku grinned. "It was agreed that the sailing time would be 3 hours. Of course, eating and doing other things can't be counted. You should pack up here quickly and go sailing." "Asshole, I suspect you are kicking your nose." "Ha ha ha." Kaku laughed. "You have time to complain here. Why not hurry up and work?" Enelu watched Kaku kicking out the corpses all over the floor one by one. The more he thought about it, the worse it was. He agreed to recruit someone with a lower status than him to board the boat. What is going on now? Forget it. Why not clean it up? What is this? For him, it can be done in minutes. Thinking of this, Enelu felt relieved, found a bucket, and started mopping the floor. However, half an hour later, he still hadn't cleaned up all the bloodstains on the ground, and in some places, the more he cleaned them, the dirtier they got. He was so angry that he almost smashed the floor. "What the hell?" Enel angrily threw the rag in his hand on the floor. Kaku was reading a book next to him. Seeing that Enelu was going crazy, he seemed to have expected this for a long time. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I can't do such a small job well. It's really useless, you. The bastard has a long nose. Don't make noise. This ship is only so big. If you make noise to the captain, you will inevitably be beaten again. If you need help, the old man can spare some time to help you. But this old man is not in vain. No need." "Ai," Naluo said. "Long nose, just wait for me." Kaku shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Okay, just wait and wait. Oh, by the way, don't forget what you promised at the beginning, and you have to spend 2 hours training every day. If you hurry up, you should be able to finish everything and go to bed in the middle of the night. You bastard, don't think that you can do whatever you want with Lin Mo behind you. Ha ha, I'm sorry, the old man can really do whatever he wants with the captain covering him." Enel. "Okay, no matter how much you say, it's a waste of time. Hurry up and work. As he said that, Kaku got up and began to fiddle with some equipment for adjusting drinks that he had prepared a long time ago. He continued, "The drinks on the boat are too little, not enough for the old man to experiment. Wait until the next island. Buy more wine. Now the old man will try to make you a glass of mixed juice first. Don't get close to me. This thunder god won't take this set. Oh, if you don't drink it, the old man will drink it himself. Enelu. Who said I won't drink anymore? I don't want to eat this set, but I still want to drink. Ha ha. You guys are too contradictory. Enel. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you." Kaku began to arrange the equipment that had been prepared. Enelu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and it took another half an hour to barely clean up the bloodstains in the cabin. After drinking the passable juice that Kaku sent him, he returned to the cockpit and continued to sail. The entire cockpit was extremely quiet. For Enelo, these 2 hours were extremely tormented, and he almost fell asleep several times. Kaku saw that the time was almost up, and when he went to the cockpit to look for Ainulu was on the rudder, drowsy. "You bastard." Kaku stepped forward and slapped him awake. Looking at the rudder that was not in the right position, he didn't need to think too much about it. It was definitely off course. Enelu woke up suddenly, rubbed his eyes, and asked wonderingly, "What's wrong? Is it time?" Kaku sighed helplessly, glanced at the pitch-black sea, and said, "I don't know where it is now. That's all right. Don't mess around. The Great Route is different from other sea areas. As long as you don't pay attention, you will deviate from the direction we want to go. Now we are definitely not on the channel requested by Captain Lin Mo. You just wait for the dawn to be beaten." Enelu was stunned. "What, are you kidding? Why did you yell? You must have made a mistake." "That's right. You'll know tomorrow. Forget it. You go to practice arm color. The old man is here to watch." Then our bet. "You are all asleep. Of course the old man won." "Damn. No way. What's wrong? Go to training. Don't make trouble here." With that said, Kaku drove Enelu out of the cockpit. Page 333 Then, after sailing for a period of time, they found an uninhabited island with a size of only a dozen square meters and anchored to the shore and stopped. Chapter 294 Daily Arrival at Beihai the next day. When Linimo got up, the boat was still parked on the uninhabited island that Kaku discovered last night. During breakfast, Enelu was rarely quiet and didn't dare to speak much. After Lin Mo finished his breakfast, when he left the cabin, Enelu took a special look at him, and after he went out, he asked in a low voice, "He shouldn't be able to find out about the ship's yaw, right?" Kaku shook his head and said, "If it were someone else, he would definitely not be able to find out if he deviated on the Great Route without recording the pointer. However, our captain is different. He can know where the next destination is without the recording pointer. How long? Although I don't know how the captain did it, but you will definitely be found if you deviate." After Lin Mo came to the deck, he turned on the system navigation and took a look. When he saw that the distance from the kingdom of Germa in the navigation had not decreased, but had been lengthened, the first thing that came to his mind was not that Enelu was sailing the boat, but that Germa was moving. After all, the Germa kingdom is different from other kingdoms with a fixed territory. Whenever a war is launched, they will directly drag the entire kingdom. If the distance does not shorten, when will Germa be found? After a moment of silence, Lin Mo shouted in the direction of the cabin, "Ainulu, set sail after dinner." "Oh, I see." Enelu immediately responded obediently, then looked at Kaku and continued to whisper, "He doesn't seem to have noticed." "You're lucky." Kaku snickered. "Hurry up and set sail after eating." "Okay." Enelu nodded, finished the porridge in the bowl in 2 or 3 strokes, wiped his mouth casually, and appeared in the cockpit with his swish in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo pointed in the direction of Germa and the others. Enel nodded, ready to set sail. The boat sailed all morning, during which it experienced 2 sudden rainstorms for a few minutes, and at noon, it cleared up again. Lin Mo set up his fishing tackle on the side of the deck, ready to fish. As usual, Kaku prepared some refreshments for him, and made a glass of wine for Lin Mo by the way. Lin Mo took a sip, but felt that the taste was not bad. "The taste is not bad, the strength is a bit low. Next time I will make a cup stronger." Kaku made a no-problem gesture. "Good captain." Suddenly thought of something, Kaku continued, "Captain, I don't know how you tell the direction, but on the Great Route, There is still a big difference between sailing in the sea and flying in the sky. If you don't pay attention, you will deviate. You know that guy, Neil. You can do anything for 3 minutes, unless you are staring at it all the time. So you need to pay more attention to the direction of sailing, Captain. Lin Mo nodded lightly and glanced at the system navigation by the way. It's okay if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, it's really yaw, as Kaku said. Although it is not as serious as 180 degrees, it is at least 45 degrees off. AI Nilu, the direction is wrong. Lin Mo immediately shouted again to AI Nilu who was steering. Turn a little to the left. Understood. Enilu responded and immediately changed direction. Before the evening, Lin Mo would check the system navigation every hour. Every time he looked at it, the direction of the ship would deviate, which made him quite uncomfortable. If this continues, going to Beihai will take a long time just on the road. Similarly, Enilu was also very uncomfortable. It was all right at first, but he had been staying in the cockpit all the time, and he was almost suffering from claustrophobia. He would always yaw automatically because of the current, so he had to keep staring here, but he kept staring, and he would still yaw. Kaku is not much better. There are a lot of things to do on his own. When encountering some strong winds and waves and sudden bad weather, he has to help anchor the anchor, reef the sails and control the ship without being affected. And there are a lot of chores on the ship. He has no time to rest at all. At least when they were on the ship, they hadn't been this busy. After 2 days of sailing, the three of them couldn't take it anymore. After discovering a small island with people, Lin Mo made a decision to change the ship. Both Anilo and Kaku raised their hands in favor. The original ship was sold at a high price of 1,000 million Baileys under Kaku's crazy price increase and the coercion of Anilo, and then bought a bunch of parts and high-quality wood, and customized it. It took Kaku 3 months to batch the gears. With the help of Anilo, he finally completed a new spaceship that was roughly the same as before, but a circle larger than the previous spaceship. The three of them set sail again, and it took nearly 3 months. During the period, they were discovered by the Navy twice and slipped away smoothly. They climbed the reversing mountain and finally arrived at the North Sea, where the Kingdom of Germa is currently located. At noon on the day they arrived in Beihai, Kaku cooked a large table of good dishes. Anilu asked curiously, "What's going on? Why did you suddenly make so many delicious food today?" Kaku said in a good mood, "Today is my 19th birthday." Today? Anilu was stunned. Kaku nodded and said, "Well, today, the old man has never had a good birthday, so I won't mention too many demands. Just be polite to the old man today." Cut. Enel said disdainfully, "Isn't it just a birthday? Ben Thor has never lived such a boring life. When is your birthday?" Kaku looked at Enelo and asked. Enelu said indifferently, "It seems to be May-H. Huh? It's been 3 months. Kaku rubbed his chin and looked at Lin Mo again, asking, "Captain, what about you? When is your birthday?" Lin Mo said casually, "July-H. Isn't that just last month?" Kaku said in surprise, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Otherwise, the old man will definitely help you have a good birthday." "It's okay, but it doesn't matter." Lin Mo picked up the chopsticks and started eating directly. Kaku looked at Lin Mo quietly and suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha. It seems that the three of us were not people who paid attention to this before. Alone. Everything is boring you." As he spoke, Anilu also picked up the bowl and began to chop the rice. After Lin Mo finished his meal, when he was about to walk out of the cabin door, he stopped suddenly, said happy birthday lightly, and then went out without looking back. "It's really strange," Anilu said in surprise, as if he had discovered a new world. "He also said such things? Look at what you said." Kaku smiled. "It's not the first day you know the captain. Haven't you changed at all?" "That's right," Anilu said vaguely with his chopsticks in his mouth. "This guy is much more humane than when I first met him." Chapter 295. Beihai meets Huabansian again. After Lin Mo left the cabin, he set up a deck chair on the deck, ready to take a nap. Not far away, a pirate ship with a pirate flag with a cross on the back and a scarecrow head on the front is sailing towards the direction of the spaceship. On the watchtower of the pirate group's mast, there was a man wearing a black cloak and a cross necklace hanging on his chest. The person in charge of the watch found the spaceship floating in the air. His expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly shouted to his companions on the deck. "It's not good. Lin Mo's group is ahead." Go and inform the captain. Page 334. What? Lin Mo's group. True or false? Aren't they on the Great Route? Why did they come to Beihai? Is it to avoid the world government? Our luck is too bad. How do we meet them? There's so much nonsense. You guys, go and inform the captain. Ah, got it. Let's go now. Then, a young man on the deck who was equipped with the same equipment as the observation deck immediately rushed to the cabin where their captain was, pushed open the door, and said loudly, "Captain Hawkins, it's not good. We met Lin Mo, partner." Hawkins is the straw fruit ability user that Lin Mo and AI Nilu encountered in the North Sea after they came down from the empty island. He is also one of the supernovas who will land in Chambord in the future with a bounty of over $1 million. At this time, Hawkins was fiddling with his poker cards. After hearing what his hand was reporting, the hand holding the poker cards tightened involuntarily. The fact that Lin Mo and his party killed the Tianlongren in Chambord was a sensation at the time, although with the passage of time, this sensational event was gradually forgotten by most people. But for Lin Mo, for Hawkins, who had a relationship with Inelo, the impression is still very deep. Captain Hawkins. The younger brother who came to report saw that Hawkins seemed to be thinking about something and asked cautiously, "Then what should we do now? Should we go up front or go around?" When he came back to his senses, Hawkins said slowly, "Don't worry, it's a blessing or a curse. Everything is a foregone conclusion. I can't die today." Since the last time he accidentally encountered Carp and Lin Mo, Hawkins has to use cards to make a fortune for himself almost everywhere. Today is the day when he is going to go to the Great Route from the North Sea. Such a big for the day, he must have divination first, and the ending shown on the card is that they will pass the upside-down mountain without any danger. Therefore, it doesn't matter even if he meets Lin Mo's group on the way to Reversing Mountain. Anyway, no matter what happens, he can get through it safely. Hawkins is quite confident in his divination. However, since we have met, it is still possible to simply make a face-to-face meeting. Thinking of this, Hawkins got up from the chair he was sitting on, put away his stack of playing cards, and walked towards the deck calmly. When his pirate ship approached Lin Mo's spaceship, he could just see Lin Mo lying on a deck chair, basking in the sun, wearing a blindfold, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Hawkins stared at Lin Mo silently. His subordinates asked in a low voice, "Captain Hawkins, is that sleeping kid Lin Mo?" Hawkins nodded his head lightly and said in a low voice, "Just go around and don't disturb him." "Ah, yes." Hawkins' younger brother immediately conveyed his meaning to his companions. When Hawkins' ship passed by the spaceship, Hawkins deliberately took out his playing cards and simply shuffled them, then took out one of them and placed it in the air in front of him. Glancing at the card, Hawkins' eyes flashed with astonishment, but he quickly returned to his original appearance, with an appearance of being reasonable, and said in a calm tone, "If you confront Lin Mo head-on, you can retreat completely. The probability is 0%. Huh? Is Lin Mo so strong?" Hawkins' younger brother asked in surprise. "Although the Tianlong people are very weak," Hawkins continued, "but those who dare to kill the Tianlong people are definitely not weak." "That's right." Another younger brother of Hawkins added to the younger brother who asked the question, "I don't know if you came late. We met Lin Mo and the others once before. Guess who else we met at that time?" The little brother who asked the question asked with a confused face, "Who else can I meet?" "Navy hero Garp." Is that the Tekken Carp?" "That's right. That's right. Lin Mo and the others were with Carp at the time, and they seemed to have a good relationship." Since Lin Mo and the others have a good relationship with Carp, why does he still want to kill the Tianlong people to confront the world government? "I don't know." "Okay, stop talking." Hawkins glanced at the spaceship that was getting farther and farther away from them, and said, "Everyone on that ship can hear what you say." As soon as he said this, the two younger brothers who were talking just now covered their mouths. On the ship, Lin Mo did hear what Hawkins said, but he didn't intend to pay attention to them. As long as they didn't bother him, he would do anything. When Inelo came out of the cabin and was about to bask in the sun and was about to set sail, he noticed the pirate ship that had gradually gone away, stared at Hawkins who was facing them with his back, and said strangely, "That guy looks a bit familiar. Lin Mo, Captain, have we met him before?" "I haven't seen it before," Lin Mo replied casually. Kaku glanced at Hawkins' back, thought for a while, and continued, I seem to have seen that person's reward order. I remembered. His name is Hawkins, and he seems to be a pirate who just got mixed up in Bay High in the past year. The current bounty seems to be 8,000 million. The sudden appearance of Kaku startled Anilu. You bastard has a long nose. Can you not use your disgusting ability on the boat? In the eyes of this old man, your ability is called disgusting. Anilu snorted coldly. You are envious and jealous. Kaku looked disgusted. Just you? Is this old man envious of your stupidity or your lack of beating? Bastard. You. Hush. Kaku pointed to Lin Mo, who was sleeping next to him, and whispered, Your skin is itchy again, right? The corners of Enilu's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his gaze to Hawkins again and said angrily, It's actually the same as my bounty, huh? He is better than me? I want to see what that guy has to do with my bounty. Like gold. After finishing speaking, Enilu immediately turned into an element, turned into a bolt of lightning, and disappeared with a schwa. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on Hawkins' boat, squatting on the deck railing in front of Hawkins, staring at him with contempt, and asked in a disdainful tone, Hey, are you strong? Chapter 296 The Divination of Hawkins in the North Sea. Regarding the sudden arrival of Enilu, Hawkins was still calm, but his younger brothers were a little panicked. Hawkins didn't answer Enilu's question immediately, but shuffled his poker cards again, drew another card from it, and placed it in front of him in the air. He just looked at the cards and didn't have time to say anything. Enilu raised his hand a little, and a lightning strike appeared, instantly turning the cards in front of Hawkins into ashes. Hawkins. Poker? Oh, I remembered. Enel said lazily. You are the fortune teller that Ben Thor met when he first arrived in Blue Ocean. Oh, yes. Now you are actually mixed with Ben Thor. It is as high as gold. It is best that your strength is worthy of your bounty. Although the card just now was turned into ashes by Enilu, Hawkins has already seen the face of the card. The result of the divination is that if he plays hard, he will lose. He doesn't even have a chance to run. There is no chance of winning the battle, and Hawkins will never take risks. I'm not your opponent. Hawkins said calmly. What do you want? Anilu said angrily. Give up before you hit you? You are so cowardly that the reward is still the same as mine. Damn, I don't recognize you. After finishing speaking, Anilu waved his hand, and it was a lightning strike. Hawkins dodged immediately, but he was still half a beat behind. One arm was directly penetrated by Enilu's lightning strike, but nothing happened. Page 335. At the same time, on a cargo ship in the distance, a worker who was moving cargo suddenly let out a scream, and his entire left arm instantly became scorched black. And Hawkins' arm suddenly cracked a hole, and a damaged little scarecrow emerged from it and fell to the deck. Hawkins is a superhuman straw fruit-capable person. Through this little scarecrow, he can transfer the damage he suffers to others. This ability is used in battle as if he has a few more lives. He can even make 10 scarecrow clones at the same time to divert the damage. Oh, your ability is a bit interesting. Enilu sneered. Then let Ben Thor see your ability. As he said that, Enilu waved the golden cudgel in his hand, and he didn't even use his lightning ability, and directly slammed the stick at Hawkins. Hawkins backed away again and again. His men wanted to go up to help, but he waved his hand to signal them not to come. After failing to hit Hawkins 3 times in a row, Enilu made the golden cudgel instantly longer when he hit Hawkins for the 4th time. Hawkins grabbed the end of the golden cudgel and swung it towards him. Enilu suddenly hooked the corner of his mouth, increasing the weight of the golden cudgel. The weight of several thousand kilograms was instantly pressed down, sinking Hawkins into the deck. Captain! Damn, it's too deceiving. Hawkins' younger brothers immediately surrounded him. Don't come here. Hawkins' calm voice came from below the deck. Enel closed his stick. Hawkins jumped out of the deck, his body still intact. At the same time, on the same cargo ship, a group of people were worriedly checking the inexplicable man whose arm was scorched. Suddenly, there was another scream, and a dent from a stick suddenly appeared on the chest of a middle-aged man. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the middle-aged man passed out. Hawkins' pirate ship. Seeing another scarecrow with a split body falling out of Hawkins' arm, Anilu couldn't help curling the corners of his mouth and said a little irritably, What kind of power do you have? It's really disgusting. Hawkins said, I am a straw fruit-capable person, and I can transfer the damage to others. I don't mean to fight against you, and I don't want to have any conflict with you. Enel. Ha ha ha. Big fool, can you do it? At this moment, Kaku's voice suddenly came over. Just after Enelo ran to the Hawkins ship to find fault, Kaku moved his hands and feet on the spaceship for a while, jumped onto the guardrail, jumped directly, and easily jumped to Hawkins, who was nearly 100 meters away from the spaceship. On board, because of the ability of the Fruit of Silence, no one noticed his arrival until he made a sound. Hawkins looked at Kaku in surprise and said with some surprise, "I didn't feel your presence at all. You seem to have no breath." Kaku shrugged his shoulders and wrote lightly, "The old man is just an unknown, ordinary shipbuilder, and it's normal to have no sense of existence." Hawkins, "Hey, can you do it?" Kaku asked Enelu again. Enelu said irritably, "Who told you to come here? Go back to the spaceship and stay there. Ben Thor can handle it." Kaku chuckled and said, "Old man, I saw that you failed to hit Hawkins a few times. It seems that the training during this period is of no use at all. You must be lazy." "No, Ben Thor didn't." Enelu threw a stick at Kaku in anger. Kaku jumped away immediately. Enelu slammed a stick on the guardrail where Kaku was standing just now, smashing the guardrail to pieces. Then, the daily fighting between the two began again, and within a few seconds, a quarter of Hawkins' boat was smashed. "Captain, they are going to dismantle our ship." "Captain, think of a way. If you don't stop it, our ship will be over." Hawkins heard the anxious voices of the crew members, but he still had no intention of stopping them. He still calmly took out his deck of cards, shuffled the cards again, and then drew a card from it. "If you stop it, the probability of being wiped out is 20.00. If you don't stop it, the probability of being wiped out is dash." Hawkins' words stunned all his younger brothers. Then, Hawkins drew another card and continued. "The success rate of abandoning the ship is 50.00, and the success rate of not abandoning the ship is dash." After a moment of silence, Hawkins put away all his cards and said calmly, "You can't participate in their fight. Go prepare the boat. We'll leave here immediately." Ah, yes. Although his younger brothers were very reluctant to abandon the ship, Hawkins' divination had never made a mistake, and they all trusted him. Therefore, as soon as Hawkins opened his mouth, they hurriedly prepared the boat for escape. Enelu and Kaku fought for a long time, dismantling their boat and almost sinking before Enelu noticed Hawkins and his party who had already run away in the boat. "Are the 8,000 million bounty offenders so cowardly?" Enelu said angrily, "What a bunch of useless things." "Ha ha ha." Kaku laughed loudly. "If they have self-knowledge, let's go back to the spaceship. This ship is going to sink." After Kaku finished speaking, he jumped back. Although AI Nilu was still very dissatisfied, he glanced at the direction Hawkins and the others were running in, said nothing more, and returned to the spaceship with a swish. Afterwards, the spaceship sailed in the North Sea for another 2 months. Several ships were dragged by a giant snail similar to a phone bug, and a battleship with a large sail marked 66 appeared in front of Lin Mo and the others. Chapter 297 Germa Landing. Is that a snail? Enelo stared at the battleships pulled by a few giant snails not far away, and asked strangely, "Snails can swim?" Compared to Enelo, Kaku has a little understanding of Germa. This seems to be Germa 66, the battleship of the Vinsmoke family. Germa 66? The Vinsmoke family? Enelo asked with a chuckle. "Are the members of this family strong?" Kaku shook his head and said, "The kingdom of Germa is quite famous in the North Sea. The Vinsmoke family that leads the kingdom of Germa has the title of war expert in the army of evil. It is a very powerful military organization in the North Sea. Is a scientific combat force. What is their own strength? I have never dealt with them, so I don't know. But I know that the weapons they use are all high-tech products, and they are so famous in Beihai, their strength should not be looked down. Hee, it's just right. Let me see how powerful this famous family in Beihai is." As he said that, Enelu rubbed his fist softly, just when he was about to go directly to Germa 60 SIXS battleship. Lin Mo suddenly said, "Stay on the boat and watch the boat." Enelu staggered and almost fell down. "What's the matter? Why did I stay on the boat? Is it okay to let the long nose stay on the boat and watch the boat?" It's the captain's trust in you to let you stay on board to watch the ship. Kaku helped Lin Mo and explained to Anil casually. The kingdom of Germa is different from the small islands and kingdoms we have been to before. If they found the spaceship, it is very likely that they will launch a direct attack on the spaceship. If the old man stays on the ship, facing a large-scale attack, it is still a bit difficult for one person to deal with it. But you are different. You can directly create large-scale attacks. If it's impossible to hit back with a range lightning attack, you can control the spaceship to leave temporarily. This old man can't do it. AI Nilu froze for a moment, looked at Lin Mo suspiciously, and asked, "Really?" Page 336. Lin Mo nodded casually, and turned his gaze to not far away, one of the warships with a castle towering over it. Without saying a word, immediately stepped on the moon steps, and quickly moved towards the target warship. The old man will go there with the captain, watch the boat well, and wait for us to come back. After speaking, Kaku also stepped on the moon and chased after Lin Mo. Anila leaned on the deck railing, looked at the two people who had already run away, and said boredly, "You guys come back soon." However, not long after Lin Mo and Kaku left, on the watchtower of one of the Germa warships, a fully armed man was holding a telescope. Even though it was approaching evening, the scope of sight was limited. He still found the spaceship hovering 100 meters away. A spaceship suspended in the air. The man in charge of patrolling the waters around the warship put down his binoculars and immediately shouted to a man who looked exactly like him but was taller than him. A spaceship suspended in the air was found about 200 meters to the northwest. Suspicious spaceship that is parked. Hurry up and ask His Majesty the King if you want to attack the suspicious spaceship. Okay, got it. The tall man trotted into the communication room immediately, picked up the phone bug that can contact the main fleet, and dialed out without saying a word. Soon, the person in charge of the communication room of the main fleet answered the phone. After learning about the situation, the person in charge of the communication room of the main fleet immediately went to the restaurant where Vinsmoke Gage, the king of the Germa kingdom, was dining. Report. The person in charge of the communication room stood up straight at the entrance of the restaurant, looking solemnly at the restaurant where Gaji and 4 other young men with different hair colors were eating, and continued, "A suspicious spaceship has been found. Your Majesty the King, please instruct, do you want to launch an attack on the spaceship?" A spaceship. Beside the dining table, a red-haired young man named One Smoke Eager put down the knife and fork in his hand, and said with a blank expression, "Using a spaceship to sail, could it be? Ha ha ha, it's Lin Mo's group who are wanted by the government." The young man with green hair named Vinsmoke Yonji had a look of excitement on his face, and said eagerly, "You really have courage. How dare you come to Beihai? Humph, since I have met them, I don't want to miss them. Father, let me deal with them." Jiaji was silent for a moment, and then said, "The Navy headquarters sent a general to hunt down Lin Mo and the others. It has been so long, and they haven't succeeded. We can't underestimate them." "Oh, they didn't succeed because they didn't have the ability," the blue-haired boy named Vince Machne said disdainfully, "since the guy who offered a reward of 14 billion dared to appear in front of our eyes. Let him have the opportunity, there is no return. Wouldn't it be good to exchange his head for 14 billion as pocket money for us? Don't forget, there is another 8,000 million guy on board." Yongji added, and Aiji nodded and said, "That's right, 8,000 million is enough to play for a while, huh?" The girl with pink hair, named Vinsmoke Reiju, did not participate in the discussions between her father and brother. Gage rubbed his chin and thought for a while, glanced at Iji and Reiju, and said, "First make sure that the person who came is Lin Mo and the others. Iji, Reiju, you two, go and find out who is coming. Not Lin Mo and the others." "Good father." Iji's mouth curled slightly. "I'll go." Niji said a little unhappily, "Father, why don't you let me go?" Yongji continued, "I can do it too, let me go too." Jiaji insisted, "It's fine for Iji to go, you two stay here." Niji and Yongji had no choice but to obey the order, and responded with "I know" in unison. At the same time, with the help of Kaku's silent fruit ability, Lin Mo and Kaku quietly boarded the main battleship of the Germa kingdom. As soon as Lin Mo's feet landed, the long-lost system notification sound finally sounded in his mind. "Didi, Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location Germa Kingdom. The sign-in progress is 10, the current total progress is 10, and the reward for Tianma Meteor Fist level 1. The current level of Tianma Meteor Fist is LV3. Lin Mo didn't feel the improvement of this skill at all, as if nothing happened. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo asked in his heart, "System, how many tasks are there here?" Didi, there are currently 3 progress tasks that need to be completed by the host, all accounting for 30.00. 3 missions. Is there any mission to be completed on Germa's side? Lin Mo was thinking. Kaku glanced at the surrounding situation and asked softly, "Captain, what are we doing here at Germa?" Chapter 298 Germa is too weak for you. When Lin Mo was about to come to the Germa battleship, although Kaku didn't express anything on the surface, he was already surprised in his heart. After all, for a lazy person like Lin Mo, who usually can't move more, suddenly wants to go out for a walk, it's really a bit strange. Therefore, when landing on the main battleship Germa, Kaku still couldn't help asking. Because of the silent fruit, no one could hear the conversation between him and Lin Mo walk around casually. Lin Mo replied casually. As soon as Kaku heard it, he knew that Lin Mo was dealing with him. Although he was a little dissatisfied, he had nothing to do with Lin Mo. However, since they have all come here, naturally they can't make a trip in vain. Captain, Kaku's mouth curled up slightly, and he made a small suggestion. The Germa Kingdom is very rich, and it's already here. Why don't you bring something back? Yes, Lin Mo said indifferently. Is it okay for you to go by yourself? Huh? Isn't the captain going with the old man? Kaku asked in surprise. Lin Mo shook his head. After a moment of silence, Kaku didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he couldn't get the answer he wanted, so he didn't ask any more. So he waved his hand and said, "Okay, the old man will take care of his own safety, and the captain doesn't have to worry about it." Lin Mo nodded, then found a direction at random, stepped on Shuanpa, and quickly hid in the darkness. Kaku didn't stay in place for long, but also found a direction and started treasure hunting. After Lin Mo and Kaku separated, Iji stepped directly on the surface of the sea with his technical shoes with explosive bounce and jet functions, and soon boarded the spaceship. The moment he stepped on the spaceship, a particularly conspicuous lightning strike fell from the sky in the gradually darkening sky, hitting Iji's Tianling guy directly. Sensing the danger, Iji moved away from where he was standing in advance. The lightning struck the deck with a bang, leaving a black mark on the deck. Because he always fights with Kaku, in order to prevent the ship from being destroyed, Kaku deliberately mixed some things in the wood of the deck that can buffer and reduce lightning damage. Now, as long as the lightning strike is below 100 million volts, generally it will not cause damage to the ship. Oh, I was discovered. Iji raised his head indifferently to look at Enelu, who was standing on the observatory of the spaceship at the moment, pushed off the mask he was wearing, and said with a half-smile, "It really is Lin Mo gang." Enelu looked at Iji from top to bottom with disdain, especially when he saw Iji's curly eyebrows, and snorted coldly. "Oh, are these eyebrows looking down on Ben Lation? Curly eyebrows, you are dead gone." Iji sneered, and took out something similar to a soda can. In an instant, a red light lit up, and he transformed in front of Enelu. A red combat tights with a white cloak with the logo 1, special white gloves, and a belt. Iji, who had Germa's 66 logo on his clothes, appeared in front of Enelu. Enelu also sneered. "What is this? Juggling? Do you think Ben Thor will not recognize you after changing your clothes? It's ridiculous. In Ben Thor's eyes, you are a circus monkey. Talk too much, but you will suffer." While speaking, Iji, with the help of KG shoes, soared into the air and suddenly appeared in front of Enelu. With a move of sparks whirling, flames were released from his hands, fiercely attacking towards Enelu. However, Enel didn't even seem to hide. Iji's flame penetrated Enel's elemental body, but did not cause any damage to Enel. Page 337, that's all you can do? Enelu turned the golden cudgel in his hand, looked at Iji with contempt in his eyes, and suddenly there was a flash of light in his eyes, predicting Iji's next move. A little in advance, the stick hit it. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, Iji immediately raised his hands and double-circled with the sparks. After the flames were released again from both hands, he put his hands together and detonated the flames. Hearing a loud bang, E.G. himself was blown upside down by the big bang he made. As for Anilo, he was elementalized at the moment of the flame explosion, so the explosion still did not cause him any harm. It's really pedantic. Anilo sneered and appeared in front of E.G., who was flying upside down in the blink of an eye, and swung his stick again. Don't get complacent too early. As soon as E.G. finished speaking, his eyes emitted a strong light. He thought that this light could damage Anilo's vision, and he was about to use the battle suit to punch multiple glowing punches at the same time. Anilo's stick had already smashed over, hitting E.G.'s body hard. Unbelievable, several bones in E.G.'s chest were broken, and he flew backwards at an even faster speed. It's really useless, thanks to the fact that I'm still looking forward to you. Just this little light still wants to blind my Thor's eyes. It's ridiculous. Anilu lazily picked out his ears and didn't chase after him. After all, he still has to watch the ship, snorted coldly with disdain, then returned to the spaceship muttering. And on one of Germa's 60 SIXS warships. The roaring sound from the spaceship made some Germa soldiers come to the deck to watch curiously. Of course, at a glance, they discovered that the person who was fighting was none other than their eldest prince, Vinsmoke Iji. They all recognized Iji's strength. It turned out that His Royal Highness went there in person. It seems that the person who can be on the spaceship is not easy. Ha ha ha. No matter how good the people on the spaceship are, so what? If His Highness Iji went there in person, it wouldn't be an easy solution. That's right. You're right. Those guys are out of luck. Ha ha. I wonder if His Highness Iji will directly kill those guys. It's hard to say. Maybe he will be captured alive. While everyone was talking, Iji had already been sent flying by Ainalu with a golden cudgel. They didn't even realize what happened. They only heard a bang, and Iji smashed a big hole in the cabin wall behind these people. Several people froze for a moment, with a flash of relaxed expression on their faces, and they all ran towards Iji with ugly expressions. His Royal Highness, are you all right? Damn it. It seems that the people on the spaceship are very strong. His Highness Iji is not an opponent. When they helped Iji, who was seriously injured, out of a pile of rubble, Iji vomited blood and passed out. This group of people is in a hurry. Where are His Highness Iji's shoes? Are you concerned about the shoes now? His Highness Iji has fainted. Hey, hurry up and call the ship's doctor. And hurry up and report to His Majesty the King. Hurry up. Good, I'll go right away. Chapter 299 Germa. This is very sudden. The news of Iji's defeat soon spread to Gaji. What's the situation? Yongji slapped the table and stood up. I was defeated after only a few minutes out. Jiaji looked solemn and immediately asked the person who came to report, how is Iji doing now? Report, His Royal Highness Iji is in a very bad situation and is still in a coma. The doctor is already giving His Royal Highness Iji emergency treatment. The person who came to report said tremblingly. Jiaji was silent for a moment, then immediately looked at his other 3 children and said, Nichi, Yongji, Reiju, you 3 go together and kill Lin Mo and his group. Okay. Niji sneered and directly activated the science and technology machine he was wearing and flew out with a swoosh. Yuji and Reiju followed closely behind. Soon, the 3 of them chased to the spaceship where only Enelo was at the moment. In fact, Enelo had already discovered it since they left the main battleship Germa. What a bunch of fearless guys. Enelo leaned back against the front of the cabin and glanced at the 3 of Niji with disdain. When he saw their circled eyebrows, he couldn't help but tighten his brows. The characteristic of your family is curly hair. Eyebrows. It seems that there is only one person. And Iji slightly hooked his mouth and said with a light smile, if that's the case, then leave this guy to me. He is the one who defeated Iji. Yongji also said with a light smile, can you beat him alone? Iji was defeated. It can only be said that he was too careless. He is just a bounty criminal with a reward of 8,000 million. What can he do? As he said that, Niji took out a blue soda can, and a blue light flashed. Just like Iji before, Niji also transformed. His clothes instantly changed into a blue battle suit, with a black cloak with the number 2 written on it behind him, yellow metal gloves on his hands, and a belt with the lightning logo around his waist. Again, Enelo asked with a slight twitch of his mouth. Are you a family of jugglers? Heh. Today next year will be the day of your death. Nij curled his lips slightly and suddenly disappeared with a chuss. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 meters above Anelu's head. With one stroke of electric acupuncture, he quickly attacked Anelu's body with his knees and released a large amount of current while hitting. However, his attack was the same as Iji's before, passing through Enel's elemental body, and even the large amount of electric current released from his legs was absorbed by Enel. I'm really laughing to death, Enelu said with a smile. I'm Thor. How dare you attack me with such a low-level electricity? Who do you look down on? After finishing speaking, Enelu turned the golden cudgel in his hand and directly hit the thunder drum behind him. A thunderbird with faint golden light leaped out of the thunder drum with hissing and hit Niji instantly. Body of. There was a terrible cry. Nij's whole body was blackened by the electricity, and he fell to the ground. Enelu glanced at him with disdain and said indifferently, On this level? What rubbish. Niji's fiasco made both Yuji and Reiju serious. It seems that this guy really has a few tricks. Yongji glanced at Niji, who fell to the ground and still breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Reiju and said, Let's go together. Reiju nodded lightly, and the two of them took out a soda can with the same hair color as theirs. They were triggered at the same time, one pink and one green. 2 lights flashed, and both of them transformed. Enelu looked at the two of them speechlessly. Waiting for Yongji's clothes to change into a green battle suit, Reiju's clothes turned into a pink battle suit with earmuffs and a blue scarf. The cloak behind him was in the shape of a butterfly wing, and he wore white and pink boots. Only then did Enelu open his mouth and said, I found out that the people in your family are here to make fun of you. Shouldn't this thunder god give you some money to reward you at this time? It's just a criminal with a reward of 8,000 million. What's there to be proud of? Yongji snorted coldly and winked with Reiju. The two immediately moved to the left and the right and attacked Anal Road at the same time. Page 338. Yongji hit the winch hard with a swipe, accumulated all his strength in his right hand, and slammed towards Enelo. Reiju spit out a large amount of arrow-shaped venom from her mouth and attacked Enel. Enelu yawned on the spot. Although Reiju's venom passed through his elemental body and did not cause him any harm, the door behind him was mostly corroded by the venom. I'm going to be yelled at by the guy with the long nose. Enelu glared at Reiju angrily. Damn it. Dare to destroy the ship? You are dead. At the same time, Yongji's fist had already smashed over, and it also passed through Enelo's elemental body, smashing the wall next to the cabin door that had corroded a large hole behind him. At the moment when Yongji closed his fist, Enelu grabbed Yongji's arm, with a horrible smile on his face, and in an instant, his whole body was covered with electric current. Ah! Yongji screamed, and was completely shocked. Enelu let go of his hand, and Yongji fell limply to the ground. Seeing that Yuji was also defeated, Reiju's expression became more dignified, and she incited her butterfly wing-shaped cloak to fly into the air. She knew that she was no match for Enelu, and now that both Niji and Yongji had fallen, and they were at the feet of Enelu, she had no way to take Niji and Yongji away. Now, the only thing she can do is to stall for time, and then go back and report the situation here to her father Gage. Pink poison arrow. Reiju spit out several arrow-shaped venom from her mouth again. After launching the attack, Reiju immediately used her fastest speed to fly towards the main battleship. As for Enelu, who dodged, not only did not touch a poisonous arrow, but just a few seconds after Reiju ran, he appeared beside her in an instant, raised his hand with a sneer, and pointed at Reiju with his finger full of lightning. On the head, there was another scream. Reiju's body went limp, and she fell vertically into the sea. Enelu didn't want to care about it at first, but when he thought about it, it would be too cheap for them to let the people who destroyed the ship die like this. So he held the golden cudgel, and at the moment Reiju was about to fall into the sea, he hit her with a stick. He was sent flying. Enelu immediately returned to the spaceship, easily picked up Niji and Yongji and threw them into the sky, and then held the golden cudgel in both hands, just like playing baseball. The two of them were sent flying out together almost at the same time. As soon as Jia Ji went out of the restaurant, he saw Lin Mo, who was walking not far away, and he couldn't help being stunned. "You are Lin Mo?" Jiaji asked solemnly. Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at him. Before he could speak, the system's prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. "DD, defeat the 4 brothers and sisters of Vinsmoke. Sign in progress 30. The current total progress is 40. Reward a bottle of antivirus pills. Note, the antivirus pills are valid for 1 hour, and there are 99 pills in 1 bottle." Chapter 300 Germa 2 Conditions. Of course, Lin Mo knew who the 4 Vinsmoke brothers and sisters were. It's just that he didn't expect that he won by lying down again without doing anything. Although there have been several times before that this kind of inexplicable progress has been completed. However, this is also good, and it will save him some trouble. As for the antivirus pills sent by the system, it was put at the bottom of the system space, just like the ton of Hylu stone. "When did you come to the battleship? Where are your accomplices?" Just as Gage finished asking, there was a sudden noise from the direction of the deck of the main battleship. Jiaji frowned, and the hand holding the spear weapon also tightened at the same time. His eyes swept over Lin Mo, wondering if Lin Mo's accomplices were here to make trouble. One of his subordinates trotted over in a hurry and said with an ugly face, "It's not good, Your Majesty. Gage, Reiju, Niji, and Your Highness Yonji were all defeated by the people on the suspicious spaceship." "What?" A look of astonishment flashed in Gage's eyes. The person who came to report, with cold sweat on his forehead, continued. "The 3 Highnesses were not only defeated, but also thrown back by the enemy in arrogance. At present, the 3 Highnesses are seriously injured. Your Majesty, please go and have a look." Damn it. Although Jiaji was furious, he knew that now was not the time to check his children's injuries immediately. The owner of that spaceship, that is, Lin Mo, the boss of the 4 brothers and sisters who defeated Iji, is in front of him now. Since the other party is so arrogant and came directly to his house, how can he let it go? Jiaji clenched his spear with an ugly expression, pointed the spear at Lin Mo, and asked in an unhappy tone, "What exactly do you want to do?" Lin Mo said calmly, "It's just a walk after dinner." Jiaji sneered. "Walking after dinner? Walking to my kingdom of Germa? Such a perfunctory answer is really ridiculous. If you dare to hurt my child, you will use your life to make up for it." As he said that, a fierce light flashed in Gotzi's eyes, and a terrifying electric current flashed from the tip of the spear. Every time he swung, several electric currents would flash in the air. "Go to hell." Jiaji immediately rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood on the spot, watching Jiaji getting closer with a half-smile, and when he was getting close, he stepped on Xuanbu to avoid it easily, and then grabbed the handle of the spear with his backhand. Even if the light flashes on the handle of the gun, it is not a threat at all to Lin Mo, who has an insulated physique. "You're not afraid of electricity?" Gaji asked in surprise. Lin Mo sneered, and hit Yi Kai in the stomach when Jiaji couldn't dodge in time. There was heat in Jiaji's throat, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he flew upside down, hitting the stone wall at the end of the corridor with a bang. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" The person who came to report was taken aback and hurried towards the direction where Gage was. With the support of his subordinates, Jiaji stood up, wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Lin Mo angrily. At this time, his subordinates rushed over after hearing the commotion here. Lin Mo walked towards Gage silently. Jiaji stared at Lin Mo and said in a cold tone, "Human wall." Then, his subordinates stood in front of him, all facing Lin Mo expressionlessly. Germa's human wall tactic refers to ordering the surrounding soldiers to quickly move in front of him to form a meat shield to block the opponent's attack when the opponent attacks. It can also be used as a cover to launch a surprise attack on the opponent, a move that takes the lives of his subordinates. In fact, most of the soldiers in Germa Kingdom are clones. Although the soldiers are different in height, fat, and thin, their faces are all the same. Therefore, it is a very normal thing for the people of the Vinsmoke family, where Gage belongs, to use his subordinates as a human wall to resist the opponent's attack. When Lin Mo approached Jiaji, who was surrounded by 5 clone soldiers, other clone soldiers rushed over and surrounded Lin Mo. All clone troopers carry 2 guns in their hands. Gaji gave an order. "Do it." All the clone soldiers pressed the trigger almost at the same time, and countless bullets flew towards Lin Mo quickly. Lin Mo drew out the third generation of ghosts, stepped on Shuanpa, and used all the flying bullets to change the trajectory of the bullets with the blade. Page 339. In just a few seconds, bullets flew randomly in the entire corridor. Except for Lin Mo, Jia Ji, and a small clone soldier, everyone else present was hit by these flying bullets and suffered varying degrees of damage. More than half of them died directly, and the only clone soldier who was not injured was still standing in front of Gaji very professionally. Lin Mo slashed directly with his sword, and an invisible sword energy flew towards the clone soldier quickly. In the blink of an eye, the clone trooper was down. As for Jiaji, because there were soldiers blocking him, the power of the sword energy had been reduced a lot when the sword energy rolled towards him, but he was still injured twice because of being hit by the sword energy and spit out blood again. What do you want? Seeing that Lin Mo had put the 3 generations of ghosts back into their sheaths, Jiaji asked with tired eyes, clutching his chest and leaning his back against the wall at the end of the corridor. Lin Mo said indifferently, "I said it. It's just a walk after dinner." "Heh." Gage sneered. "Take a walk after dinner? And then destroy my Germa kingdom, by the way." Without waiting for Lin Mo to say anything, Jiaji continued, "Don't be impatient. Just tell me. What do you want? As long as I have it, I will give it to you. But you must promise to let me and I go. Rule them." Lin Mo. At this moment, Kaku popped out from the other end of the corridor, saw that Lin Mo had already brought down Germa's men. Without saying a word, he ran over immediately and released a semicircular invisible the hood covered himself and Lin Mo. And then he said, "Captain, this old man found the treasure house where Germa kept his treasures, but the treasure house has a code, and the old man didn't even kick the code door open with Lan's feet. Where's the evil spirit?" Lin Mo asked back. Kaku smiled and said, "The evil spirit is such a good weapon. How can it be used to open the door?" The old man was still having a headache on how to open the door of the treasure house. "It seems that you have already dealt with Germa's people, Captain, so they should tell us the password themselves. Oh, by the way, the old man also discovered Germa's technology laboratory. I have to say, their technology is really good. The old man has an immature opinion. I don't know if I should say it or not." Lin Mo glanced at Kaku and said indifferently, "Say." Kaku chuckled and continued, "This is what I think. Although our spaceship has been remodeled very well in all aspects, due to the reason of the ship's wood, the strength of the ship is still not strong enough, and it will be easily destroyed. If our spaceship can be as strong as Germa's treasure house, we can rely on the spaceship to block a lot of attacks when we encounter enemy attacks in the future. Moreover, they have a lot of high-tech things here. We can also modify the interior of the spaceship." When Kaku said this, Lin Mo thought it made sense. Lin Mo winked at Kaku. Kaku immediately lifted the soundproof cover that isolated their voices. Lin Mo looked at Jiaji, raised 2 fingers for him, and wrote lightly, "It's okay to let you off. I have 2 conditions." Jiaji asked with an ugly face, "What conditions?" 1. Tell me the password of the kingdom's treasure house. 2. Use your technology to transform my spaceship. Chapter 301 Germa transforms the human family. The technology of Germa Kingdom is quite powerful in this world, but they rely too much on technology. Apart from the power of technology, they are nothing. As Kaku said, since everything is here, make the best use of it. Using Germa's technology to transform the ship is indeed a matter of more advantages than disadvantages. Therefore, Lin Mo quite supports Kaku's small suggestion. Jiaji didn't expect Lin Mo to make such a request, but now he has no choice. "Okay, I promise you," Gage said with an ugly face. Lin Mo glanced at Kaku and said, "Let Enelo drive the spaceship over." Kaku hooked the corner of his mouth and made a no-problem gesture, then went straight back to the spaceship. Seeing that Kaku came back, Enelu immediately pushed the blame. "I didn't break the cabin. It was the curly eyebrow family who broke it." Kaku casually scanned the holes in the cabin doors and walls that had been corroded for the most part, and said indifferently, "If it's broken, it's broken. It's not a big deal." Enelu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in surprise, "What's the matter with you? Usually when I break the boat, you're going to challenge me, but you're not angry today?" "Because I don't need to repair it myself." Kaku grinned and continued, The captain asked you to drive the ship to Germa's main battleship. Next, Germa's people will help us modify the spaceship. Rebuild again? Enel said speechlessly. Didn't you just build this boat a few months ago? It's just that the door and the wall are broken. Do you need a big change? Of course it's useful. If Germa's technology is used on our ship, it will be very convenient for our future travel. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The captain is still waiting for us, so let's drive the ship over. Kaku urged. Understood. Enela muttered, and immediately controlled the spaceship and flew towards Germa's main battleship. When AI Nilu and Kaku arrived, Linimo gave AI Nilu a very important task. From now on, until the transformation of the spaceship is completed, Germa's people will be handed over to you to monitor. Linmo's understatement made Anilu almost vomit blood. Leave them all to me for surveillance. Anilo asked dissatisfiedly. What kind of surveillance? 24 hours a day. It's difficult for you? Linimo looked at Enelo with a smile. Although Enelo's heart network can be regarded as the color of knowledge, it is somewhat different from the color of knowledge. With the ability of Enelo, as long as he wants to, he can use the color of knowledge to monitor people even when he is sleeping. Therefore, Linimo still believes that Enelo is capable of monitoring this task. Jiaji didn't expect that Linimo would say that he would monitor them, and let only one person take charge. You know, the Kingdom of Germa has dozens of warships, and only one person can monitor so many ships at the same time. How many people? In short, he can only follow Linimo and his party first, and must find an opportunity to inform those in the Navy or the world government about Linimo and his party in Beihai. Thinking of this, Jiaji asked, how do you want to transform the spaceship? Linimo pointed to Kaku and continued, how to change? Kaku will be in charge of commanding, and you will be given a month. If you can't finish the transformation, the Kingdom of Germa can disappear. Gauge! Exclamation point. Kaku touched his long nose, smiled and said, our captain has always kept his promise. Although a month is indeed a bit rushed, but with the technological strength of your kingdom, we should be able to complete the project. The corners of Jiaji's mouth twitched wildly, his fists clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, 1 month is 1 month. I hope that after 1 month, you can fulfill your promise and leave here immediately. Joke! Enelu sneered. When are we going to leave? Is it your turn to decide? Kaku continued, whether you go or stay, whether you live or die, it all depends on our captain's idea. You'd better not make unnecessary struggles. It's useless. Trust the old man. Gauge. Okay, I got it. Jiaji suppressed the anger in his heart and agreed without hesitation. Arrange a place for us to live. Lin Mo explained casually, then looked at Anilu and said, from now on, all Germa's ships are under surveillance. As long as anyone dares to leave your surveillance area, kill. Also, Kaku added, if anyone dares to call out, kill them too. When it comes to being able to kill people, Anilu is excited. Okay, I'll take over this job. Ha. This month, this thunder god will let them experience the fear of being dominated. No matter how dissatisfied Jiaji is, he can only rot in his stomach and digest it by himself. After that, he arranged for his subordinates to arrange a residence for the 3 of Lin Mo. Page 340, and let his scientific research team follow Kaku's arrangement and start to formulate a spaceship transformation plan. And Gaji himself, with the support of his subordinates, came to the ship's doctor's room where his 4 children were undergoing emergency treatment. Your Majesty Jiaji, you are here. The attending physician greeted him immediately when he saw Jiaji coming. Gage waved his hands, signaling him to keep busy. Looking at Iji and the others who were injured by electric shocks and were still in a coma, Jiaji asked with an ugly face, how are they doing now? The attending doctor shook his head and said, the situation is not optimistic. Fortunately, the medical equipment on our ship is very advanced, so His Royal Highness Iji and the others have saved their lives. From my experience, several His Royal Highnesses will have to be in a coma for at least 3 days before they can recover. Awake. Okay, it's good if I can be rescued. Jiaji nodded and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For him, his children are just tools used to dominate Beihai. In order to make his children stronger, he carried out bloodline factor modification before Reiju and the others were born. People who have been modified by blood factors will have a physique beyond ordinary people after birth and will get an exoskeleton. Their skin is firm and resilient, but they will lose their emotions. It can be said that e.g., Niji and Yongji have been completely transformed, and they have no feelings at all. Only Reiju still has feelings for Sanji, who has been abandoned by Gaji. But unlike Sanji, although Reiju retained her emotions, she couldn't resist her father Gaji's orders because of her transformation. Contrary to Iji's brutality, Reiju is kind-hearted and very understanding. Even in the future, when her family is about to perish, she still thinks about her brother Sanji and tells him to run away. But under the influence of her family, in order to protect herself, she has to show a ruthless attitude in some things, such as seeing Sanji being bullied when she was a child. She laughed openly because she didn't want to be involved. Chapter 302 Germa's threatened Vinsmoke family. Reiju can be regarded as the only kind person in the kingdom of Germa. Sanji, who has been abandoned, does not count. However, even if she is good, so what? On Linmo's side, his attitude towards others has never been based on the other party's position or good or bad people. As long as he doesn't provoke him, he can do anything. You defeated the fourth siblings of the Vinsmoke family? Lin Mo casually asked Ainalu on the way to the room that Gage arranged for them. Ainalu said as a matter of course it's me. Those four guys came to the door to get beaten by themselves. It's not my fault. I don't blame you. Lin Mo continued. Good job. Enel Road was surprised. What's the situation? You're not right. Why did you suddenly take the initiative to praise me? Lin Mo gave him a blank look, didn't say anything more, and went straight into the room that Jia Ji had arranged for him. Ainalu paused at the door, scratching his head in wonder. As for Kaku, under the leadership of Gaji's subordinates, he came to the largest science and technology research room of the main battleship and began to discuss the transformation of the spaceship with the person in charge of this research room. Jia Ji asked the doctor to bandage himself briefly, took out the phone bug, and when he was about to call the Navy, he thought about it, just in case. So he asked his men to hide in a corner of the ship with the phone bug. In a gloomy utility room, tell his men to call the Navy. The moment his men dialed the phone, a flash of lightning flashed from the corridor outside. There was a loud bang, and the closed door of the utility room was shattered by a lightning strike. Hiding inside, the person with the phone bug in his hand was startled. With a horrible smile on the corner of his mouth, Enela stared at the trembling man and said contemptuously, I just said an hour ago that you are not allowed to make phone calls. Boy, do you know what happens when you disobey God's order? I didn't call. The people in the utility room immediately hid the phone bug behind themselves. AI Nilu didn't care. He backhanded a lightning strike, and the man was electrocuted along with the phone bug. It's boring. Enelu yawned, turned around, and walked back. Anyway, it was still early, and he was going to stroll around. Not long after he left, Gage appeared at the end of the corridor outside the sundries with an ugly expression on his face. Is that guy's sense of knowledge so strong? Impossible. There must be something wrong. Gaji didn't believe this evil, turned, and walked to his room. Then he took out a phone bug that could contact other battleships. As soon as he dialed it, the door of his room was blasted open by Ainalu with a thunder, just like the door of the utility room. Another disobedient guy was caught. Ainalu walked in with a sneer. It seems that there are quite a lot of people looking for death today. Seeing that Enelu's palm was already covered with lightning, Gage crushed the phone bug in his hand without even thinking about it. Calm down. I am the king of Germa Kingdom. If I die, the spaceship modification plan will be ruined. As soon as he said this, the lightning in Ainalu's hand slowly receded. You still want to threaten me? I'm not threatening you, Gage said with an ugly face. The lives of all my scientific research team are in my hands. If I die, they will die too. Think about it yourself. I already know you. It's amazing. I promise, before you leave, no one will leave or try to call out. If it happens again, you don't need to do it. I will kill myself. Humph. Enalu sneered. Do you think I will believe what you say? Jia Ji smiled bitterly and said, I have no way out now. What good will it do me to lie to you? You were the one who beat my 4 children to serious injuries, right? So what if it's Thor? I was injured by your captain. The 5 people with the highest combat power in the Germa Kingdom were easily defeated by you. They are your defeated generals. What else do you have to worry about? As long as we are within your surveillance range, we will not be defeated at all. Can't make any waves. Oh, if you have self-knowledge, well, then Thor will trust you once. If you dare to play tricks again, I will arrest you in front of my captain and let him execute you personally. I tell you, don't look at me. The captain is usually lazy and doesn't he care about anything, but he can make you doubt life when he fights. There was a drop of cold sweat on Jiaji's forehead, and he responded repeatedly. Okay, I understand. I promise not to play tricks again. It's more or less the same. Enelu sneered, just turned around, suddenly thought of something, turned back and glanced at Gage. You remember it for me. All of you. In the next month, Thor will be fine. I am watching you every second. As long as you take a step away from the battleship, or someone touches the phone bug again, this Thor will appear immediately and kill you. Okay, I see. I will immediately order them to stay on the boat and not to leave, and they are not allowed to touch the phone bug. By the way, I want to eat apples, and ask your people to send some to my room. After finishing speaking, Enelu swaggered away. After he left, Jiaji breathed a sigh of relief again. Although he was very annoyed, he still comforted himself. Just stick to it for another month. In the next few days, the warships of the Kingdom of Germa were all parked in a sea area and did not move. Even if they came to live, other kingdoms called to offer high prices and needed them to attack another kingdom, but Jiaji refused. Until the four of Reiju woke up. Damn, that guy's ability is too. Yongji. Jiaji immediately stopped Yongji, who was about to curse. Yongji said angrily, Father, we underestimated them too much. If we do it again, I promise. What do you promise? Jiaji cut off Yongji's words again and said in an unhappy tone, If you lose, you lose. Don't make excuses. Father, Iji asked solemnly, Your condition is not right. What's wrong? Jiaji clenched his teeth and said helplessly, Now Lin Mo and the others are on the main battleship, and they will stay here for 27 days. During this time, everyone on the battleship will be monitored, and the fate of all of us. Now it's all in the hands of those three people. Page 341. We're being watched. Niji clenched his fists and asked expressionlessly, So, just let them do whatever they want on the boat. Gigi nodded, then shook his head again. We have no choice in this critical period. Listen to me. Before Lin Mo and the others leave, we must not conflict with them again. The Kingdom of Germa cannot, it's so broken. Because of the blood factor, the four siblings couldn't refuse Jiaji's order at all. Iji, Niji, and Yongji replied in unison. Okay, I got it. Reiju nodded silently. Chapter 303 Germa's forced interpretation of Gaji. Reiju, Iji, Niji, and Yuji are tools that Gaji has carefully cultivated since he was a child to dominate the North Sea. They are the strongest combat power under Gaji. Even if they are crushed now, as long as Germa Kingdom still exists, as long as his children are still alive, everything can come back. The above are the conclusions that Jiaji has concluded in the past few days. Of course, what he thinks, Lin Mo and the others don't care at all. Kaku spent all day in Germa's scientific research laboratory, supervising the progress of the spacecraft's transformation and learning some things he was more interested in. Enelu wandered around every day when he had nothing to do and beat anyone who was upset. He had only stayed here for a few days, and the people in Germa were scared when they saw him. As for Lin Mo, no matter where he is retirement. Although he did nothing, under the order of Jiaji, all Germa's people also detoured when they saw him. I spent nearly 20 days on the warship of the Kingdom of Germa. The transformation of the spaceship is progressing smoothly. Jiaji and the others were also very honest and tried their best to avoid contact with Lin Mo and the other three. I thought I could just pass through this difficult month in such a calm manner. But unexpectedly, on the afternoon of number 20, a situation that made Jiaji desperate happened. A warship sailed through the windless zone and purposefully chased to the sea area where the Kingdom of Germa was located. Wearing a navy uniform, Huang Yuan stood on the deck, scratching his head, staring at several warships of the Germa Kingdom parked not far away. Although he didn't see Lin Mo's spaceship, he had already used his knowledge sensing Lin Mo's breath. Oh, hey, it's really coming to Beihai. General Huang Yuan, Lin Mo's group, did not notify the Navy headquarters when they arrived in Germa Kingdom. A young sailor on the warship asked respectfully. General, you said that the people of Germa Kingdom sheltered Lin Mo and his gang. Haven't you already formed an alliance with them? If they really form an alliance, it will be very troublesome for Germa's people to help Lin Mo and then beat us. Huang Yuan casually glanced at the little sea soldier next to him, was silent for a moment, and said with a headache, well, just dealing with Lin Mo and the other three is very troublesome. Plus Germa, it is really troublesome. How about it? You go to Jia warships, ask if they are allied. Huh? Xiao Haibing was stunned and asked with some uncertainty. General Huang Yuan, are you asking me to ask? Huang Yuan smiled and said otherwise. Little Haibing sweated profusely on his forehead and said without tears, General, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back from the past. No. Huang Yuan continued to smile. You have to trust me. Little Haibing swallowed anxiously and asked again with his scalp numb. General, can I go alone? Well, it's more sincere for you to go alone. When Huang Yuan said this, the little sea soldier knew that he had no chance at all, so he just had to bite the bullet, drive a small sailboat by himself, and sail in the direction of Germa's main battleship with fear. Huh? Navy. Enelo was the first to notice the approach of the warship, especially when he saw a little sailor driving a small boat without fear of death, and was about to kill the little soldier with a lightning strike. It happened that Jiaji passed behind him with the three Iji brothers. When they found the warship not far away, although they didn't know why the Navy came here, once Enelu really made a move, the unlucky one would be the kingdom of Germa. You can't kill them, or the Navy will attack. Gage immediately stopped Enelo. Enelu glanced back at him unhappily. Are you teaching Ben Thor to do things? No, Gigi said desperately. I don't know why the Navy came here. Their purpose is not necessarily to find you, but once you kill them, the Navy will know that you are here. Don't forget now, you don't let us call out, just to avoid revealing your whereabouts. Do you want to expose yourself? What Gage said made Enel turn off the fire. Indeed, if it was revealed that his group was here because of him, they would definitely be beaten up by Lin Mo. But Huang Yuan is on the warship over there. The admirals are here. You said they didn't find us? Enelo asked funny. Jia Ji was stunned and said with an ugly face. Admiral is on the warship over there? Are you sure? Enelu frowned. Why? Are you questioning Ben Thor? No. Gage quickly waved his hands and explained. If they really found you and wanted to arrest you, the admiral would have come here long ago. Why did they have to arrange for a sea soldier to come first? Believe me, they haven't found you yet. Gaji himself felt guilty when he said this. The technological level of Germa Kingdom is indeed very high, but none of them are domineering, so they don't even know who is coming from the warship. Annalou snorted coldly. It's better not to find out, otherwise, Thor, will regard it as you're tipping off, and if you dare to tip off the tip, you will die. Jiaji was sweating profusely, and his heart was full of pain that he couldn't tell. Although I am very afraid of the strength of Lin Mo's group, if it is true that there is an admiral on the warship that comes, as Enelu said, maybe there is an admiral who can help them get rid of being trapped by Lin Mo's group. Fear dominated by man. When the little sailor of the Navy drove the boat close to the main battleship of the Germa Kingdom, Enelu deliberately avoided it, but his heart network ability was always on, monitoring every word and deed of Gaji and the others. Is it His Majesty Gage, the king of the kingdom of Germa? The little sea soldier stood on the boat, looked up at Gage who was standing in front of the deck railing, and asked loudly. Jiaji responded with an ugly face. I am. What are you doing here? Little Haibing bit the bullet, and continued. The Navy headquarters got the news that Lin Mo and his group came to Beihai. So General Huang Yuan sent me over to ask, is your Germa kingdom forming an alliance with Lin Mo and his group? Gone. Jiaji was shocked and deliberately pretended not to know. What? Lin Mo and his group have come to Beihai? Is your news reliable? Xiao Haibing was stunned for a moment, wiped off his cold sweat, and continued. Your Majesty Jiaji, don't pretend to be stupid. General Huang Yuan has already discovered that Lin Mo and his group are on your battleship. You just need to answer me. Whether or not there is an alliance is enough, or is there so much nonsense? Heh. Eneru's sneering voice came from the rear of the deck. It's amazing, You can escape my surveillance and notify the Navy to come over. No, no, we really didn't notify. Gage wanted to explain. Anila's body was already covered with electric current. Seeing that Anilu was angry, Jaji immediately shouted, Iji, Niji, Yongji. Then, the three of Iji immediately took out their transformation jars, put on their combat uniforms, and together protected Jiaji behind them. Jiaji hurriedly said to the sea soldier, We have not formed an alliance with Lin Mo and his group, so go and call General Huang Yuan to come and help us. He originally thought that his 3 sons could at least delay the time. As a result, just after he finished speaking, he let out a scream, which completely stunned him. Page 342. Gage looked back again and saw Niji lying on the ground with his whole body scorched. Chapter 304. Germa Anal vs. Yellow Ape. I don't know what level I have in mind. Enelo glanced disdainfully at Niji, who had fallen to the ground and died completely, and said with a sneer, It's really useless. I can kill you with just a few fingers. Gage looked at Niji blankly. Iji said indifferently, He's dead. Oh. Yongji also said with disdain, Nichi is too weak. Because of the blood factor, the feelings of the 3 Iji brothers were deprived long before they were born. Therefore, even if they are brothers, they have no feelings between them. Even if one of them dies, the other 2 will not have any. No matter what the reaction is, they even laugh at the weak. In their view, only the weak will die, and they deserve it. Nichi is dead. Gage was shocked. His children were the tools he used to dominate the North Sea, and the death of any of them would be a huge loss to him. At this moment, Gage's face had become extremely pale, and his other 2 sons are ready to continue fighting. Since Iji and Yuji have received the order, they will continue to carry it out, and even if they die, they will not back down. Seeing that Iji and Yongji were going to die, Jiaji immediately shouted, Stop! Stop beating! Stop beating! At the same time, although the little sailor on a small boat could hear some sounds on the deck, the battleship was too big after all, and he was still far away from the deck, so he couldn't see what was happening. However, he heard everything Gage told him just now. Without thinking about it, the little sea soldier immediately drove the boat he was on and rushed back as fast as he could. However, not long after he left, a lightning strike fell from the sky, killing the little sea soldier with his boat. On the warship, Huang Yuan put one hand on his forehead, looking in the direction of Germa's main battleship. When he saw that the sailor sent by him was killed by Enilo's lightning strike, he clicked his tongue and said, Oh, it's really scary. It's actually done. Another sailor on the warship was pushed out by his companions, bit the bullet, and asked tremblingly, General, Lin Mo and the others are at Germa's side. What should we do now? Huang Yuan stroked his chin and thought for a while, subconsciously put his hand into his pocket, and took out a small black phone bug. Boss, General, you took the wrong phone bug, said the sea soldier next to him with some embarrassment. During the period of following Huang Yuan, they have seen Huang Yuan take the wrong number of phone bugs. Huang Yuan glanced at the sea soldier, put back the phone bug for bugging, then touched his body, and took out another phone bug that could only communicate with the Warring States period. Moshi Moshi, is Warring States here? Huang Yuan dialed the phone directly. Soon, there was a response on the other end of the phone. Zhanghua opened his mouth and asked, Is it a yellow ape? Have you arrived in Beihai? Huang Yuan smiled and replied, Yes, we are here, but we just encountered a little trouble. Zhanghua was stunned and had a bad feeling. What's the trouble? Have you found Lin Mo and the others? Huang Yuan scratched his head and said lightly, We found it, but they seem to have formed an alliance with Germa's people. What? Zhanghua stood up from his office chair in surprise. Lin Mo and the others are allied with the kingdom of Germa? Are you sure? Once it is really as Huang Yuan said, the interest in this matter will be even worse. Not sure. Huang Yuan continued. However, I sent someone to negotiate with Germa's people, and he died before returning. It was killed by the guy playing thunder on Lin Mo's boat. Germa's people right on the boat. No one made a move to stop Enilu. Then why don't you stop it? I thought so too, but I didn't have time. Warring States. I'm applying for support from the headquarters. Huang Yuan said lazily. If Lin Mo and Germa are in an alliance, I can't handle it alone. No one in the headquarters can support you right now. Zhanggua's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly thought of something and continued, I'll contact the person in charge of the garrison at Beihai to support you. Where are you now? Just as Warring States finished asking, Huang Yuan hadn't responded yet, and suddenly there was a huge explosion from the Germa main battleship. What's wrong? Zhanghua asked strangely in the phone bug. Something happened at Germa's side. Huang Yuan said helplessly, Let's do it first. I'll go and have a look. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and his whole body, around his body began to emit a golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had already arrived on the deck of Germa's main battleship. Iji and Yongji have been knocked down by Analu, and Gage is currently being held around the neck by Analu with a golden cudgel. Seeing Huang Yuan coming, Jiaji immediately shouted, Huang Yuan, General Huang Yuan, save me quickly. Don't move. Analu stared at Huang Yuan and said, If you dare to move, I will use Wan Lei to make everyone in this sea area be buried with that blue-haired guy. Oh, you're actually threatened. Boy who plays thunder, you are really scary. Huang Yuan calmly raised his hands and said with contempt, It seems that you haven't allied with the Germa kingdom yet. The information was wrong. What is intelligence or not? Enelo can't control so much. You have already found out that we are here. Why are you still pretending here? Thinking that Thor, is so easy to deceive. I didn't say you were easy to deceive. Huang Yuan suddenly put down his raised hand again. Analu frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, the yellow ape suddenly disappeared. Boy, it depends on the person to threaten. Have you ever been kicked by the light? If not, you can try it now. Huang Yuan's voice came from behind AI Nilu. He had already raised his right foot, with a dazzling golden light flashing on it. And just as he finished saying this, he kicked towards Analu. However, his kick passed through Analu's elemental body, and with a loud bang, he kicked a big gap in the deck of the battleship, just like being cut by a knife. Generally, Analu grabbed Gage's collar and forced him to avoid the yellow monkey's foot. It's really in the way. Analu threw Gage aside, and he couldn't kill Gage until the spaceship was remodeled. But the moment he threw away Jiaji, Huang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him again without hesitation. Although this time the flash kick of the yellow monkey still passed through Analu's elemental body. But when Analu returned to his original state on the other side of the deck, he noticed a shallow bloodstain on his left arm inexplicably. Chapter 305 Germa Gotzi's Careful Thoughts. Page 343. This is not the first time that Enelo has been injured by an outsider after he came down from the empty island, except for being beaten by Lin Mo, but it is the second time seeing red. The first time was when Garp punched Ming just after getting off the empty island. Just when AI Nilu was surprised, the yellow ape came again. Enelu didn't dare to be negligent. More and denser electric currents filled his whole body, and the moment the yellow ape approached him, his whole body transformed into a giant Thor posture, and then he slapped his backhand, and the lightning strike of -1,000,000 volts directly, it smashed down towards where the yellow ape was. It's over, it's over. Gage's eyes widened, and he looked at the giant Enel in despair. His heart was bleeding. Although it was the first time for him to see Enelu fighting in the state of Thor, just looking at it was enough to shock him. He could even predict that after this move, the surrounding battleships would join the main battleship was destroyed. All his hard work will be in vain with the fight between Enelo and Huang Yuan. No, Gage yelled in despair, and his two sons who were still alive, even though they were injured, still had an indifferent look of disdain on their faces. Father! At this moment, the voice of Reiju, who had already put on her battle uniform, suddenly came. Gaji saw Reiju coming and immediately shouted, Reiju, take me out of here quickly. Even if the battleship is gone, as long as I am still alive, there is a chance to make a comeback. Hurry up, take me away, and Iji and Yongji. Don't be wary. Leave here immediately. This is an order. Yes, father. Reiju and her siblings spoke in unison. Just when Reiju helped Gage up, Kaku was playing with the evil spirit dagger in his hand, and at some point suddenly stood in front of them and asked with a half-smile, The spaceship hasn't been remodeled yet. What do you think? Where are you going? On the side of Enelo and Huang Yuan. When Enelo's -1,000,000 volts fell on Huang Yuan, Lin Mo suddenly appeared, relying on his body immune to lightning. he forced the 200 million volts to feel lonely. Seeing Lin Mo coming, Enelu calmed down, and with his swoosh, he immediately shrunk down from the huge Thor posture and returned to its original shape. Before AI Nilu had time to explain, Lin Mo stepped forward and punched AI Nilu hard in the face, sending him flying. Huang Yuan rubbed his chin and watched in surprise as Lin Mo knocked Ainalu away, and said in a strange tone, "Oh, it's scary to even beat your own people." Lin Mo turned his head to look at Huang Yuan, didn't even bother to respond to him. Stepping forward with Xuanbu was a shot of Yi Kai, passing through Huang Yuan's elemental body. Then, after the yellow ape materialized, it kicked again with a flash, kicking lonely, smashing a big hole in the castle built on the Germa main battleship. After Lin Mo dodged Huang Yuan's kick, he immediately kicked him quickly again. The two started to chase me and kick me, and I chase you to kick me, an endless loop of tricks. In just a few seconds, the castle on Germa's main battleship was destroyed and crumbling. But considering that the spaceship was still here, Lin Mo stepped on the moon steps, led the yellow ape to the surface of the sea, and continued to kick. Kicking and kicking, we are on the warship. After destroying 1/3 of the warship, Huang Yuan realized something was wrong belatedly. What a slick guy. Huang Yuan suddenly stopped and condensed the light in his hand, forming a sword of light. Seeing that you are a swordsman, then I will get a sword out to play with. Lin Mo. Okay. Lin Mo sneered, pulled out Toya Lake casually, and slashed at the yellow monkey with a slap in the face. Countless domineering sword chi, like countless sharp blades, attacked the yellow ape densely. Huang Yuan held the lightsaber in his hand and kept cutting off the sword energy flying towards him. Just after Huang Yuan deciphered Lin Mo's divine evasion, Lin Mo had already appeared in front of him, with a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. When Huang Yuan was about to elementalize and keep a distance from Lin Mo, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. Huh? What's wrong with my body? Huang Yuan asked wonderingly. Lin Mo chuckled and said, "The consequences of underestimating the enemy are very serious." Underestimate the enemy. Huang Yuan turned his gaze, but found the clue. His own shadow was actually connected with Lin Mo's shadow. It's actually a shadow. Lin Mo hung Lake Toya back around his waist. Similarly, Huang Yuan followed Lin Mo's movement and hung his own lightsaber on his belt. The moment he let go, the lightsaber slowly disappeared. "It seems that whatever you do, I will follow," Huang Yuan said thoughtfully. "However, if this is the case, how are you going to attack me?" Lin Mo didn't answer Huang Yuan's words, and suddenly a blue ball of electric current flickered in the palm of his right hand. It's appeared. When AI Nilu came back from sitting on the enlarged and thickened golden cudgel, he saw Lin Mo's useful moves and completely forgot about being beaten into the air just now, and said excitedly, "Rachel, who can cut off my -1,000,000 volts? Ha. You need to be beaten, Admiral. You are about to die. If you tell you to hit me, you deserve it. Go to hell." Lechia. Huang Yuan made the same movements as Lin Mo, but there was nothing in his palm. Seeing Lin Mo walking towards him, of course, he also walked towards Lin Mo at the same time. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuan continued, "Domineering boy, if I die here, you will be in great trouble. So what? The Warring States knows that I am here. If I die, it will not be as simple as just one general chasing you in the future." Huang Yuan said calmly, "The Navy is short of a general, so we can recruit another one to fill it. I chased you because you killed the celestial dragons. The world government forced the Warring States to send a general to hunt you down. Think about it. If I die, the ones who will come to chase you later will be Akakanu and Akiji. If the two of them work together, it will be more troublesome than the old man." Lin Mo, "Captain, don't listen to him." Anilu gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is not a good thing at first sight. Don't be fooled by him." Lin Mo gave AI Nilu a look and motioned him to shut up. Indeed, as Huang Yuan said, if Huang Yuan died, he would be very troublesome. But it won't work just letting Huang Yuan go like this. He can't be taken advantage of. Thinking of this, Lin Mo suddenly sneered again, lifted up Lei Chia in his hand, and slashed directly to remove Huang Yuan's right arm. Because the body was controlled, The yellow ape couldn't elementalize, and after the right arm was removed, the blood gushed out unstoppably. Only then did Lin Mo unlock the shadow imitation technique, stepping on moon steps, and ran towards the main battleship Germa. Although AI Nilu was still dissatisfied, seeing that the yellow ape had broken an arm, it was okay to think about it, and immediately followed Lin Mo back. After they left, the sailors hiding behind immediately trotted towards Huang Yuan. General Huang Yuan, are you alright? Oh my god, who the hell is that Lin Mo? He's so powerful. Hurry up and get the medicine kit, General Huang Yuan. We will stop your bleeding right away. The sailors panicked and panicked. Huang Yuan, on the other hand, was pale due to excessive blood loss, and rarely looked solemnly at the back of Lin Mo, who was drifting away, completely ignoring the marine soldiers who were already in a mess, and took out the phone bug that was in contact with the warring states, and directly dial it. Page 344. Zhang Gua answered almost instantly. Yu Yuan, what's the situation with you now? Huang Yuan returned to his original state at once, and said with a smile. It's nothing. I had a fight with Lin Mo just now. Did you fight Lin Mo? Zhang Gua asked in surprise. You can still call me. Did you defeat him? No, I lost and got hurt. Are you injured? Zhang Gua asked in shock. He can actually hurt you? Well, that kid is really getting more and more scary. Are you okay? It's okay. It's just a broken arm. What? Warring States was shocked again. Is this considered a work-related injury? Warring States. After Lin Mo returned to the main battleship Germa, Gage and his 3 remaining children were unable to leave because of Kaku's constant staring. Seeing that Lin Mo came back safe and sound, Gage didn't say anything, but Analu complained first. Captain, you are too merciful. You let that guy go away without one arm? His words made Jia Ji's forehead break out in cold sweat. He knows the strength of the admiral, and the man in front of him, who looked like he was only in his teens, was able to fight with Huang Yuan. Not only was he safe and sound, but he also took Huang Yuan's arm off. This shows what? It completely shows that this guy named Lin Mo has unfathomable strength. No wonder they dared to make trouble in Chambord. Now, there are only 3 words in Gage's mind. It's over. But he didn't want to just die here. The kingdom of Germa cannot just be destroyed like this. That being the case, then there is only one last solution left. Taking a deep breath, Jiaji narrowed his eyes slightly, fixed his eyes on Lin Mo, and said, Lin Mo, I have been completely convinced by your strength, although neither I nor my children are your opponents. But the scientific and technological power of my kingdom of Germa can be regarded as one of the best in this world. If we form an alliance, combined with Germa's technology and your strength, let alone dominate the North Sea, it is not impossible to conquer the world maybe. So, I have a proposal. I hope you can consider it. As he said that, Jiaji pushed Reiju forward and continued. This is my daughter Reiju, the only princess in the kingdom of Germa. If you want, I can betroth her to you. Chapter 306. Germa's disappearing warship. Jiaji's act of selling his daughter almost made Lin Mo and the others laugh. Kaku suppressed a smile and asked, Our captain is only 16 years old. Isn't it too early to marry a wife? Jiaji doesn't think there is any problem with age. If you think you are too young and don't want to get married so early, you can get engaged first, and we can afford to wait as long as possible. Hey, are you still kicking your nose? Enalu sneered. Our captain's eyes are very high. With your daughter's beauty, do you think Lin Mo can fall in love with him? You can be a concubine if you can't be a regular wife. Jiaji can't control so much anymore. As long as he can keep the Germa kingdom, he can do anything. As for the client, Reiju, although she wanted to resist, she couldn't. The blood factor made it impossible for her to refuse Gaji's order. Reiju's 2 younger brothers both looked indifferent and didn't care what would happen to their sister at all. As for Lin Mo, he never thought about getting married at all. Although, if you add the age of the previous life and time travel to a boy who was shipwrecked at the age of 10, he is 23 years old, but the age of his current body is still only 16 years old. Marriage underage. Just when Lin Mo was about to refuse, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Didi, recognized by King Vinsmoke Gage of the Kingdom of Germa. The progress of the task is 30, the level of the shadow clone technique is 1, and the current level of the shadow clone is LV3. Shadow clone. There is another clone. Excellent. Lin Mo now just hopes that the third shadow clone is a normal person. When he came back to his senses, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lin Mo didn't hesitate too much and said directly, "I don't want it." Jiaji was stunned for a moment and asked puzzledly, "Why? What's wrong with my daughter? Why do you look down on her so much?" Lin Mo sneered, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded again. Didi, refuse marriage, sign in progress 30. Didi, the Germa Kingdom sign-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a battle suit. Lin Mo, question mark. What the hell? Battle suit? Does he need this thing? Lin Mo was about to ask the system what happened to the battle suit. Huang Yuan's characteristic voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. "Hey, it seems that you really formed an alliance." The crowd looked back. I saw Huang Yuan wearing a navy cloak, holding a phone bug in the palm of his left hand, and his broken right arm had already been urgently bandaged. He was standing on the deck railing, staring at Gaji thoughtfully. The three of Lin Mo didn't respond. Jiaji's face changed, and he wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain. Warring States, you heard me, Huang Yuan said with a light smile. Germa wants to marry Lin Mo. Warring States' slightly serious voice immediately came from the phone bug. I heard it. It seems that the Kingdom of Germa will be removed from the list of friendly countries of the world government. That's right, Huang Yuan said with a faint smile. Those who have anything to do with Lin Mo's group seem to be blacklisted by the world government. Page 345. When he said this, Germa's face became even uglier. Originally, he still had a little retreat, but now, if Lin Mo and the others really put him aside, the world government will ignore him, and even mark Germa as an existence that endangers the world, then the Kingdom of Germa will be destroyed. It's really screwed. No, Gage wanted to redeem. Kaku rubbed his chin and pondered. Aren't you going to marry your daughter to our captain? Why, you regret it. You really have no sincerity at all, and you still want our captain to agree to your marriage request. This. Jiaji is now advancing or retreating. If you continue to curry favor with Lin Mo and his group, the Kingdom of Germa is openly confronting the world government and will definitely be targeted by the world government. If Lin Mo and his group agree to marry him, there will be someone as powerful as Lin Mo. There might be a glimmer of life left, but now it is obvious that Lin Mo and his party have no intention of forming an alliance with him at all. But if you directly leave the relationship with Lin Mo and his group and ask the world government for help, now that Huang Yuan is here and injured, Huang Yuan alone will definitely not be able to keep them. The partners will never spare them. Maybe the world government did not destroy the Germa Kingdom, but the Germa Kingdom was destroyed by Lin Mo and the others. So, the choice facing Jiaji now is whether the Kingdom of Germa will be destroyed by Lin Mo and his party or by the world government. Okay, that's it. Huang Yuan didn't bother to wait for Jiaji's explanation and said directly to Zhang Guo, who was calling him. Zhang Guo, I have already reported the situation here to you. If there is nothing else, I will find a place to heal the injury for a period of time. I don't need to tell the old men of the world government about my injury. Once they force another general to go after Lin Mo and the others, many jobs in the Navy will not be able to continue. All right, Zhang Guo asked suspiciously, but it's not a trivial matter for you to break an arm. Are you sure you're fine? No problem, no problem, Huang Yuan said with a smile. You count me as a work-related injury, and the period of recuperation can be counted as my overtime. Zhang Guo said speechlessly. You bastard. Okay, I see. How long do you plan to recover from this injury? Huang Yuan roughly estimated, and replied, 3 months. 3 months. Zhang Guo didn't know what to say at the moment. The progress of chasing Lin Mo and the others has to be reported to the government guys every half a month. How can I report when you rest for 3 months? Huang Yuan said indifferently. Whatever you say, it should be easy for you to deal with those guys from the government. Warring States. Oh, I've lost a lot of blood and I'm dizzy. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk. After speaking, Huang Yuan hung up the phone and stuffed it into his pocket. Except for Lin Mo, everyone present was shocked. None of them expected that Huang Yuan could talk to Zhang Guo on the phone in front of them as if nothing had happened. It's fine to talk on the phone, and the words are all quite dangerous. Is this guy really an admiral? Enelu asked with a slight twitch of his mouth. Why does it feel a little bit wrong? Huang Yuan looked indifferent and smiled at everyone on the battleship. I already know about your situation, but as a qualified Navy, even if I am injured, I will not run away. After finishing speaking, the yellow ape raised his feet, with a dazzling light flashing on his feet, just as he was about to use flash kicks to destroy Germa's main battleship. Lin Mo suddenly jumped up and kicked the yellow ape with ease. Then, the yellow ape never came back, and even the warship not far away disappeared. Chapter 307 Germa Headache. Admiral Huang Yuan's coquettish operation made everyone dumbfounded, especially Gaji, who is already desperate and can no longer despair. Lin Mo looked at Kaku and asked, how long will it take for the spaceship to be remodeled? Kaku estimated and replied, it will probably take about a week. Okay. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Continue to transform. Wait a minute. Gage quickly said, what if people from the Navy come to make trouble during this period? I don't have the ability to parry the Navy now. I'm watching, Lin Mo said lightly. If the Navy dares to make trouble, one will die. Jiaji just said 2 words, but AI Nilu directly cut off his words. Lin Mo said that he was watching. What are you doing? No matter how much nonsense you talk, I can't kill you, and can't kill your sons and daughters. No, don't kill them. Gage was frightened. Okay, I get it. Niji is dead, and he doesn't want his masterpiece to die again. Marin Vondo. After Huang Yuan hung up Zhangguo's phone, Zhangguo put the phone bug on the table and couldn't help sighing. His face was full of solemnity and helplessness. Report to the marshal. At this time, a sailor appeared outside his office door and said respectfully, Lieutenant General Garp left Marin Fando in the morning and went back to the East China Sea. What? Zhangguo's mouth twitched slightly, and he said angrily, he's going to the East China Sea. Why didn't he say hello to me in advance? Why did you come to report now? Hai Bing looked distressed and said helplessly, reporting to the marshal. I don't want to report so late. Lieutenant General Garp asked me to come here at this time. If I don't listen to him, I will be beaten. Bastard, Zhangguo said angrily. You are afraid that he will beat you, but you are not afraid that I will beat you? As he spoke, Zhangguo stood up suddenly, and the sea soldier trembled in fright. Yuan, Marshal, I still have work to do, so I'm leaving first. After speaking, the sea soldier immediately ran away. On the way back, he almost bumped into Akainu who had just returned from a mission. Don't run around in the headquarters. Akainu was in a good mood, but his tone was still a little scary to the sailor. Yes, I know Admiral Akainu. Sailor bowed his head in embarrassment and walked around Akainu cautiously. Akainu ignored the sailor and walked directly to Sengoku's office. When he came to Sengoku's office, Sengoku was about to call Garp. Sengoku saw that Akainu was back and immediately put down the phone bug again. Your complexion is not very good. What's wrong? Akainu found something wrong with Sengoku at a glance. Something happened to the yellow monkey. Sengoku didn't intend to hide anything from Akainu. Chi Quan frowned slightly and continued. Isn't he responsible for chasing Lin Mo's group? Yes, Zhangguo said with a headache. Some time ago there was news that Lin Mo and the others went to Beihai, and the yellow ape chased after him. Just now he called me and said that he and Lin Mo were facing each other, and Lin Mo cut him off. When Warring States said this, Chi Quan was shocked. Lin Mo can cut off the arm of the yellow monkey now? That's right, it's not a trivial matter. It's impossible for Huang Yuan to lie to me. Zhangguo sighed. I'm already having a headache with Huang Yuan, and now Garp is also angry with me. Garp. Akainu seemed to know something already. He went to the East China Sea again? Sengoku nodded helplessly, and then continued. Akiji is still out on a mission and hasn't come back yet. I'll go. Akainu didn't wait for Sengoku to continue, so he took the initiative to asking to say, it just so happens that my mission is over. Since Kazuru is in trouble, I will go to support him. Page 346. In fact, Zhangguo also had the same meaning, so he nodded and said, okay, you go. If you meet Lin Mo and the others, pay attention to safety. Lin Mo's strength may become stronger than when you met before. I know it well. If there is nothing else, I will prepare first, and I will set off for Beihai in a while. After finishing speaking, Akainu left Sengoku's office directly. After he left, Sengoku picked up the phone bug he had just put down and immediately called Garp. However, he made several calls and got through, but Garp didn't pick up. "You bastard, please be angry with me." Zhang Guo was so angry that when he was talking, the phone was answered. Garp's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Warring states, I heard it all. Okay, you actually scolded me. What's wrong with me scolding you?" Zhang Guo snorted coldly. "You don't ask me for leave now when you go back, right? Is the Navy headquarters your home? Come and leave as you want. Don't forget your identity." "Oh, I got it. I went back this time because something happened at home." What can happen to your family?" "My grandson was injured, and it seems to be quite serious. As a grandfather, shouldn't I go back and see him?" Luffy was injured. For some reason, Sengoku felt that Garp was untrustworthy. Where was he injured? How serious is it? Well, Garp thought for a while, and continued, "That kid's brain is broken, and he yells every day that he won't be in Navy. I have to go back and teach him a lesson myself." Warring states. "You bastard," Zhang Guo said angrily. "Do you know what happened today?" Garp picked his nose and asked lazily, "What could happen?" "Yellow Ape had an arm removed by Lin Mo." "Hey, what did you say?" Garp asked in surprise. "That kid Lin Mo was able to catch up with Huang Yuan at such a speed and take off his arm?" "Zhang Guo, don't lie to me." "Why did I lie to you?" Zhang Guo continued. "I don't know how that kid Lin Mo did it. You also know that guy Huang Yuan. He is not the kind of person who is easy to get hurt. Lin Mo is no longer the old Lin Mo Momo. Do you still insist on believing that he will not become an existence that threatens the world? He's not a nosy person." Garp rarely became serious, unless someone hinders him. If the world government doesn't force anyone to hunt him down, it won't cause him any trouble. Lin Mo would not do anything against the world government. "No matter what you say, I still insist on my opinion. But don't forget, you are the Navy, and you are the naval hero in everyone's mind." Iron Fist Garp. Sengoku continued, "I have never had contact with that kid, so I don't know what he is like, and I believe you too. You can see people well, but what if that kid really wants to make an enemy of the government in the end? What should you do then? Will you still stand by the Navy?" Garp scratched his head, thought for a while, and replied, "If there is a day, I will not change my position. Before I retire, I will always stand by the Navy." Chapter 308 Germa. Lin Mo, don't eat this set North Sea. After Huang Yuan left, everything returned to the previous calm on the battleship Germa. Kaku continued to stare at the progress of the spacecraft's transformation. Enelo continued to wander around and patrol among these warships without incident. Lin Mo, on the other hand, shouldered the important task of keeping an eye on the Navy to keep the Navy from approaching. He set up a small bench on the bow of the main battleship Germa and stayed there to watch while fishing. In the evening of the same day, when he was about to close the shot and go back, Reiju, who had been hiding behind the battleship castle and observing Lin Mo silently, hesitated for a while, but let her go, came to him, and asked, "Is that why you look down on me?" Although she herself thought it was ridiculous, she couldn't help it now. After Kaji left, Gaji gave her an order, asking her to find a way to please Lin Mo. Even if Reiju didn't want to, she still couldn't refuse Gaji's order. What's more, it's still an extraordinary period. Germa has completely lost the backing of the world government. Their fate can be controlled by Lin Mo and his group. If Lin Mo doesn't care about them, Germa can basically say goodbye the ambition to dominate the North Sea. Reiju personally has no interest in such things as dominating the North Sea, but Germa Kingdom is the place where she grew up since she was a child. Even though the human touch in this place is basically negligible, Gaji is hers after all. Father, Iji and Yongji who are still alive are her own younger brothers after all. No matter what, she can't just watch Jiaji and Iji Yongji die like this. So, after much deliberation, she could only come to Lin Mo on her own initiative. Lin Mo glanced at her indifferently. In fact, Reiju's appearance is not bad, and she is also a good person. But so what? What does it have to do with him? Just based on these 3 words, he has to marry her. Why? Yes, I just don't like you. Lin Mo didn't think much, just replied a word, then carried the bucket half full of fish and spared Reiju's side. After a moment of silence, Leggio turned to look at Lin Mo, who was drifting away, and continued. Since you have no intention of getting married, we can also not get married. There are only 3 people on your boat now, and I can do chores for you. That being said, on the one hand, Reiju couldn't refuse Gaji's order. On the other hand, she also wanted to take this opportunity to leave Germa. However, Lin Mo didn't do what she wished, and after saying no need in a simple and clear way, he disappeared very quickly. Reiju clenched her fists, loosened them, and clenched them again. Gage was also staring not far away, but for him who was not domineering at all, he couldn't hear the conversation between Reiju and Lin Mo at all, but judging from the situation, it didn't seem optimistic. How is it? Gage walked towards Reiju with a sullen face. What did the kid say? Reiju shook her head and said, he rejected me. Damn it, Gage said angrily. Does this kid really want my Germa kingdom to be destroyed? Father. Reiju stared at Gage and said solemnly, the kingdom of Germa is hopeless, and the world government will never let us go. We will leave here after Lin Mo's spaceship is built. Find a place to live in seclusion. Hearing this, Jiaji raised his hand and slapped Reiju's face. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the Germa kingdom be hopeless? I don't care what method you use. You must get Lin Mo done. Father, don't be obsessed with it. Lin Mo and the others have been using our technology from the very beginning. They have never had any intention of saving the Germa kingdom. No matter what I do, they will never change their minds. Don't make excuses for me. Jiaji didn't care about this. You even dare to disobey my orders now, don't you? No, I will not disobey your orders. I just said what was on my mind. Since you won't disobey my orders, just do as I say. After finishing speaking, Jiaji flicked his sleeves and left angrily. Reiju had no choice but to continue trying to get close to Lin Mo according to Gaji's request. In the next few days, Reiju had the opportunity to meet Lin Mo in the first 2 days, and every time she approached, Inelo would happen to block her for Lin Mo. Until more than a week later, a brand new spaceship, almost entirely made of special metals, was a circle larger than the original spaceship. It looked like a high-tech spaceship, and it was completed. The completion of the spaceship means that Lin Mo and his party are leaving. Lin Mo couldn't say whether he liked or disliked the technologically advanced spaceship floating in front of Germa's main battleship. Page 347. He really prefers a low-key boat, but this high-tech boat looks, let alone, really tastes so good. It's really good. The power system of this ship is much better than the previous spaceship. Inelo was already standing on the deck of the new spaceship at the moment and said extremely excitedly, this startup speed is also faster than the previous spaceship. Much faster. Germa's people helped upgrade the power system on the spacecraft. Kaku said proudly. This is all checked by the old man himself, watching the results of their transformation, whether it is performance or various conditions. This ship is several times higher than our previous ships. Not bad. AI Nilu said with satisfaction. We didn't make us wait here for more than a month. Ha. Lin Mo, the spaceship has been modified. Shall we go? Captain. Kaku glanced at Gaji and the others and continued. What about them? Keep it or kill it. When Kaku said this, Gage's face immediately turned pale. Lin Mo said indifferently, leave them alone. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo stepped on the moon's steps and easily came to the deck of the new spaceship. Analu controlled the spaceship and was about to leave. On the sea not far away, 3 heavily armed warships were heading towards them at full speed. On the leading warship, a man wearing a general's cloak, a dark red suit, a navy cap on his head, and black leather gloves on his hands stared at the main battleship Germa with a serious face. The spaceship in front couldn't help but frowned. It was Akainu who had just chased after him all the way. Admiral, are you going to launch an attack on the spaceship of Germa and Lin Mo? Beside the Red Dog, a sailor stood up straight and asked respectfully. Oh, actually helping Lin Mo and the others to build a spaceship. It seems that the report of the Yellow Monkey is indeed correct. Akakin sneered. Since it is confirmed that Germa is related to Lin Mo and the others, then attack directly. Yes. After the sea soldier responded, he immediately went to inform his companions on the warship to set up the cannon, and they were ready to attack at any time as long as Akainu gave an order. Chapter 309. What did you do when you sailed? TCH, the Navy is here again. Enel was the first person to discover the Navy again. It's just that he has never seen a Kainu, and he doesn't know who the person who came is. Although Kaku has never seen a Kainu himself, he has seen it several times in the newspaper. That's Admiral Sokolsky? Kaku took out a small telescope and glanced in the direction of the warship, and saw the leader Akainu at first sight. Hearing this, AI Nilu couldn't help being stunned. Admiral? Why is there another one? The red dog is very troublesome. Kaku put down the binoculars, looked at Lin Mo, and asked, Captain, do you want to fight or retreat? Before Lin Mo said anything, Jaji immediately shouted, No, you can't just leave us alone like this. If you leave, the Navy will definitely point the finger at my kingdom of Germa, and we will help you reform it anyway. Spaceship, even if you don't have credit, you have to work hard. But you said at the beginning that you would help us solve the troublesome Navy. How can you break your promise? You can't just leave like this. Our captain did say that during the spaceship transformation, if the Navy comes, we will deal with them. Kaku said slightly. But now that the spaceship has been transformed and the transformation period is past, our captain will I have no obligation to help you deal with the Navy. Isn't your Germa's technological strength very powerful? We absolutely believe that you will be able to avoid this disaster. Gage! Exclamation point. AI Nilu couldn't help laughing and said, "Ah ha ha ha. You have a long nose. You are too good at talking." Kaku shrugged and said, "This old man is just seeking truth from facts. Let's go." Lin Mo didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Although the purpose of Chichuan's coming here was probably for him, he didn't want to waste that time fighting Chiquan now. After receiving the order, Anilu immediately took control of the spaceship and was about to leave. The red dog discovered their intentions, and without hesitation quickly lava melted and stretched his right arm, and with a move of the dog, he slammed towards the spaceship where Lin Mo was located. Lin Mo glanced indifferently in the direction of the red dog. A crimson fist with billowing steam was flying towards him, and directly pulled out Lake Toya. Sword Chi also quickly slashed towards the red dog. When the domineering sword energy collided with Akainu's lava arm, only to hear a series of cracking sounds, Akainu's lava arm was instantly cut by the gods and split into countless dense cracks, and it lasted for a few minutes. In seconds, his lava arms shattered into countless pieces, which fell into the sea one after another. This guy, Akainu stared at him solemnly and almost got hurt. His right arm, which is still intact, is different from that in Alabasta. This time he took precautions in advance, so Lin Mo cut it into pieces. It's just his elemental clone arm. After being silent for a moment, Chiquan immediately looked at Lin Mo and his party who had run away not long after he chopped his lava arm, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn it. Chase me." "Yes, General Akainu." The warship immediately used the fastest speed to chase the spaceship of Lin Mo and the others. However, no matter how fast the speed of the warship was, it still couldn't catch up. When passing the Germa battleship group, Huadao said, "Arrest all Germa's people and take them back to the headquarters on the ship." Anilo and Kaku were laughing like crazy. "Those navies are too weak." Enel laughed loudly. "Are all admirals so weak now? They can't even resist Lin Mo's sword." "It's not that the admiral is weak," Kaku said cooperatively. "It's that our captain is too strong." Lin Mo. These two guys are getting more and more in harmony. Obviously, he didn't hurt Chiquan at all. This wave of rainbow farts is absolutely dead. However, this ship is really good. AI Nilu couldn't help boasting again. "I can easily control this ship with only 1/3 of the current output before, and the normal speed is even faster than the previous spaceship. At least 3 times faster. Those broken warships, don't try to catch up with us again, huh?" Kaku added, "Speed is one thing. This ship's toughness can't be broken by cannons. When we fight on the ship, we don't have to worry about the ship falling apart. Also, the spaceship, each room in the interior has been redecorated, and the space is twice as large as before. Based on what I know about you, the old man has equipped your rooms with the latest furniture that suits you. There is also an extra room on the ship that is specially used for cultivation. The training room, activity room, and kitchen have also been enlarged. The most important thing is that some defensive and offensive weapons have been installed on the ship, although the 3 of us may not use them. Anyway, Install them first. Yes. AI Nilu hooked the corner of his mouth, looked at Lin Mo, and asked a little excitedly. Then where are we going next? Although this is not the first time for the two of us to come to Beihai, it was not here before. How long does it take to visit? Do you want to go all over the North Sea, and then go to the East China Sea, South China Sea, and West Sea? Lin Mo pointed in a direction with a half-smile and said, go to Shampoo Land. Huh. Enelo and Kaku were shocked. Captain, wait a minute. Kaku asked with some incomprehension. We just came to the North Sea from the Great Route a month ago and stayed on Germa's warship for a month. We haven't gone anywhere in the North Sea yet. Are you back on the Great Route? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Anilu asked dissatisfiedly, what are you doing? Going around. So what is the purpose of our coming to the North Sea? Is it just to transform the spaceship? By the way, that must be the case. Kaku suddenly realized. The captain must have known Germa's location a long time ago. The purpose of our coming to Beihai is to find Germa's people to modify the spaceship for us. But even the spaceship after the renovation, it's okay to go back to the Great Route. But haven't we been to Chambord? Why are we going now? Could it be that something happened to Mr. Raleigh and Miss Yachi? But if they really have something, well, how did you know, Captain? I remember that you, Captain, don't have phone bugs on you, right? The only phone bug that can contact Mr. Redhead, you gave this old man to keep. Something's wrong. AI Nilu stroked his chin and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you? Before Anilu finished speaking, Lin Mo stepped forward and punched Anilu, sending him flying. Just hearing a bang, Anilu slammed into the metal wall of the cabin behind. Nothing happened to the metal wall, but Anilu slipped off the smooth wall and fell onto the deck. Go buy coating materials. Lin Mo continued. Our next stop is Mermaid Island. Chapter 310 Daily Picky Eating is not good. Mermaid Island is located -meters under the Sea of Chambord and Marie Joya. It is also known as Underwater Paradise. It is a place where many people dream of going. Page 348 Mostly coveted mermaids. The inhabitants of Murloc Island are mainly Murlocs and mermaids. Mermaids belong to the range of human beings. They belong to the viviparous mammals, and they are the fastest swimming race in the world. The merfolk regard fish as their partners and have the ability to communicate with ordinary fish. The appearance of the Murlocs is half human and half fish. They breathe with lungs on land and gills in water. Murlocs are born with stronger physiques than ordinary humans, but at the same time they are discriminated against by humans. The Murlocs and mermaids were once classified as fish by humans, and they were discriminated against by humans. It was not until the Dragon Palace Kingdom became a member of the world government 200 years ago that it began to establish friendly relations with humans. The king of the Fishman Island also was allowed to attend the World Conference. Despite this, humans still hold an attitude of disgust towards the Murlocs, and the problem of discrimination has not been improved. After the Great Pirate Era started, many navies or pirates who passed by here also began to carry out large-scale kidnapping and robbery of the Murlocs and mermaids on the island. Because young female mermaids can be sold in human trafficking places because of the high price, it often happens that human pirates who come here often kidnap mermaids on the island. It wasn't until Whitebeard Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors, declared that he took Murloc Island as his own territory, that the navy and pirates dared not continue to invade. Therefore, the current Mermaid Island is covered by white beards, and it is quite safe. But because of being hurt by humans for a long time, many residents on Mermaid Island are more or less malicious towards humans, especially the fish that have most of the radicals. Terran. The Murlocs hate humans very much. Furthermore, Mermaid Island is located -meters deep in the sea, and there are many super-large Neptunes in the deep sea. In their home field, Neptunes are very powerful. Many people died on the way to Mermaid Island, most of which were attacked by sea kings or some large fishes that lived in the deep sea. Therefore, if you want to go to Mermaid Island, you have to take certain risks. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking the 3 words Mermaid Island, Kaku didn't even have time to be surprised. AI Nilu, who just got up from the ground, flashed and appeared in front of Lin Mo in an instant, and asked excitedly, Mermaid Island? It sounds pretty good. Is it true that the people on Mermaid Island are half human and half human? What does the fish look like? The head is a fish, and the lower part is human hands and feet? Or is the head a human head and the body of a fish below the neck? Lin Mo. Kaku laughed dryly. Oh, I told you to read more books and newspapers, but if you don't read them, you are illiterate. Asshole. Enel Road set on fire. Since you know, then tell me, what are you showing off here? Kaku is not as good as Analu's idea. Hey, what's wrong with the old man just showing off his culture? You want to know? I won't tell you. I see you looking for a fight. Enalu rushed over directly. Kaku immediately avoided. The two started their long-lost daily fight again. Lin Mo didn't bother to care about them, bypassed him, and went directly into the cabin. As soon as you enter the door, the first thing you see is the large open kitchen and dining room, with a staircase going up on both sides of the restaurant. Their rooms are on the second floor. Lin Mo didn't think much about it. He went upstairs and came to his own room. As soon as he opened the door, it was just like what Kaku said. Now their room is bigger than before, and all the furniture is brand new, and the style is somewhat cyberpunk. The unified blue theme is matched with some light purple. The most important thing is that there is a small bookcase in this room, and there is a large wine cabinet next to the bookcase. Although the liquor cabinet is now empty, there is also a small round table near the window, which looks like it is specially for Lin Mo to read. It's not bad. Lin Mo was relatively satisfied. Looking at the empty wine cabinet, with a thought, he took out the wine he had stored in the system space. Looking at the dozen or so bottles left on the wine cabinet, Lin Mo couldn't help but fell into deep thought. It seems, after Kaku boarded the ship, he hardly resupplied the system space. It seems that I have to find a chance to make up for it. Due to the powerful power system of the new ship, it took at least 2 months to arrive at Chambord, but now it only takes 3 days to go halfway. Although the warship led by a Kainu chased from Marin Fando to Beihai Germa after traveling for more than a week, they arrived at the fastest speed without stopping day and night. On Lin Mo's side, he was on his way during the day and stopped wherever he wanted to sleep at night. Noon today, Lin Mo and AI Nilu looked at the feast of fish and meat on the dining table and suddenly put down their chopsticks together in a tacit understanding. Both of them looked disgusted and didn't want to eat. You too, what expression is this? Kaku smiled helplessly. It's not good to be picky eaters. Hurry up and eat. Hey, long nose, what are you doing? Analu said dissatisfied. I have been eating fish since noon yesterday. Is there no food on our boat? Yes, it's really gone. Kaku said helplessly. Originally, the old man thought that if he persisted, he would wait until the shampoo land to replenish the supplies. According to our current speed, it should be there in a few days. Really no thinking about it. You've only had a few meals of fish, and you're getting tired of it. You two are too picky. It's good to eat something. Eat quickly, otherwise don't come to the old man when you're hungry. Enel. Linimo looked directly at Enelo and asked, how far is the nearest island to us? Of course, he can also use the color of knowledge to check, but Enel's color of knowledge covers a wider range than his, and it is most appropriate for Enel to explore the way. Hearing this, Enelu searched immediately and then replied, it's very close. At our speed, we can get there in 10 to minutes at most. Okay, Lin Mo nodded. Let's go to that island for dinner and purchase supplies by the way. Okay, let's do it like this. Enelu was eager to get ashore quickly and immediately used his own ability to control the spaceship and quickly flew to the island he found. Then, Lin Mo and AI Nilu got up together and went out in front of Kaku. Hey, what's the matter with you two? Kaku looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup he had made hard and said with a headache, this is too wasteful. These 2 people are really getting harder and harder to serve. Forget it. If you don't eat it, the old man will eat it himself. As he said that, Kaku picked up a piece of fish, swallowed it, and silently put down his chopsticks. It seems that eating 4 meals of fish in a row is really a bit boring. Chapter 3:11 Daily Return to the Desert Island, as Anilo said. 20 minutes later, a super large island covered with desert appeared in front of the 3 of them. Here it is, Alabasta. Lin Mo recognized it immediately. Although he came here once, he only came here to complete system tasks before. As a superpower that exists on the Great Air route, Kaku still has a little understanding of this place, although he has never been here. Why is this island full of sand? Enelo stood in front of the guardrail, looking at a small town not far away, and asked with some disgust, We can't sell much supplies in this broken town. Alabasta is a very big country. Kaku said, the rich towns and cities are all in the inner area. Let's just bypass the small town like the port. Okay. Enelu had no objection. Seeing that Lin Mo also nodded, he controlled the spaceship and continued to fly to the interior of Alabastus Desert. When flying over the port town, many people noticed it. Most of the people had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Page 349. Fly, spaceship? It's amazing. How did this ship fly? It's so handsome. Wait, I remember that Lin Mo and his gang, who were wanted by the world government, used a spaceship, right? Could it be that Lin Mo and his gang flew over just now? Hey, don't be alarmist. I've seen the spaceship of Lin Mo's group in the newspaper. It's completely different from the super handsome spaceship just now, okay? Oh, so it's not them. It's fine if it's not them. TSK. I have to say, I really want to get to know the people on that spaceship just now. Residents of the port town cast envious glances at the spaceship that had already flown away. Soon, the spaceship stopped outside a green city called Aluma. After the three of Lin Mo got off the boat, AI Nilu asked casually, is it okay for the boat to stop here? It's okay. Kaku suddenly took out a remote control, slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, and pressed a switch on it. Immediately afterwards, a light blue translucent semicircular cover enveloped the entire spaceship. The strength of Germa's group is very poor, but I have to say that their technology is really good. Kaku continued. This translucent protective cover is covered with a strong current of up to 200 million. It was electrocuted, and we are only here to eat a meal and buy some supplies, and it won't take long, and this protective cover is enough. Only 200 million currents. Enelo's face was full of disgust. It's rubbish. Kaku smiled and shook his head. 200 million is enough to dissuade most people. You think everyone is like you. Well, let's go. There are more things to buy. We have to hurry up. You look, the captain is gone. Seeing that Lin Mo was already walking towards the interior of Aluma, Kaku and Enelo immediately followed. The three found a small restaurant at random, and after a delicious meal, Kaku began to divide the work. We have a lot of things to buy. The three of us have to divide the work. AI Nilu is unreliable, and I don't worry about him going shopping alone. Kaku looked at Lin Mo and asked, Captain, AI Nilu with you, or with me? Lin Mo said casually, let's follow you. Hey, the bastard has a long nose. Who do you think is unreliable? Enelu gritted his teeth. Kaku ignored him and continued, since this guy is leaving with the old man, we should buy more things. Captain, can you just buy some drinks? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Okay, then it's settled. Kaku laughed and patted Enelo on the back. Let's go, big fool. Hey, you are looking for a fight. Ha 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 ha, don't be angry. If you want to fight, wait until you get back on the boat. Here are ordinary people. Don't hurt innocent people. You bastard with a long nose. Don't forget you were a killer before. That's all in the past. Kaku shrugged indifferently. In the past, killing people was for self-protection and completing tasks, but now it's different. If it's not necessary, I don't want to let my hands be covered with blood. Blood. Enelu stared at Kaku in silence for 2 seconds, then waved his hand and said, whatever you want. It's really boring. Lin Mo, Captain, let's go. After finishing speaking, he swaggered out of the restaurant. After Kaku said, the old man will keep an eye on Enelo so that he won't cause trouble, he also followed him out. Lin Mo didn't linger too long. After leaving the restaurant, he walked on the bustling streets of Aluma under the warm afternoon sun. It didn't take long before he found the largest restaurant in the city. Based on his understanding of the situation in Alabasta, Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai's sand crocodile, should have been in Alabasta at this time. The purpose of Crocodile's coming to Alabasta was, on the surface, to establish the Baroque works here to establish the so-called ideal kingdom. In fact, his real purpose was to obtain information about the ancient weapon Pluto, so as to gain more powerful power. The Pluto here is exactly the blueprint that Kaku was sent to go undercover in the capital of Seven Waters when he was still in CP9, trying to get it. It's a pity that Crocodile still doesn't know about the design of Pluto in the capital of Seven Waters. Otherwise, he is very likely to give up Alabasta and go to the capital of Seven Waters instead. As for his Utopia project, he uses something called dancing powder to create artificial rainfall. Dancing powder is also known as the powder that calls the rain, and its appearance is a kind of green powder. This was invented a long time ago by a country that does not rain. After burning, it can produce mist-like smoke floating in the air, producing the so-called artificial rain. The origin of the name is to hope that the people can dance happily because of the rain. However, once this powder is used, there will be a fatal consequence. Drought will occur in the neighboring countries living in the downwind, and the country that discovered this will break out of war. Since then, the world government has banned the manufacture and maintenance of this powder. The purpose of Crocodile's use of dancing powder is to cause civil strife in Alabasta due to drought. Then, he used the image of a hero to gain the trust of the people. The so-called Utopia project is to prepare for the kidnapping of the king, the destruction of the town by the fake king, and the provision of weapons to the rebel army. Both the king's army and the rebel army became pawns in his hands. It's just that his ideal township plan is still in the preparatory stage, and it should take another year to implement it. In short, Crocodile is quite a planner. He is also a natural-type rustling fruit ability user. This place full of deserts is completely his home field. If he really matches, it will be a little troublesome. Chapter 312 Daily Baroque Work Club Trouble is trouble. Lin Mo is not afraid of him at all. As long as Crocodile doesn't come to trouble him, it doesn't matter to him whether it's Utopia or not. Without thinking anymore, Lin Mo directly stepped into the tavern. Coming to the bar with ease, he first ordered 2 glasses of the main specialty wine of this tavern for himself. After drinking it, he felt pretty good. He bought a few more glasses and asked the boss to fill his wine gourd first. Anyway, Kaku and the others still need some time to buy things, so Lin Mo decided to stay in this tavern for a while, and he was almost done drinking. He also noticed that Kaku and Enelo were not far away, and it seemed that the things he bought were almost the same. He said to the tavern owner, "Bring a case of each wine I drank just now." The tavern owner asked in surprise, "You drank more than a dozen different wines just now. There are 12 bottles in a case. Can you handle them?" Lin Mo didn't bother to answer him, and put a gold bar on the bar with his backhand. Seeing this, the tavern owner immediately put away the gold bars with a smile on his face. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll prepare the wine you want right away." When the tavern owner turned to go to the wine store to get some wine, Lin Mo added another sentence by the way. "Add 2 more boxes of apple juice." Apple juice. The tavern owner was stunned for a moment, and then said awkwardly, "This is a tavern. Although there are juices, but the stock is not much, there is only 1 box left at most." "Well, that's 1 box," Lin Mo said indifferently. Everyone at the wine tables around was surprised that Lin Mo, a teenager who looked like a teenager, was so extravagant to buy more than a dozen cases of wine. But when they heard that he was going to buy juice in the tavern, most of them couldn't hold back, laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. I thought this kid was so capable, but he actually came to the tavern to buy juice." I laughed so hard. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, a kid is a kid. Drinking fruit juice is more suitable for you. Be good, be obedient, and go to the store next door to buy your favorite juice. Look, he still has 2 swords, and a wooden sword. Is it used to play tricks for children? Ha ha. Do you know how to use swordsmanship? Do you know how to chop? Do you want your uncle to teach you? You? Ha! Lin Mo. Although the owner of the tavern wanted to laugh, after all, Lin Mo was a customer who spent money, so she had to bear it no matter what, so she could only hold back her smile, and said, "Don't listen to those idle bosses talking nonsense. Cough cough. The wine and juice you want, I will prepare it for you right away. Wait a moment." Lin Mo nodded lightly. As for those who laughed at him behind him, he chose to ignore it just like before. Page 350. There is no need to care about these ignorant guys. However, outside the tavern, the 2 drinkers walked out of the tavern talking and laughing. "That short guy is so funny. He is not angry at all when he has said that. Ha ha." I was about to die laughing at him. I came to the tavern to buy apple juice. What did you think? I also took it. The 2 walked past Enelo and Kaku while talking and laughing. Kaku was stunned for a moment, and just said, "The short man," they said. Could it be? Before he finished speaking, Enelo put down a large pile of supplies in his hand, and he shrunk the size of the golden cudgel resting on his ear, and immediately knocked the 2 people who laughed at Lin Mo away with 1 stick up. This behavior of Anilu made Kaku more sure that what the two were talking about was Lin Imo himself. "Heh, Lin Imo, is it you who can laugh at him?" Anilu looked at the two people who were beaten by him, and without hesitation, 2 lightning strikes were thrown in the past, and only 2 miserable screams were heard. Those 2 people were shocked completely before they landed. The passers-by around who witnessed all this consciously backed away, for fear of causing trouble to the upper body. Kaku had a headache and said, "You have blown them away. Is it necessary to charge them again?" "I'm just angry. What's the matter?" Enel said naturally. "I am the captain of Thunder God Enel, who can be ridiculed by others if they want to." Kaku said helplessly, "Besides those 2, there are many people who laugh at the captain in this tavern. Do you want to kill them all? Don't forget that the captain said, 'Let you avoid trouble.' Even if it doesn't kill them all, it's okay to teach them a lesson." Ainalu kicked open the door of the tavern without any explanation. Under the surprised eyes of everyone in the tavern, a small-scale thundercloud instantly spread over the sky inside the tavern. Terrifying thunder and lightning flashed in the thundercloud. In the tavern, panic immediately appeared on the faces of everyone. Although they didn't know what happened and wanted to run away, Enelo blocked the main entrance of the tavern, and they couldn't get out at all. After the tavern owner and a few of his subordinates took out the wine and juice that Lin Imo wanted, they were startled when they saw the thundercloud suddenly appearing in the tavern. "Huh? What's going on here? What's going on with this cloud? Don't fight in my tavern. It's not easy to do small business. If the tavern is destroyed, what should I do?" There was a slight tremolo in the tone of the tavern owner's speech. Lin Imo glanced back at Enelo. Anila chuckled and said, "I'm not going to kill them. I'm just teaching them a lesson." After finishing speaking, countless lightning strikes fell from the thundercloud like rain, stunned all the drinkers present, including the tavern owner. As for Lin Imo, he didn't stop Enelo. After Enelu stunned these people, Lin Imo got up, picked up the box of apple juice, and threw it towards Enelu. "Take your things yourself." Enelu immediately raised his hand to catch it, and grinned. "Okay, but how do you get those dozens of boxes of wine? I have my own number. You go out first." "Okay, then hurry up." After finishing speaking, Enelu really obediently went out. With a wave of his hand, Lin Imo put all the dozens of boxes of wine into the system space, leaving only 1 box outside. He glanced at the dozens of bottles of wine on the wine cabinet behind the bar and took them all away without saying a word. After leaving 2 more gold bars, he went out with the box of wine that was left outside. Seeing Lin Imo coming out of the tavern, Kaku looked around at the residents who were obviously afraid and kept a long distance from them, and said with a headache, "It seems that there is too much commotion. Let's go." The 3 of them were walking towards the location of the spaceship. Facing them, a tall man who looked like a rock singer and a fashionable woman wearing a yellow hat and holding an umbrella passed by the 3 of Lin Imo. It's normal for Anilo and Kaku not to know those 2 people. Although he only took 1 look, Lin Imo recognized that these 2 were Crocodile's subordinates, codenamed Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valente. Lin Imo was not surprised that people from Sand Crocodile would appear here. After all, Baroque Works had already established itself in Alabasta. However, Lin Imo was a little surprised that besides these 2 people, another person who was currently under Sand Crocodile also appeared here. Lin Imo 15 billion, Enelo 4,000 million, and Kaku 3,000 million. A female voice suddenly uploaded from a 2-story low-rise building next to it. One was wearing a cowboy hat and had a similar face. The beautiful woman in Cleopatra held her side face in one hand and held a newspaper with a wanted warrant in the other, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and said in an understated tone, "Your reward gold has gone up." Chapter 313 The Baroque Work Club with Daily Care. The woman who spoke was the current Baroque Work Agency President Crocodile's partner, Nicole Robin, codenamed Miss All Sunday. The lower the number of the senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency, the stronger the strength, and the codename of Crocodile is Mr. Zero. Moreover, with the exception of Mr. Tu Funkle, all other senior agents will have a partner. Just like Mr. 5 who just passed Lin Imo and the others. His partner is Miss Golden Week. Based on Lin Mo's understanding of Robin, she should have just joined the Baroque Work Club not long ago. The purpose of the cooperation between Robin and Crocodile, apart from temporarily protecting themselves, is mainly to find answers to history. Her dream is to find the real text of history. In the future, she will meet Luffy and join the Straw Hats. Huh? This woman, this old man looks familiar.